There's no one talking? Yeah.
Hello?
Yo.
Oh, okay. Why is everyone muted and AFK?
They're probably asleep. I don't know.
Sense. You want to wake them up? At least this is better than Christian chat.
So this is odd. Room's full, nobody's talking.
The Globers all came in, spiraled already. They're back at the clubhouse, recalculating all their thoughts for the day.
Rewriting their scripts, you mean? Well, that sucks. Who are we gonna pick on today? Happy Halloween.
Hello. Good morning. Oh, anybody alive?
What's going on, Cappy Cat?
You think I'm get beget?
I thought you were.
I
What's
got
up,
like the
Fidget?
raspy fucking voice too.
Oh, when you said it all slow, like good morning, I was like, that must be Jeppy Jet, you know?
That's funny.
But yeah, Fidget, I don't think I've talked to you before, man. What's up?
Not much. Kind of didn't sleep very well.
Dang. Because
What
your
are
mind was
you?
meant for great things today, right? Couldn't sleep on it.
Yes, I'm gonna learn it all today. The fundamentals of the universe.
You know, I was just thinking about that, actually. You know, they say we spend 1/3 of our lives, you know, just sleeping it away. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to be on my deathbed thinking, like, you know what, I should have got a couple more hours of sleep, you know? I want to be on my deathbed like, yeah, I really exhausted this, you know. I don't know. I'm always researching or designing something. There's like, it's always just this mentality of the next thing to conquer, right? Not in a bad
Mm.
way, but yeah, like you said, figure out the universe. This
There's a
one
lot to
person.
do. It's sleeping doesn't help, but it's kind of necessary. But the fucked up part is I've not really been getting like REM sleep, I think, which is like the most important one, right?
So they say.
I think without REM sleep, you're not really doing anything, that deep sleep.
What's weird to me is like they call it REM sleep, but it's really just your eyes rapidly moving. And they're like, oh, he must be having a different state, you know? Like,
Is that what they say to us? That's crazy.
yeah, REM is rapid eye movement.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
It's actually it's really creepy
Go
when
into
you
like
see
a
somebody sleeping
trance
at night.
then.
Yeah, their eyes are just kind of going back and forth. There's not really a pattern to it. It's a bit random, even though they say like certain patterns, if you will, mean certain things. And you know, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm fascinated by dreams and you know the dream realm, if you will. You know, they even have a little nursery rhyme about it, right? You know, merrily, 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 life is but a dream. You know, so I've always wondered where do we go, or is that here? You know, my father used to say, you know, what if that's the real world and this is the dream? You know, and that used to always kind of excite me as a kid. You know, like whoa, that would be weird.
Could be. Could fucking be. It's weird enough as it is. Who fucking knows?
But I do think what's objectively true is that they're different, right? There's never been a time where I'm like, dang, am I dreaming? Unless you know something just crazy was happening, you know. But
Yeah, I had this one time where I actually like woke up still in like a dream state. I was like getting chased by the cops, and then I woke up like I had a feeling of like, damn, the cops are on me. It was weird. It's kind of cool
oh yeah,
actually.
I definitely had those where you know a bunch of bugs were crawling on me in the dream, and I woke up like, oh, you know, checking my body, and suddenly kind of a little itchy, you know.
Yeah, the cop paranoia lasted for like a couple hours. It was weird. I was like, it felt like a dream. Thought I was playing GTA for a second, which we could be, but I don't know. The simulation stuff is kind of weird. Kind of like
It's a,
just taking you away
it's a,
from like like foundation too. I think, right? It's very chaotic to think it's all simulated and nothing matters. I think it's like a form of
I would
control.
agree because if it wasn't in fact a simulation, you'd think it would be a better one without so many parasites, without so many negative attributes. You know, like
That's a good point. Yeah.
to me, it's really just the balance of the creation itself. You know, there's more mystery in it than there really is known. You know, which is why I enjoy flat Earth so much, because in all of this unknownness that I thought I knew. I thought I knew I was on a ball. I thought it was spinning, and I thought we were in an ever expanding space, and that was the mystery, that I needed to go out there to find the mystery, right? But when I found out about the true nature of Earth and that it was flat and stationary, I started realizing, wow, this place is really beautiful. In fact, I don't know how that mountain got there at all, you know, and look at the flat water. How big is it? Where are we? Why are we here? Right? And of course, all the mystery was all right in front of me all along.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's like the truth is like crazier than fiction, yeah. And it also brings you to like this, it brings up more questions. Yeah, it brings you to a more spiritual state almost. Because when you have a good point there. The globe kind of like takes all these questions away from you.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's been explored. You can't leave, you know.
I have been saying that that's the power. It's like the questions are the power, in my opinion. I mean, there's a lot of power to it.
No, I completely agree.
A lot of it is like just seeing deception too. I think that's important. It's like not even what it is really that's important. It's like the fact that you're being deceived on a high level is the most important part.
Which is why magic trick shows are so cool, right? Because wow, that guy made a helicopter come into reality on the stage, and you're thinking to yourself, how in the world did this guy get a helicopter there? It must be magic. Even though deep down, subconsciously, especially an adult, right, they know there was no magic involved, right? He got the helicopter on the stage somehow, right, in a practical, logical way that just doesn't seem apparent right now. And, you know, the globe is the same thing, except it's the magic show for the kids. And they gave it to the kids so that they would believe it. And they reinforced it in every single bit of media to make sure you thought it was real, right?
Yeah, the seeing is believing. They like play off that heavily.
And flat earthers are the guys in the crowd going, no, look, here, I've got a pamphlet of how he did it, right? This is exactly how he put the helicopter on the stage. Why did he do it? Oh, maybe to entertain you, maybe to get money for his show, you know. But the fact of the matter is, it is an illusion. It is a lie.
And when you talk to a glober, it's like you're trying to explain how the magician does his tricks, and you might have an explanation for one trick, and the glober will go, well, but how does he do this trick? And then if you can't explain it, the glober will be like, yeah, rabbits can teleport into hats, you know, like,
Right.
because you don't have an explanation, but you know it's magic. Like, obviously we know it's flat, so yeah, and it's really annoying. It's like it'll just go over the head one explanation, and it'll just go on to the next thing and go, how does this work? How does this work? How does this work?
Right. How does the moon work? I don't know. See, you don't know how it works. Well, I don't know how he did the magic trick, but I know he didn't do it with magic.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a great point.
The magician in this
Yeah,
case is like pulling out a lot of tricks. Like I did too many tricks to keep up, right? We're like, oh, this is how this trick works. Then the other tricks come out, and yeah, it's too many.
That's actually a really good way of putting it. It's like, well, how do you explain the David Blaine live stream? Like,
Yeah.
it's like, what? Like the ISS live stream. It's like, bro, if they can trick you through film, then they can trick you through film. It doesn't have to get further than that. Are you saying they're all fake? Well, if it's flat, they have to be numbnuts.
Yeah, that'd be a good question for some of these globals. Hey, do you believe in magic? Because I bet someone would be like, yeah, magic exists. or they'd be like, "What type of magic? Do you mean like the magic on a show, or like wizard magic?"
Well, it actually makes an interesting point where if the magician didn't announce they were a magician and they didn't know they was at a magic show, would they believe the tricks to be real? Or would they figure out that it must be a trick?
Well, I wonder if the magic is like purposely implemented that way, or if it like naturally fell together that way through just like, yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I mean, I like where you're getting at, because I've had the same thoughts about like Santa Claus. Like, why do they even do all that? And I've thought and speculated that, well, maybe it's so that the kid is used to being lied to, and when we kind of like disregard Santa one day, you're like, oh yeah, everybody lies about it. It's cool. People lie. It's okay, right? So that for the real lie, being the globe, right? Even if you are being lied to, there's already this subconscious mentality of, it's okay, people lie. Yeah. It's not that big of a deal. And some people even say that. They're like, what difference does it make if it's flat or a globe? It is what it is. And it's like, do you not see the irony of that question?
Yeah, that question is weird. There's like so many answers to it, and it's all like just hand waved away. I don't get it. I think for some people, like they don't know that it would matter to them, which is like also a magic trick.
Right. They don't even know that they're in an auditorium watching the show, you know. Yeah, because I've explained that aspect to people, even politically, explaining red versus blue. Well, it could just be the same person playing two different roles, right? Uh, but putting that together for them, and they don't even see the stage. They're like, no, those are real people who, lived real lives, and they think that I'm saying that they didn't. And I think we get that a lot with these Globers. Like, you're saying that science is fake, that, and it's like, no, these people really believe the roles that they're playing. They don't realize they're in a stage. They think they're spinning on a ball, for God's sake.
Yeah, they're fully immersed. Yeah. But also, what's weird is the privilege you have to not even think about or like say that, this doesn't even matter what I live on or what anything does around me. That's kind of a
Sure.
place of privilege. Like everything's you're in such a comfy, everything works around you mode that you don't have to like even discuss like what's around you, or like what if something bad happens and we go back to the Stone Ages. It would be kind of useful to know all this, right?
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, it's just like a comfy place of privilege. They just are too comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it brought up the thought of like, okay, what if there was this sort of quote unquote EMP situation and everybody had to go back to analog? And you know, there's some friends I can think of that would just give up right there. You know, they'd be like, can't do it.
Right.
And you know, they're still glued to their microwaves, their televisions. They're, you know, they don't even know how to draw or play an instrument, or you know, where, you know, a lot of the flat earthers that I've met are some of the most talented people I know. You know, whether they're just wonderful speakers and great vocabularies and logic, or you know, actual musicians, producers, creators of it, all in their own right. You know, I think we'd be just fine. In fact, I think we'd really prosper in that situation because it'd be a lot less competition. But
But yeah, if you live in a big city, and it doesn't matter, you know, to some extent. I mean, it's so fucking busy. You can't even think about your thoughts. I mean, every fucking meal is provided to you. You know, you don't have to worry about anything naturally. Why would the earth like matter at all, you know?
Shit, I live in a big city and I'm a flat earther, man. It's just there's no way once you realize what's going on, you can go back to that shit.
No, no. Flat Earth is
yeah, I'm gonna go.
fake, and reptilian controls the Earth. Okay, so you're a slave race. Okay, your religion is it's humans. Religion's humans. Okay,
What?
y'all been divine conquered. Okay, so you've been
What?
divine conquered.
What are you chatting about?
Flat Earth is not real. So
Yeah, well, it
Can
is.
you,
So,
can you sound
yeah,
can you sound a little bit less lethargic? The fuck?
yeah.
well,
Just to the other guy who said he lives in a big city. I lived in London when I became a flat earther. So
I live in a big fucking city too,
I
making
totally
more
get.
money than
Yeah,
you all.
you didn't have to say that over what I was saying, then, did you? So just shut your mouth until I'm done.
Well, I live in a big
The other
fucking
guy,
city
I
with
was
a
just
bunch
talking.
of
Shut
tech
up!
companies.
Shut up! You're not fucking talking over me, you dickhead. So talking to the
I
other
work
guy.
for
Yeah,
fucking.
I lived. He's still
I
talking.
work
Someone
for.
just mute this cunt. For fuck's sake! What a rude idiot. Anyway, yeah, just talking to the other guy. Yeah, I lived in London when I discovered the Earth was flat. So I don't think it's a small town thing at all. I agree with you. But you have to have access to the information. You have to have access to being able to logically think, critically think, you know, and then. But I would agree as well that it's probably harder if you live in a big city because of the aforementioned reasons as well. So I kind of agree with both sides on that one.
Facts. Same here.
Yeah, sorry for getting annoyed. I've got no patience for people who just flagrantly talk over other people now. It's just not acceptable, you know.
You're good, bro. Well, he was annoying, so.
I was a bad actor.
Man, I'm
Just
gonna try to
trying
get
him
my
out.
homeboy. I got a homeboy. He went to NYU. He took like Michio Kaku's classes in New York. He like studied with him for a while, and he is like by far the biggest flat earther. I mean, he sat in the rooms with these people and came out on the other side. You know, on our team. He's usually on another app with me, and we kind of like hold rooms. Man, I want to see if I can get him over here. I think you guys would definitely appreciate some of the shit he's saying. Like he goes
Yeah.
deep into it, like atomism and just all the the theories behind what they're saying, can break them down really well. So kind of like how Alpha and you guys like eviscerate the globe heads over here, like he does it on another app. So it'd be cool to have him, to see him interact with you guys over here.
Man, when
Yeah, get
you
him
when
over
you
here.
hear guys like Whitsitt and Alan and other guys talk, I don't know, you probably don't know who either of these people are, but when you hear some of these guys talk at these like higher levels, and I've done it as well, but I haven't quite got to the level of those guys, I would say. But when you start really analyzing what the information is at those higher levels, you start to realize it actually gets less believable the more you know. It's this really weird thing. Like, if you don't know anything about the globe and all you've had is the propaganda on TV every day, then it seems like it's this concrete fact that's definitely true, definitely a globe. There's no way it could be wrong. The more you go into the arguments and the reasoning used, you realize actually this is all based on concept, an idea, and they like those concepts and ideas, and there's no foundation for any of it. Crazy.
Yeah, the devil's in the details on this, for sure.
Yeah, this Witzer guy, I like him, but God, am I confused after every debate. He's like, boy genius, huh?
Say again? I didn't hear that last bit.
It's like the flattered boy genius, would you say?
No, there's quite a few of them. I mean, Witset's obviously up there, but there's a few guys in this movement who are like hyper geniuses, and you probably have to find them. Witset's the one who's actually good at presenting his information in a kind of bite-sized way. But there's a few guys that once you find them, you realize, oh wow, there's actually some supremely intelligent people in this movement, you know, and a lot of them just can't be bothered with the drama and the trouble, and I get it, because these Globers, there's nothing they can do better than gaslighting you and just being relentless idiots and assholes. And like, it seems like they can't really defeat the arguments at the high level, so they want to kind of defeat the people instead. They want to try and take you down as a person, right? And so that's where their tactics are. And I don't blame some of these very, very intelligent people for being like, nah, fuck that, I'm out. I just want to do my thing. You know, I don't blame them at all.
Yeah, that sucks for everybody, huh? That dynamic.
Yeah, especially if it's true, right? So think about it in this way. If it's true, right, if the earth is flat, and the only reason that the majority of people don't know that that's true is because of a few assholes on the internet who want to just troll, and because of a few psychopathic governments who want to control everyone, that's really sad for humanity. You know?
And that
Yeah.
condition will remain. There's nothing new under the sun.
Right.
See,
But
what's
it's like, I
interesting.
mean,
Oh, sorry.
so just to finish and then I'll let you go. Just to finish what I was saying, though, luckily enough, there are enough belligerent assholes like me and you guys around where we can still push the information through, you know. But I'm just saying, I don't blame people who don't want to be involved.
You think the window is kind of shifting to a place where those guys would be more comfortable getting out of the shadows, later on or something?
I don't really. That's a good question. I mean, I want to say yes. It feels nice and warm and fuzzy to say yes. Certainly, it's a more accepted worldview now than I think it was 5 years ago. But I still think that those toxic trolls are still going to have the same effect on those individuals. Does that make sense? So it's maybe they'll be able to do that on an individual level with certain people, but they might not necessarily want to like start a YouTube channel or something. Yeah, so I guess that's my answer.
It's really discouraging, man.
Yeah, but I mean, I might not be right. I could be wrong.
No, I see it too. Yeah, it's there's like an incentive there to get those types out of here. It seems, yeah.
Yeah. But I think we've got enough people that it doesn't matter anyway, you know. So I think on an individual level it's bad, but I think on a collective level should be okay still. But I mean, time will tell. Time will tell. I mean, I get my TikTok is exclusively food and football, and even then, I still get thrown flat Earth videos all the time. and I haven't liked a single flat Earth video on there because I didn't really want it coming to my personal life, if that makes sense. So TikTok's still pushing it, you know, and it's actually genuine information, not controlled opposition. The stuff I've seen. So yeah, we'll see.
It does seem like a lot of people are getting counter information from TikTok. I don't know if I like that or dislike that. Right? I naturally dislike TikTok. I'm not even on it. But I mean, if they're getting good information on there, like, you know, amazing. But like also, like, I don't know. It's just, it's a weird gray area where it's like, are we sure like this is our, like, are they playing for us? Like, this is our team here? Like, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, most flat Earth vids on TikTok are pretty bad. I've seen them; they're pretty bad.
Oh really? Okay. I must have just been lucky then. I've seen
Yeah,
two or
the
three.
things I see are pretty bad. They're like like what's that one guy's name? He debated Professor Dave. I think his name's like Flat Earth Dave or something.
Oh, that wasn't TikTok. That was YouTube. Yeah, Dave Weiss. I mean,
well, I see him on TikTok.
Yeah.
That's the thing, a lot.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen quite a lot of good stuff on TikTok because
there's good
it's
stuff.
it's really difficult to censor it when you first start on TikTok if you're making flat Earth content. When it picks up traction, maybe you can get censored then, but it's really difficult to censor TikTok because anyone can just make one and then video something in real life and just get on the shelf, as it's called, or the For You page.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
until someone starts reporting it or whatever, or the people higher up at TikTok pick up on it, then it might get shadow banned. I mean, I've got a shadow banned TikTok channel on there that was doing flat Earth stuff, but before it got shadow banned, I was getting videos with like 100,000 views of just like
Oh,
you know
wow.
taking videos from the ISS of like them using wires and green screens and stuff. And I was quite happy with myself because I was thinking, yeah, I got shadow banned, but at least 100,000 people saw this video first of them faking stuff on the ISS. So I was quite happy about that, but
Yeah.
they
Suppose
will
it's
get.
quite. Yeah, it's quite hard because of the way TikTok works. I mean, with YouTube, it's a very different kind of algorithm and ecosystem, isn't it? But with YouTube, with TikTok, it's you upload the video, it gets likes, it then gets pushed into like. I would just say that. How do I even say it? It gets pushed up levels. It's like if it gets a bunch of likes, it gets pushed up the levels quite quickly, and then it gets thrown out to more people, and then it gets tons of likes. That's when it goes viral.
That's it.
But unless TikTok has like an intelligent system for detecting the content in videos accurately, there's no way they can really actively stop that from actually happening. You know?
Yep. I think that their algorithms not so much based off the likes itself; it's based off the engagement with the video. So, like, even the people that get triggered by flat Earth, they're actually pushing the video out to more people because they're engaging with it in the comment sections or whatever, which is a good thing. I think the way forward for YouTube content on this subject would be YouTube Shorts. You can still get around that. Like, I made a video 2 days ago, just like I took highlights from a football game. Super not allowed in the UK because obviously, like the media owns the rights to the coverage for the football. But before it got blocked, it got out to like 16,000, 18,000 people in the space of 2 hours. So I reckon there's still ways around it in the YouTube Shorts or maybe Instagram Reels as well, but I've not really messed around with it.
Yeah, no, YouTube Shorts and TikTok and all that stuff. They're definitely you're still very early to the party there. I think they haven't been explored at all. You know, we've probably got a year or two before they become saturated, and then they'll be just like normal YouTube. Yeah, it's interesting. Anyway, yeah, sorry, I brought up social media. I shouldn't have done that. But oh yeah, because we were talking about personalities and how they don't want to be involved in the basically the hate campaigns of anti-flat earthers, which I totally understand. It's like these people they're horrible people. They wanna take down people rather than arguments. It's sad, you know.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind speaking to him if they wanted like an open discussion where we just tried to figure this out, whatever the truth is. But they don't. They just want to shit all over everything, discredit whoever's trying to tell them the information, you know. And they just turn the whole thing into a shit show. So why waste your energy on them?
Yeah, yeah, and it's like I consider myself to be fairly intelligent, but I think that if you're like a hyper intelligent, if you're like a genius level person who's capable of understanding this stuff to like a really high level, and then someone brings out some really pathetic fallacy and then sticks you on this fallacy for 10 minutes. I can imagine if you're like a 150 IQ person who's capable of understanding really amazing things, you just be like, nah, that's a waste of my time, bro. Like, I don't care about your appeals to authority. I'm not even going to bother pointing them out. You know, like it's at that level. I'm pretty sure it's at that level for those people. It's like, why would you? I suppose it would be like trying to teach a 2-year-old how to speak, but they're not your child. That makes sense. So you're having to babysit this person who doesn't understand anything that you can understand, and you have no incentive to do it.
See, I don't mind them using fallacies on the basis that a lot of people don't realize they're using fallacies. But it's when they know they're using fallacies and they're just trying to win an argument or, you know, appeal to the audience that's listening with these fallacies. That's when it kind of grinds my gears a little bit.
Right, yeah. And then also, like, what was it? Dr. Bob said he doesn't care about fallacies, he cares about evidence. He doesn't realize that if he presents fallacious evidence, then it's not evidence, right? So these guys, man, they're morons.
And on top of the semantical actors, you have to like deal with getting shadow banned. And then on top of that, deal with getting doxxed. And then on top of that, I see what you're saying. It's like a unplayable board at that point.
Yo, what's good, my niggas?
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you for that.
Are you stupid?
No, but I think you are.
But shout outs to the people who do like push through all that. That's like a big firewall for like flat earth content.
That's right.
Shit, you're lagging, bro.
Well, you just saw like a mini. Oh shit! Sorry. Am I back?
Please tell me they're not genuine flat earthers here.
Yeah, bro, it's weird. Are you a Globie?
Yeah.
Yeah, why do you believe it's a globe? Tell us.
Hold on, let me take a swig of this beer. It's super good. Okay, so I believe that the Earth is a globe because imagine if it was flat, it would be like so not sexy, you know.
So you don't have no evidence, right?
Yeah.
I do have lots of evidence under my belt. Listen.
She just bring.
You're breaking up, Crypto.
Yeah, like your internet is like worse
can you just bring
than. Are you in the
real
McDonald's internet? Holy
Hold
Christ!
on, hold on,
Bro,
Janvis.
can you
Hold
just
on.
bring some real conversation if you're just going to waste our time? Oh, my back.
Yeah, you've been chopping up, Crypto, but we heard like you. Yeah.
Bro, Super Monkey Ball. I love the profile picture. I love Super Monkey Ball. Anyways.
Yeah, it's like you with the globe in your brain.
Am I back?
No,
Super
wait,
monkey ball.
you kind of threw me off with your whole deranged rambling. Anyways, so like the
My
reason.
Yeah, you are, but
Yo,
you're
my
chopping up a little bit. You're chopping up a little bit. Yeah.
I'll go mute the door.
They never fail to be toxic. They never fail.
So you guys can see the curve, you know. When a
No,
ship
you
goes
can't.
past, have you ever been
can't
to
see
the
the curve.
beach?
What's the distance between the point of observation to the target distance, Janvis?
I think it's like 5 kilometers.
Okay, and how did you measure that?
Yeah, I think I read it somewhere on the internet.
I know, so that means you don't know how to measure it, right? You're just saying things.
I personally I do not, but there are people who
Right.
do.
So you believe that someone has done it, like a believer of a religion, right?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what
I
you're doing.
believe it because it's because
Yeah, like a
some
religion. So all you gotta do is pray to the altar of gravity, and everything's just gonna be fine, right? So go and
you
snuggle
don't
up
believe
with
in gravity.
yeah, go and snuggle up with some space stories, and you'll be fine, all right?
Hold on, you don't
Be an
believe in
ignorant,
gravity.
yeah, just be an ignorant wretch
Well-
for the rest of your life. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
not
only got a
being
couple of minutes.
ignorant.
My
You
bad.
guys are being ignorant. Holy Christ!
Yeah, now
My
it's the
bad.
victim. Now it's a victim status. Yeah, you're back, Crypto. I hear you.
Victim
yeah, go.
status. I'm not even saying I'm a victim. I never said I
You guys are
was.
being mean. Shut the fuck up, dude. If you have any evidence, presented. If not, bounce, dude.
Okay, yeah. So this is what I was
Yeah,
gonna
so
say.
bounce, dude.
Holy
if you don't have any evidence.
Christ! I was gonna give you my evidence.
No, you
Holy
didn't give me
Christ.
any evidence. You just read something off of somewhere you didn't have no information to substantiate your claim with.
No, I learned all this in school. Okay.
Okay, so what did you learn how the Earth is a globe, other than what you just read right now? What else?
Holy Christ! So listen, when you go over, when you imagine you're at the beach. Okay. Imagine you're at the beach.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Picture yourself at the beach. You see a
Sweet, I'm at the
fishing
beach.
boat. Holy crap! You see a fishing
Yeah,
boat.
yeah. So you're imagining things now. What else are we doing with your imagination?
No. Okay. The
You guys
fishing
are
boat, what
idiots
it does
believing in
is it
flat
goes
Earth.
over the curve. As it
How do you
goes
know that?
along.
How do you know that? I'm asking you a question that you didn't substantiate earlier. That you're just saying the same claim you said earlier again. How do you know that?
So let's
How
switch
do
it
I
up
know
here.
that?
All right,
Because
guys,
it
This
was
guy sounds
just
like
proven
he's
by
let
the
me take this
Romans
right.
and the.
Yeah, it's hard to hear him when other people are jumping in. So Janvis, go ahead.
It was proven by the Romans by
The
the
Romans.
Romans.
So you didn't. So you don't know anything about no shipping boat that you were just talking about right now. You said Romans did it.
Yeah,
What Roman? Yeah,
the
what Roman?
first
What Roman?
experiment done.
What Roman? What Roman?
It was I believe Socrates. He what he did to prove that the Earth was round was he put a fishing boat and he put a bright red sail on the end of it. And what he did was he told them to sail along, and if he would see and if the sail would disappear, that would prove that the Earth was round
No, it
because it
didn't.
would go over the curvature.
No, it didn't.
So
So
if you're
what
gonna
was what was the distance between him and the boat?
It was about 5 meters. 5
5
kilometers.
meters?
5 kilometers.
All right,
Sorry.
post the citation for that.
So
You're
can I
talking a
just
bunch of
change it up?
horse. Relax,
Alpha?
relax.
I just got a question for you,
You're
Alpha.
talking a whole bunch of shit right now. I need you to post that in the text channel right now.
So
All that
while he does
information.
that, sorry, I'm not trying to interject. I just had a
Smooth,
question for you.
smooth, relax, bro, relax. Take 5, will you? So
Yeah, give
Janvis,
me a
go ahead
sec.
and post that in the text channel. right now.
Yeah, let me.
What you just said.
There you go. Okay, here, found it. Oh, correct. Done reading. I cannot post anything, but if you in the text chat. Oh wait, there we go. U.S. politics. I cannot post anything here, but I'll send it to you via DM if you want.
I don't care. Give it to me in a DM or whatever.
Okay, who's the one who wanted it?
Me,
What's your name?
Alpha, Veritas.
Alpha. Okay, there you go.
Just take a look.
There you go.
Janvis. This month in physics history, Eratosthenes measures the Earth. Is that what you just told me? Or is this, I'm not even going to read it. You're not citing the bullshit you just said. What was the name of the person you just told me, Janvis? Do you remember?
Aristophanes.
No, it wasn't.
Socrates.
No, probably, yeah.
Yeah,
Probably said
probably,
that.
you
I'm
know,
not gonna lie.
bullshit, nothing. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're fucking slurring speech. You don't. Are you drunk? All you fucking imbeciles come in here and thinking that you know what you're talking about, but you're fucking abject retards whenever you're posting shit. You don't even know what you're saying, do you?
I do.
What
I
is
do.
who is Eratosthenes?
He was a famous Roman. He was a famous Roman
was he?
physicist.
Physicist, was he?
Yeah, I call him that. Yeah.
You call him that.
Yeah, because the field of physics wasn't really invented by then.
So you just making shit up, aren't you?
No.
Can I ask a question about this?
Not really.
Well, I mean, you're having a
So,
discussion.
so
It's
not
like
really.
bashing him.
Not really.
Well, can I ask?
Sit
I mean,
down.
this
Have
isn't
a
a. This
seat.
isn't.
Physics first
Are you
started
like a
with
mod?
the
Shut the
invention
fuck
of.
up. Go ahead, Janvis. Tell me how you don't know shit. Keep going.
Physics
You're
was
doing
first
well.
invented with the discovery of gravity by Sir Isaac Newton.
Sir Isaac Newton discovered gravity, did he? How did he discover it?
Because he was sitting. The famous story goes that he was sitting below an apple tree, and the apple fell on top of him. So then he started thinking, why did the apple fall on me?
Ooh.
So he, through extensive research, which I don't really know about, so I'm not going to go into specifics.
Right, so stop,
He
because you
found
don't
out
know.
that the
So stop, because you don't know. Stop. You just admitted right now that you don't know. Stop. Full stop. Don't speak anymore. Now you just outed yourself. You don't know. So why am I going to listen to you? Because you don't know.
Because I'm telling you things I do know. It's just that I'm glossing over the things I do not know.
Janvis? What do you know? Tell me the things that you know.
If you really think
I'm
about it,
not
we
thinking
don't
right
know
now. I
anything.
want you to tell me the things that you know right now.
I know
What do
nothing.
you know? There you
I
go.
know nothing.
Then why are you flapping your gums in this chat of intellects with no information to support your claim? Why?
Let me tell you something.
Why?
The wisest thing to
Answer
say
my
is
question.
you know
answer
nothing.
my question. Answer my question. Why are you saying things when you have no knowledge of saying them?
He doesn't know.
I do have knowledge. It's just that
No,
I
you
don't know if
just
it's right or
admitted.
wrong.
Yeah, you just admitted you don't know. So what do we have
No,
here?
let me explain it
No,
to you.
we're
Let
not
me
gonna
explain to
let
you why I
you,
said I
Janvis.
do not know.
No, we're not gonna let you because you just admitted yourself out of your own mouth that you don't know.
Holy Christ! Let me just explain
No,
myself.
I'm sorry,
for a
but you're gonna
second.
have to reconcile that within yourself. Go and
It
do some
will actually
research.
20
No,
seconds. 20
sorry,
seconds.
we're
20
not waiting.
seconds.
We're not sorry. We're not 2 seconds. We're not waiting for your dumb ass to come up with some other excuse. You right now are gonna have to go away and do some research, come back, and then present your information. If you have a claim or demonstration that you're gonna say that the Earth is a globe, please present that. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna unmute you now. If you continue to flap your gums, you're gonna be muted. I don't want to have you muted like a child, so it's up to you. Thank you. All right, Smooth. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to interject. I was just having a question about that actual the topic of conversation right there. So like
Yeah,
he was
but that
alluding to. Go ahead.
yeah, he doesn't have a leg to stand on. When I press somebody for an issue, I don't like white knights coming in there and throwing their bodies in the gears to try
So
to
can I?
save them. So
So can I? Yeah.
everybody that I question, please just restrain yourself so that you can understand. If the guy knows something, he'll have information to support his case. If not, he won't.
So
But I
can
don't
I
need
pick
I
up?
don't need people to jump in. So please go ahead and present whatever you have, Smooth. If you have
Okay,
evidence for
so
the globe.
for the globe theory, here we go. What would you describe Oh, fuck that. What would you describe the option of when you see a ship on, let's say, a horizon? We'll just go with the generic thing he gave you before. What happens when it gets, further away from you? In your words,
Angular resolution.
angular resolution. So
Sure.
describe that laymansly.
Describe what?
Describe that in your terms, because
Just look it
I'm
up.
not.
It's
Okay,
self-explanatory.
okay. So let's
When
just
stuff moves away from you, and the simplest way to put it, like you said, layman's terms, when stuff moves away from you, it gets smaller in the distance and
correct.
in your vision.
What part disappears of the actual
Bottom,
vessel?
bottom up.
Okay. So does
And
this
it's
not
even it
support
even says
curvature?
so. It even says so in you. Listen, this isn't flat Earth or globe Earth evidence. It's just angular resolution. When you look it up,
Right.
that's exactly what
Distortion.
happens. What?
Are you describing distortion?
No, that's something separate. There's another anomaly that we haven't talked about. But yeah, there's another layer to this. Atmospheric distortion is akin to anything that can optically impair your vision in the far distance, which could include superior or inferior mirages. We can get into air turbulence, depending on the ambient air temperature. There's many contributing factors from the point of observation to the target distance in between you and that thing that you can't account for. Variance in temperatures, but you can tell most of all what the like generalization of what a good line of sight would be for the day. There's a refractive index that you can see, like weather people that forecast weather, like meteorology. They can give you a good estimation of like how far you can see, but it's not going to be a direct understanding of like tomorrow. If the weatherman says you'll be able to see, I don't know, it just depends. 10 miles. It's not don't take his word on it. You could see in between 10 miles and like let's say 15 or something. It just depends where you are, but it's
Right.
not going to be a definite proof that you're going to be able to say like, well, the weatherman said 10 miles, and then I went out and I saw 15. So it's not. This isn't. It's
Right. That's not
we live in a
providing
very
any
fluid.
supportive information. I agree.
We live in a very fluid, dynamic system. Therefore, there's nothing that's static. You can't count on something like if you were to talk about refraction or anything because of the fact that it's fluid and dynamic. So in
So
between, yeah,
would an example more or less suffice if I were to give you, let's say, here we are. Okay. Yeah, just literally flipped. So U.S. Army national pilot, not national, 1930, December 1930. This man, his name is Captain Albert Stevens of the U.S. Army. Basically shows up to the Andes Mountains in, where is this? Argentina. So the Andes Mountains, 287 miles away from an altitude taller than. I'm sorry, I'm just deciphering through this, but more or less the provided snapshot of the actual film of the flight was photographs in a horizontal line, and it marks basically the Andes Mountains on the photographs. And the curvature is explaining this phenomenon as described in the diagram accompanying this photograph, which you're
Smooth.
not
Did
going
you
to see.
post something?
I will
Did you
post it
post?
to you. I'm sorry. It's just I'm gonna
Yeah,
like read
it's
from
better.
this.
It's
So
better for everybody to follow along if you post information.
all right, so
What?
I'll wait on that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying if you want to present something, usually in here, we tend to like if I'm gonna present something, we'll post something in the text channel. The text channel will also give everybody enough time to look over the document because we don't.
Yeah, I
If
get you. I agree.
you're citing something, we don't know if you're just making shit up, and
No, I
that's the
agree.
problem. That's the problem with people in this arena. We like to be a bit thorough. Okay, so if
So let me
somebody
ask your
says,
opinion on gravity, because
go
I
ahead.
wanted to ask you before about that. What
Yeah,
do
go
you
ahead.
explain gravity as far as the situational? I'm
Sure.
guessing you're on the flat Earth side, so that's my
Absolutely,
hypothesis.
100%.
Okay, so
We
describe
would
gravity.
yeah, we would explain it with gravity. It's really the object and medium relationship. If you allow me to, I'll tell you. Okay, so
I'll
just
go
as long as you don't jump in and be like, "Oh, wait a minute," just
go
hang
for it.
on. So if we're talking about relative density. The object and medium relationship is paramount. So we're going to understand that in this fabric of reality that we're in, right? We're going to see the object and medium relationship always interchanging depending on the medium and object. So if the object is less dense, it will rise. If it's more dense, it will fall. and it would have a directionality, the vector of up or down, and we will notice that, right? So, and different objects will respond to different mediums. So if I have, let's say, for example, a ping pong ball, what really I would say it like this to underline this whole or preface what I'm saying. Just look up Archimedes' principle, and you'll be able to understand that within that buoyancy and density is kind of understood, but the relative density from the object and the medium relationship will always be specific. So if you have a ping pong ball in the medium of air and you drop it, it will fall to the medium of air. Why does it fall? And we're going to say that because the medium, the air, is less dense than the object. So the object is more dense. It will fall to the medium. In regards to like changing the medium, once you switch the medium around, you drop the ping pong ball in water, or let's say you submerge the ping pong ball in water. What happens is you see a different object and medium relationship. Well, it seems like because the ping pong is more buoyant than the medium, it will rise. It will have a different direction. So it will then not do the thing that you thought it did in the medium of air. It actually goes against that. So with that, you see happening. So it just depends what you're talking about and what medium you're talking about. The object and the medium are always dependent on like what scenario you're using, right? And so if you're using, let's say, an egg, you drop it in fresh water, it'll sink to the bottom. You add some salt to the water, change the medium, it'll start to float. It has a different vector, and it would appear to like it's defying gravity, but it's not. All it is becoming more buoyant than the actual medium around it. So relative density and the way we see how we can quantify what you might call little g, the effect. So I'm all, like what I've been telling you right now in this is little g, right? The idea that you're talking about the effect, what we see, what we can quantify, that is what we would call gravity. Like in the sense we don't disagree with the average rate of fall of 9.8 meters per second squared. That is very applicable to any industry using the formula for that. If they're gonna make things in and so it's useful in that way as an equation. But if we're going to say that it's an actual effect or a cause, we're going to have to have a separate distinction between the two. So when we have the effect, we're going to talk about it in a very real way, the interactions that you and I have with the objects in the medium in this reality. And then we're going to move off into the cause. What gives things the propensity to move up and down in the vector that they do? Now, that specific thing is a different category than the what I just said. Like when people have the argument in this arena, they said to the Glober, how do you explain gravity? The Glober will drop a pen and say, "Look, I just did. There it is. Pen dropped to the medium of air." What happens is they're only telling us about the effect. What we want to know is what causes that thing to drop. So the cause is now in contention. The effect we fully agree with. We see things dropping in the medium of air. Duh. Everybody does. We can quantify the average rate of fall of different elements. That's just fine. We're not arguing that point. So what the thing that is in contention is big G, gravitational theory, or what causes the effect. And that lies in the realm of Newtonian, Einsteinian, gravitational theories, and so forth. So we're going to talk about the cause. So we argue the fact that there is no such idea that you can put to the cause of gravity. Now, I posit to you that if we're saying this, there's a lot of information to back it up, because I will say this, right, as a question to end kind of my little spiel. What scientific evidence do we have to support the case that the cause of the effect is anything that's been proposed? I yield the floor.
Repeat your question. I'm sorry. Missed half of it.
What scientific evidence do we have to support the case for the cause of the effect of gravitational theory?
I'm not well versed, so I can't answer that. I'm sure I could look it up and find something, but if you're
That's
going
fine.
off
That's
of
fine. That's fine. I'm not pressing you for that. But what I am saying,
right, that's the big question. I got you.
yeah, that's the big question. That's what's in contention. We're not talking about the effect. The effect I already told you can be quantified as relative density, and it's easily you can manipulate the independent variables of the object or medium. It just depends, whatever you want to talk about.
So
But
yeah,
when
can I
when
switch
when
up?
you yeah, the interactions in between the two will always respond to like what you've known it is. Like you know, you're in whatever medium and you jump in a pool, like a water, you jump in the swimming pool and
Yeah,
things in there. Yeah.
I
Do you
understand
understand
the
what I mean?
density and
Like,
whatnot.
okay.
I get where you're coming from. I'm
All right.
trying to like, and I'm not sitting here trying to hard stance oppose you or anything. I'm just trying to figure out your thought process. And like,
Right.
my thought is like, I want to shift it now if you don't mind. It's up to you if you want to talk about it. But like, why do you believe that we are influenced to believe that the Earth is a round globe or spherical shape
Well,
and not what it
the
is?
inform yeah, well, I mean, it goes along the lines of why would they lie? And please excuse me, fellas, because I'm in the middle of like having to do a job, so if I leave all of a sudden, it's not because I'm ignoring you or I'm just being a dick, because I might have to leave. But I will say as much as I can before I get a call. Uh, the idea behind it kind of follows the same. I mean, you didn't say it directly, but I would say it's the same thing as why would they lie? Because we have been told that the information of a cosmic vacuum and infinite worlds and all kinds of things to a paradigm which does not exist. Now, this information was not something discovered, as previously thought by most of the people that come in here that think that the Earth is a globe. They think that there's been discoveries that happen, groundbreaking information from scientific breakthroughs, stuff like that. We got ideas from men who were sitting around talking about what can be, and from religious mystery schools. So this information did not come from scientific rigor. This came from philosophical individuals of ancient times. So we got Greek philosophers such as Democritus, I pronounce his butcher his name, and his follower Epicurus, and people like these. Look these guys up. They were inventors of this cosmic understanding of the universe and atomism, of course. And so this information didn't come from, like I said before, people investigating or discovering new ideas. This was strictly from inventing of how things can be in the fabric of reality. So this information, once it had enough followers, became propagated throughout known history. So people would teach these things to other people, and because of this was not rivaled, because you have deep thinkers, right, that would have these conversations. Like the common man wouldn't be able to rival these guys because they had something very important to back up their information: mathematics. So once the information of the knowledge of mathematics was actually supporting the case for these ideas, they became a construct of information. So they made a world without even making it a reality. So it was in a world of imagination. So when they gave people this construct, it was a form of indoctrination or mind control. So when you give somebody an idea of something such as atomism, or infinite worlds, or whatever they posit as like information of like science, right? There's nothing you can do to verify or falsify that information. Now, I need you to understand something when you're listening to me. When you listen to anybody who tells you dark matter, dark energy, black holes, galaxies, and things like this, they've given you something for your mind to make real in your imagination. In reality, it does not exist. The globe Earth, heliocentrism, like all these things. You can only think about things given to you, and mathematics can support them. So they have people who, wax themselves philosophical and intelligent because they have mathematics and a construct that can back it up with math. So therefore, their answer to the question, how do you know, is math is reality. So then it becomes a paradigm in which there's somebody that can control the information. Now they become key masters and gatekeepers of that information. And all they have to do is propagate it. Because if they're the highest hierarchy of the top of the totem pole, in order for you to get up there, you'd have to go to institutions of learning to understand said information, where they become the arbiters of that information. So you only way for you to understand that is to know information from them. So now you can have a secret club of individuals who can control information. Now, we're not, if hopefully you don't live under a rock, right? But you do understand that in the hierarchy echelon of society, you have secret clubs, right? And I'm only saying this without too much speculation, but there's some information that everybody knows in certain academia, schools, that you have like these types of like little clubs, right? But there's also people who control this information and what's being said, right? So if you haven't lived under a rock for all your life and you know that there's this kind of reality, we live in a world where people want to control information. And the one who controls information controls the man's mind. So if I can get a mass group of people to think something that I'm proposing is a reality, then I become the arbiter of their reality. I control what they think. And so doing that, it becomes a tradition, right? So moving forward into history, the church was the one actually speaking these falsehoods over the people, right? You have priests and whatnot, saying, "Thus saith the Lord," the earth is a globe. And so that is what's been poisoning man's mind, is that they don't question, they wholeheartedly accept because of authority figures, and they move forward like a tradition. It's not some grand conspiracy as you might think, but I will say this: if they're holding the keys to that knowledge and you don't challenge them, you become a part of the problem because you don't know it. You just only believe it, right? So without any inquiry, investigation, or anything like that, you become a zealot for the information. You don't question it like these mouth breathers that come in here. As you can see, when they come in here, they sound really lethargic, drooling over themselves. How do you know the Earth is a globe? Like they're out of their fucking minds, dude, because they are controlled through and through with this information. They are robots. So, and they're enslaved by it, right? So you can't be set free until, sir, you actually set yourself free. And none of us can do it. I could tell you, dude, the earth is flat all day long. I can give you all the fine points of what we say. The earth measures flat. It's practically used as flat. It's navigated as flat. Uh, the practical use case for engineers, they don't attribute measuring the earth as a globe. There's so much that you don't know, that to you in your worldview, from the lens that you're seeing right now, is straight through the lens of the globe. So everything that I'm saying right now sounds foreign. It sounds like I'm just grandstanding. But what I'm telling you is indeed truth, because the information that your next door neighbor knows, that they think that the earth is a globe, they don't know that it's a globe. They don't know it. If you were to go and ask them, how did they measure curvature? How did they measure the actual rotation of the earth? How do you know you're in a cosmic vacuum, or do you just believe it? What do you think they're going to tell you? The answers? No, they're not. They will tell you, I just believe it. And you will see a reflection in their eyes that no one knows this information, not a single soul. So everybody can come in here, wax themselves intelligent. I don't care. But they, at the end of the day, have to go to bed knowing the fact that they only believe in it like a religion. So, yeah, why would they lie? Because they can. So we can't, otherwise, it wouldn't be controlling your mind. You wouldn't be coming in here, nah, dude. Earth's such a fucking globe, dude. It's a globe, bro. Yeah. How is it a globe? How do you know? Did you go and test it? Did you research anything? No. You're in here like a zealot telling me that it's a globe. That's
But
interesting,
the
isn't it?
argument could be made though, like for the same situation of how you're describing the Earth to be flat. Like
No,
no?
you're incorrect. You're incorrect.
Why though?
Because when you go out into the world, do you see a globe?
When you go out into the world, do you
Do
see
you
a
see a globe?
do you see a flat
Answer the
Earth?
question. Answer the question.
No, but do you see a flat Earth?
No. Okay. Yes, you do.
No,
As a
you
matter of
don't.
fact, yes, you do.
Not for the distance. Hold on. Not for
Go to your
let
local
me
beach.
explain.
Go to your local beach, and you will
Sure.
not see curvature at all. You
Are
don't
you
see
sure?
curvature.
How
I'm
far are you
100% sure.
viewing? How far are you viewing with your eyes?
As far as you can. As far as you
Well,
can, because
what is that on average is my point.
Slow down,
it's
pal.
different. It's different. On average, it's different because it depends on the ambient air temperature of the day. So
Okay, but on
what
average, with the average
see,
area.
look, this is the zealotry coming
I'm
out
not
of you.
coming with the zealotry. I'm just saying
It
if you're
is.
gonna
This
make
is your
no,
zealotry
let
coming
me
out of
just
you.
make a claim.
It
Let me make
is.
a claim and then I'll let you
It
defend
is.
yourself. This is how we could
No,
work
it's
it out,
not a
right?
claim, dude. It's your zealotry. You
Let me
don't
make
know
a
why.
state.
You don't know why you're doing it.
Let me make a comment. Let me say, all right, you
Go
can
ahead.
call it zealotry or whatever. I'm saying,
It
with your
is.
hypothesis of me saying you can't say the Earth is round because you can't go outside and see it, you're right. I'm gonna give you that one. You're absolutely right on that one. But at the
Okay.
same token, how are you gonna sit there and say I know for a fact the Earth is not a round globe and it's in fact flat, when you can't tell me that you could see the Earth as flat as it is with your own eyes, with the same comment you just made to me, as
Yes, I
as
did.
far as providing me with an example of how I'm
I
wrong.
just told you because you weren't listening probably
No,
to
no,
all
I
the
was
things that I
listening to
said.
everything you just said.
How did I tell you that we view the Earth? If you
We
heard
view
me.
the Earth with all the zealotry, and that the people with controlling of the understanding of the narrative have controlled the
No,
masses into believing
you
that
No,
missed
they're.
it. You
Oh
you
missed it.
missed
boy,
it. You missed
you
it.
gotta. I get what you're saying. I'm not gonna
You missed it.
regurgitate everything you
Yeah, but you
just said
missed it.
because again,
You missed it.
I'm not missing anything. I've
Yeah,
just listened to
you
everything
are.
you
You
had to
really are.
say.
I know that you're upset right now
I'm not
because
upset. I'm not upset.
you
I'm just
are.
trying to make
I
the
hear it in your
exact
voice.
same
I've heard it.
comment.
I've
No, no,
had
I'm just
thousands of conversations.
so like
Yeah, but
I'm
I've had
upset with the
thousands of
fact that
conversations. Hold up, dude.
you're actually
Hold up,
intelligent
man.
in my opinion.
Yeah, I know. But here's the thing, Smooth. I've had thousands of conversations with people, and I can tell
But I'm not every
when the
person, am
level.
I?
Listen, dude. Listen, Smooth. Before you leave upset, I want you to think
I'll
about
tell you
something.
what.
I
I'm
can.
gonna just let you go
Yeah,
because
you're
it
gonna.
seems like you're
Right.
just gonna have your way, and
It's
you're just
not
gonna
that,
overtalk
Smooth.
me.
It's
No,
not
you
that. But
muted
the
me
problem,
before because I was
we're
kind of
having,
contradicting
dude,
you. You muted me for it.
you were
So
interjecting. You were interjecting when I was speaking to somebody else. That's
no, no,
why I
no.
muted you.
He was fumbling, and then I wanted to
And who
come up with
cares?
something that
Who
was the
cares?
same
No, it's
example of
not
what he was
your.
coming up
You
with,
don't
and
need
you
to throw
muted
your
me for
body
it.
into the gears,
All
bro.
right, so I
You
get it.
let
You want to have a
let
one-on-one
every man
conversation. I'm
stand and
trying to,
fall.
but
Yeah,
you're overpowering this conversation with telling
I'm
me
not
I'm wrong,
overpowering it.
and you got a bunch of backups
I'm
following you and
listening to
saying,
you
"Yeah,
cope.
you're wrong, you're wrong."
I'm
So I
listening
don't
to you
need the
cope right now.
one-on-one with you with a bunch of peanut gallery guys saying I'm wrong
Who's
as
peanut
well.
gallery, dude? It's just been me and you. What the fuck?
I don't know.
What
Somebody just
peanut
chimed
gallery?
in to say I was wrong. You missed it. You missed it. Like, dude, I didn't
Who
miss
cares?
anything.
Who cares, dude?
Okay,
What?
but then why would you
Who cares?
care if I was interjecting before? It's like you
Because you
have a double
wanted to
standard,
say
right? Okay,
something.
have
You
a good
didn't
day.
just want to.
I'm seeing my
All
way
right.
out. Good
See
luck.
you later. See ya. Yeah. See, this guy right here. It was too much for him.
Wow.
It was too much.
Wow. You knew it. You knew exactly when he got.
Yep.
I don't
Triggered.
like using the word. Yeah, I was triggered. Yeah, he did. You could feel it. I sensed it
They
immediately.
sensed it one day.
Yeah, man.
He was ready to listen, but the moment that I told him that everything that he thought of and believed in was a complete sham, it struck a chord with him. It was like he couldn't take it. And the mind, once it gets to that level, it's gonna have a choice. It's gonna either fight back and say, "No, this is fucking bullshit. I'm gonna say, f you to you." So that's he was hitting that level. So he was like, I can't. No, it's like fucking Neo waking up from the Matrix. You know, when he went into that program that Morpheus had him in, and he was like, the Matrix turned you into a battery. He's like, no, no, I can't. I'm not gonna believe that. And he's like, no, get me out of here. And so he was basically that at that level right there. But it's the same thing though. It's like the truth is the truth. You can't run away because it doesn't matter today, tomorrow. If he's still gonna think about it, it'll still be the same. It's not gonna change just because he puts his head under a blanket and says that stop, make it stop. This is a reality. I mean, he tried to
It's
say
strange.
that, dude. There was
It's
nobody
strange.
talking. There was no peanut gallery. The only thing you said was like, dude, you just made a comment. But he was trying to equate that to what he was doing
I
when I
just
was
said he
talking
missed
to the
it.
other guy.
I just said he missed it because you was explaining about going to the beach and looking at the horizon and the sea level. That's what you was explaining, and he
Yep.
couldn't repeat that what you said because you were saying you could observe it flat.
Yep.
You know,
That's
you
what
don't
I was
observe it as
wanting
a
him.
curve.
I was wanting him to say
And
that he didn't think I said, or he didn't hear me say it, or maybe it's just his mind blocking him. But I did say that.
yeah, you missed it. Wow.
I mean, it is what it is, right? This is the level we're at right now.
Yep.
So I know
I would have never reacted like that. I mean, unless I've always been even though I was a globe, unless I've always really deep down been a flat earther, and it just comes at some time. Because even as a globe and someone telling me the Earth's flat and giving me all these explanations like you just have, I wouldn't have got triggered. I just would have said, well, all right, then that's fine. If that's what you think, that's great. I wouldn't have reacted in that way. But maybe I've always sort of deep down knew it to be flat anyway.
I think people it takes levels. Smooth might be all right later on. He's not all right now though. He's not. He's got to deal with that information right now. Whether he just
I know
says
when I
no,
found flat
fuck it,
Earth.
I'm never coming back. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I know when I found flat Earth, I had already smelled the bullshit in the room before actually looking into it, so I already had my mind in an open position and sponging information in that period of time. So I think he's got to smell the bullshit first before he can look at his feet.
Yeah, it's a journey for everybody. It's not going to be the same for everyone, but at the same time, you know, the truth that's being said, that's how it is, you know? Hey, Crit, are you here?
Yeah.
Look at our I don't know, somebody change our
Oh yeah,
status.
I'm doing that.
Oh, okay. I was
I'm
gonna say, be aware because our status has been like getting taken away every now and again. So it's that old
yeah. I keep
thing.
going. I keep putting stuff back. I'm think I don't know who it is, but they delete it. I post like, hey, the Earth is flat. Stop being weird. Come discuss the errors in globalism. Like I keep keep sending stuff. So it's been he slowed down because at first it was like I would change it, he would delete it, or they would. I don't know who it is. It was like really
Yeah.
just right almost as soon as I posted it, they would delete it, and eventually they kind of stopped. So then I changed it to this because I think this sticks out a little bit. So maybe it'll trigger.
I feel like it. Yeah. Doesn't matter.
I mean, if you don't like it, I was gonna do red
No,
dots, but then
I was gonna tell you because like I don't know. I thought maybe somebody's just messing with you because I don't mess with that stuff.
okay.
But I was just mentioning it because you got to look out because like yesterday, the moment I think Lulu put something up, it got taken down. Like the moment she put it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's
So
the one guy who I don't know for sure, but the one guy who's a moderator who comes in here and just starts like screaming right away. I have a feeling it's him, but I can't prove it. I'm just saying, just
yeah,
on based on that behavior, it's quite sus that
they
he's
can't
that
change
angry.
the channel name though, right? The actual channel name
No, just that sort of
status.
subtext. Yeah, server status.
Interesting. That's all right, man. I just didn't know if you were aware of it or what, but I guess you are.
Yeah, that's why I kind of like this. That sort of games that globalists play, right?
It's crazy because like, and I know Smooth thought he knew something about what he was talking. Nobody does. And I think that struck a chord with him because we were talking about like what people know. It's like the people that you think that know that the earth is a globe, your neighbors, everybody, all the people around you, it's smoke and mirrors, dude. Go ask them. Go ask them specific questions. They're not going to tell you specifically how they know. No one knows. It's a belief. It's just a belief. It's almost like waking up from a bad dream. You know, you're like, dude, did you know? No, I don't know how the earth. NASA pictures, bro. That's all they got. And then we got like the fucking idiots that come in here and just like, I can't. You guys think the Earth's a globe or flat Earth? You guys believe in flat Earth? Like, you just like, it's. I mean, on the same time, you feel bad because they're just ignorant wretches. You know, all they have is Chat GBT and fucking Google. They have never thought about anything in their life. Sucks.
I think for most, like you just said though, it's like for normal people, everyday Joe will call them. Yeah, they do believe they live on a globe. They never really think about it, but the program's there. The program's just there. They don't really think about it in everyday life. Probably a lot of them don't over many years, but it's just it's planted in there. The program is there, and that's it. It's been programmed.
And then they want to come in here and argue their case. It's like this isn't a place to argue, or you have to bring facts, evidence, demonstrations. You got any of that? That's what we need. Because one day you've been here a couple days, and every single time you hear me when I got them on the run, and we're asking for the demonstration, where do they go? The moon, shadows on the moon, fucking like sun. Look at the sun. Look at the stars all the time.
Yeah, eclipses, sunsets, stars.
I gotta get going, gentlemen. I'll be back later.
But I've noticed that a lot recently. They're all going back up into the air, to the sky, which is just optical. I mean, we don't. I don't know what the eclipse is, but it's presumed it's the Earth shadow, something you're looking at in the sky. Yeah, same the sunset. Sorry, I might be breaking up a bit. Sorry, guys.
Are you Scottish?
Me, no, Manchester, mate.
Yeah, isn't that in Scotland?
No, it's in the UK, England.
Yeah. You might
Yeah.
as well be Scottish, dude. You just start telling people you're
Hey.
Scottish. Did you know Scottish people are actually pedophiles?
Dude, seriously. Who was that?
Am I the only one hearing him lag?
Did you drop? Okay, I don't know for sure. Did you just drop the P word? It was hard to hear. Did anyone else hear it?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
He said all Scottish people are the P word.
Man, what the fuck is?
They're deranged.
They're doing this on purpose because if we don't
My
action
reception's a
it,
little bit in and out. Sorry.
then they can then go to mod mail and say, I was in the Flat Earth channel and I'm Scottish and they were talking about how all Scottish people are the P word. And none of the mods did anything about it.
I think they're just trying to get a reaction for shits and giggles.
Well, they're
They've got
trying
nothing
to.
better to. They've
It's
got
like
nothing
this.
better to do.
Yeah, it's like this weird meta thing that they're doing. Because they can't win on the merits of the arguments. So they have to do something else to try to win the internet today.
They probably turned it into some kind of game, like over in the lobby in the other server. You have people trying to speed run getting banned.
Yeah, it'd be quite the opposite. Like, why speed run it? Well, see how long you can hold on. How long can you have an intellectual, a conversation at some really real level? Because they can't do that. That's the thing.
No.
Mic check.
Scratchy.
I found I found something in Wikipedia. I know it's a lot of bollocks, but it says the horizon, and it says the horizon is the apparent curve that separates the surface of a celestial body from its sky when viewed from the perspective of an observer. The apparent curve. Fucking hell.
In my last phone, I went and took that wiki link to the Wayback Machine, and I looked back as far as I could, or to the first screenshot that they took of it, and then I read through it and compared it to what they got now, and then I took change by change. Right, I went through each day. Whenever they made a change, I took a screenshot of the day, found a change, took a screenshot of the day. You can see how they've progressed from making it the apparent line of the sky and the earth meeting to where they made it a line, a curved line instead of a line. And then they even changed the photo that they had there, because at first it was the horizon from the, and now they made it like, what is it, like a field with some windmills? I don't remember.
Hello?
What up?
Oh, it was so quiet. I didn't know if I wasn't connected. I got a question about something that's apparently happening. I don't know if it is, but I haven't seen anybody talking about it. So,
Go ahead.
apparently, I don't know if this is true. I'm gonna look at different star watching apps and stuff like that, but apparently the sun is still in Virgo, and it's supposed to be in Scorpio right now. Because it goes Virgo, Libra, then Scorpio, and it's still in Virgo, which happened in September, and now it's supposed to be in Scorpio. And that means the sun is either speeding up because the constellations move faster than the sun, and if it's still in Virgo, that means the sun's speeding up. Apparently, that's happening. I'm not sure because I'm looking at apps. I wanted to know if anyone knew anything about that.
I've only just jumped in, but I think they say this slippage, the stars are moving slightly in the opposite direction.
Oh, is that what's
So
happening? Because I heard somebody say the sun is moving faster or the stars are moving like
yeah, I
slower.
think yeah, I'm not sure which way around it is, but yeah, there's some movement where they call it slippage. So it slips back, which sign it should be in at certain times.
Oh, does
So,
it? Okay. Is this
yeah.
normal? Does this happen usually? Because I've never heard of this.
Yeah, it's called the Great Year, I think. 25,000 year cycle.
Oh,
So
okay. I don't know anything about it. I just found out about it. So,
if you just research the Great Year in astrological terms, it describes it all there.
thank you. Now I know where to look because I don't know anything about this.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I never heard anything about it either. That's pretty
Santos,
cool.
Appar-
Thanks, one deck.
Santos Bonacci, he explains quite a bit on it. If you've heard of Santos Bonacci, he goes through it in depth.
who does?
Santos Bonacci.
Oh, I'll look him up. So, does it apparently happen like every thousands of years, hundreds of years? Because I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, it's like the sun in it now. The sun's sort of in Aquarius now, isn't it? It stays there for I think it's like 2,000 years. Yeah.
I don't know anything about it. Right now, apparently, I'm not even sure if this is true. Apparently, it's stuck in Virgo since September. It
Yeah,
didn't go to
that's on its
Libra, and it's
that's on
supposed to
its
be Scorpio.
that's on its yearly cycle, but it'll stay in that. I think they say on the spring equinox on that day, which is in Western astrology, they'll say that's the 21st of March, that the sun will rise in the east and it'll be in Aries. Now that's the Western astrology. It probably won't be in Aries now, yeah. So on that day, it'll be in Aquarius. So you won't be able to see Aquarius will be behind the sun on that day, and that will remain that way on that equinox for approximately 2,000 years. It did
Oh,
it with Pisces. Did it with Pisces.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
used
I'm
to,
gonna look more into it because it's just
it's a big
weird.
subject. It's not really a topic for here, I don't think, but it's a big subject and it's quite interesting.
So just think of the sky as a big clock, right? And the easiest way to make it describe, you got the sun giving you your 24-hour days, you got your moon giving you your months, you got the planets giving each of their own, um, since they make their own paths, they each have their own cycle. And then you'd have the constellations giving you your ages. And like he said, it's 2,500 years about. So
Yes, and as it goes through the 12 constellations, they'll say these 13, but within the zodiac wheel is 12. That cycle will be from Aries back to Aries is like something like 25,000 years to go through the 12 cycles. That's the great year. So you've got day and you've got morning, evening, afternoon, and night. You've got spring, summer, autumn, winter, and then you've got this great year, which is the golden age, silver age, bronze age, and iron age. So there's all these things, and it's all to do with the sun and where that is. I mean, it's not like it's just interesting. Some people will go down the road of it's sun worship and all that. I'm not bringing that up, by the way, but it's a cycle. It's predictable cycles. Like I say, it's like clockwork.
It's interesting. I
Yeah.
I I know that sometimes it changes. I just don't know anything behind it really, like the history of it, what's happened in the past with the stars. So this is all new.
See, I sort of, I'm only going to speculate a little bit, but I truly believe all this talk now about this, they call it the bloody new world order and this big change and the awakening. I seriously think it's just got all to do with this new. The sun's now into Aquarius, and it's a different system. I think it's a different. Something changes. I've had this conversation loads of times. I truly believe the God created them heavens, and it does have some effects on Earth. And I think that's what this is all about at the moment, coming into the Aquarius age. It's a new time of knowledge and knowing.
Well, I think that the stars and the sun and the moon affect frequencies which affect us, so that could be why.
Mm. Well, they must do something. The creator put them there for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
For times, he tells you it's for times and seasons and day and night. But it probably goes a lot deeper than that. Maybe we'll never know.
Thank you for answering the question. I couldn't find really anything about it. I haven't looked that long though, but I'm gonna go. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Yo, 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 is everybody muted?
No, what's up, man?
Not much, man. Pretty quiet in here, though. A lot of people. Figured I'd come and check
Yeah,
out.
just a moment of silence for the globe. It's gone now. It
It's
died.
gone. Isn't it gone?
We're
I mean,
just we're having some respect.
compared to the NASA videos, there's no more NASA videos coming out anymore. I think that they're done. They're like turkey. Put a fork in it.
Oh yeah, their goose is cooked, man.
Their goose is cooked. I think a lot of it too was like the mass bullshit. I guess they try to pull over people. I think if they would have just done less, they could have just kept siphoning money out of the people all over the world. But no.
And you kind of saw it in the early 2000s, right? I mean, they kind of didn't do much after the quote unquote Hubble Space Telescope were fixing it, in low Earth orbit. They were kind of like, yeah, well, and then Flat Earth comes along and they're like, man, we got to get like a James Webb telescope or something. We gotta ramp this up again.
Well, yeah, and I saw that guy. What was his name? Bob. I guess he's a rapper or whatnot. And then there was Tia Tequila. Like I was the first person I ever heard about talking about flat Earth, besides the Bible and all this other stuff, right?
Right.
Like history. If you go back, I think most, if not all, cultures believe that we're on a flat plane, and it's infinite. Maybe I don't know. I can't prove that part, but I know what we're standing on right now is pretty flat. We can go up in airplanes and all this other stuff. But I mean, I don't know. I guess the argument that everything has got like this curvature, that's another one too. And magic gravity, that's another one. It's like, yeah, getting a, certainly is not dull. But yeah, I think NASA's done. And I think another big thing that might be coming down if the world doesn't go to shit, is being able to go to Antarctica and prove that it's not a continent. I think that would be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is interesting. It always reminds me of like the American Revolution, right? Where supposedly some people of a monarch, they got tired of a monarch and they were like, you know what? We're gonna risk it. And this is even how they introduced flat Earth to us, right? Oh, those guys were fools. In fact, Christopher Columbus, made a even better educated guess and assumed that it was a globe. Like when, to their narrative, it was supposed to be discovered 1,000 years before that. So why wouldn't Christopher Columbus know if it was flat or a globe? And I don't know. It's just it's interesting that in the programming, the first thing they tell you about flat Earth is to ridicule it. Like people actually thought the Earth was flat. Can you believe that? And then the teacher goes, "Here it is, guys. It's round." You know. Um, so it's
Yeah.
no wonder that people are sort of programmed to just completely disregard it. But I mean, imagine if there was more land, would you really stay where you are? Like for instance, even though it
No,
won't
I would.
happen. They show on TV, hey guys, we found actually I think they have said this. We found 7,000 square miles more of land, right, that we didn't account for. We haven't seen it. I think they said something about this off the coast of Japan and the Philippines. And it is kind of interesting. Like if somebody said there was a bunch of gold there would be some guys, who heard about that. You know what? I got nothing to lose. I'm out of here. I'm taking a boat. Let's go find some gold. Somebody said there's gold over there. But instead, we get this program of everything's been found out, there's no place to go, and in fact, all the mystery of the world will show it and provide it for you, right? Those distant galaxies, and people are like, "Oh, wow, that's fantastic." When there actually could be a lot more mystery already right in front of us.
Yeah, we haven't explored under the oceans even. So for
Yeah.
us, for a person to sit and say, hey, you know what, like Elon Musk, for instance, because he's the one that's the what is it, pioneering this visionary, a pioneer, and he wants to go to the stars. We're never going to get to Mars if we don't all collectively buy into it. So I think that the idea that I think he knew it, he knows it too. I think
Yeah.
before he started up SpaceX and all this other stuff, I think they're just saying, "Hey, you know what? Be quiet, Elon, or else we're going to cancel you." pretty much. And I think that's where he's at right now. As an inventor, as all these things, I get it, but he can't. And he even bought Twitter, so it's like, and you know that this is the end product. Like someone like Elon Musk, who's trying to keep it all together, like trying to keep us convinced that space exists and try to keep us convinced that, look, I'm building rockets, I'm doing all of this stuff. He's very intellectual, he's very smart, in a lot of ways. But I think the gig is up. I think most people realize that, they've been lied to. And the hardest part is admitting to yourself that, yeah, I don't, they're not lying, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait a minute, maybe they are lying. And it's a hard one. It's a hard pill to swallow, man. Like a lot of us would be going back, like my entire existence was like, since I was a kid, I went to school, I learned all about, the Rothschild learning system, which Rothschilds,
A
there's
nation
a
of
long
workers, not
history.
thinkers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And I mean, and if they teach them a bunch of bullshit, then there would be a bunch of like these intellectuals. Well, they are intellectual. They're very smart people, but they're been filled up with useless information, like a bunch of bullshit. Like everything you've learned is not, and they're laughing at those people, I think. But I mean, hey, I could be wrong. But I think a lot of us have been led to believe certain things, and our parents didn't question those things. Like my dad, he was so busy working that he only got himself like a grade 8 education. My stepdad, however, went to university, but again, it's like he learned all that stuff at school that he actually doesn't never applied to him in the real world. And so space is the same thing. I think it's all really, at the end of the day, it's all about control, money. They want to make sure that they're making residual income. And the Rothschilds, they never will lose money ever. Like it's generational wealth, I believe. So they infiltrated the school systems, and I guess from there, it's just indoctrination. And you're all led to believe that we're on a ball floating through space at 1,000 miles an hour, rotating. That they're able to land on the space station up in space. And we can see it from Earth. We can see this little tiny baby space
Oh, that's the
station
best
all the
kind.
way from here. It's like my eyes. I have a eagle vision. They must have the fucking flood lamp light. The light is so shining. Anyway, it's really crazy. And then they decommissioned the Concorde. I don't know if you ever knew what the Concorde was.
Yeah, the Concorde.
Yeah,
The
what an
fastest
amazing,
airplane.
amazing aircraft. But that's as close to space as you're ever going to get, if that's what it is.
And now we got little crotch rockets now of Bezos and Virgin Mobile.
Oh, Bezos went up in the dick.
That's
Mushroom dick. And he took William Shatner with him. William Shatner's like, oh yeah, it's just like, my heart. I don't even know if I can go up. But he chose Captain James T. Kirk to go up with him.
No, right?
And what if they do? Just went up and came back down again. 3, 2, 1.
Dude, perfect. I went to space.
I went to space, bro. Up in the clouds. They must have had a headache when he came down from all the pressure.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Singularity here.
Good morning. Another one that really, really makes me laugh is like, how they shoot a rocket up? Like, just they've shot lots of rockets up. Guys have, paid for it and all that stuff. I think it's illegal now, but anyway, it gets up so far, and they've got a camera on it. It starts going into this like tailspin, spins, and then it comes to a screeching halt, just like that, like something put the brakes on. Could that be zero oxygen?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Are you talking about the Go Fast rocket?
Yeah, well, any rocket footage I've seen, but maybe you're right. It could be the GoPro one, and then they put a fisheye lens on there to make it seem like there's a curvature.
Oh yeah, every time.
It's so funny though, bro. It's I don't know. It's like they should really try harder to prove that space exists, not just indoctrinate a couple generations of people into believing some foolishness. So your mom and dad could work at the factory.
Well, what's funny is it's already got them into this state of why does it matter? You know,
Yeah,
I
why
still
is
have
it
to
not?
go up. I got to pay my bills. I got to take care of this and take care of that. What
Hey, the
difference does it
Rothschilds,
make?
go
You
for
know?
it. So, and how did they ever end up winning the Earth? Like, how did that ever happen?
I have a question. I was wondering if someone could answer it.
Sure.
It's not really a question. It ultimately leads me to trying to point out a hole. So I don't want to lead you guys on, but when the Globers claim that they sail around Antarctica, I'm not saying they did or they didn't, but let's just say they did. You know, like making a round trip around Antarctica. How would that work on flat Earth?
They circumvent the Earth. So the flat plane, they would just go on the outside of the compass. So say magnetic north is in the center, right? And then you got a compass, right? So you go all the way down on the compass, and then they just go because there is no south pole on the. So it'll show you're going south is because the magnet is always pointing north. So it'll show you're going south and all the way around. So you're you would think that you're circumventing, but you're not. And that's the reason why nobody's allowed to go and explore there, because they would find out pretty quick that they would end up going around our known world plane. They would go around
No.
all around the ice wall.
So that's what
But
they're doing. Is instead of going around that island at the bottom, they're going around the ice wall.
yeah, they're going around like on the inner part of the ice wall, all the way around. The ice wall stands about 200 feet. So that's pretty high up. James Byrd, the Admiral James Byrd, he went there. I mean, they could have been lying. He could have been lying about all of that shit.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
another thing.
Captain Cook's
Well, we're not
did as
really
well.
talking about Antarctica, like the landmass. We're just talking about like going around it.
Yeah, going
like
around it though.
Captain Cook.
So
Now
they're
check this out.
showing.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
so if you go around the outside of the diameter of a compass, right? So when you then they kind of reconfigure it, so like on a Google Earth type of thing, when you're looking at Google Earth on a ball, whatnot, it shows you that there's a continent there. But if you undo all of the continent, right, and make it like a straight line or a circle, you'll see that it's actually quite large. So anyway,
So
and the
check this
maps
out.
have always been wrong. All maps that we know of have been edited to make, certain continents look bigger than the other continents. It's whoever is in power who's got the most say. The map usually reflects upon them. You know, they
One
make Africa small and tiny or whatever. It seems like it all fits really nicely on a globe, though.
one big issue is the let's say the hypothetical globe Earth, that circle around Antarctica
Mm-hmm.
versus the circle around the ice wall. That's a big distance difference, up to five
Right.
times.
Well, that's the
Yeah.
reason. Hence
Because
the reason why nobody's allowed to go past the 60th parallel or something like that, or else they'll be met by force, and they're allowed to kill them. So I think, they're allowed to
no, but you
kill.
bring up a good point. Because Captain Cook tried to set out to basically map Antarctica in his second voyage, and supposedly got 5, 6 times larger than what he was trying to calculate for.
Right, because he was circumventing. So he was just going around the inside of the ice wall, all the way around, sailing. I mean, he probably didn't go that close to the ice wall, just kept going around and around, going with the continental drift, going with the tides, going with all of it. Anyway, we're stationary. We're not actually moving. And things like, so as soon as you create, well, they ruined science too, man. They kept adding stuff to science. They made it really hard, and they got into this like, if they figured the harder the numbers, because a human, like the average human, can't really do math that well. You have to be like a really good mathematician, be able to do math on the fly, and be able to know a lot, and have a high IQ, I guess. So not the average person has that. So when
So
it comes to mathematics, people are just stunted. They're like, "Oh, I'm kind of dumb," and yeah, they
let,
can't just do that.
Math a
it's not
magician.
wait. Let me give an
Maybe
example. Let me give you an
With
example. So you
go on.
have a school track. You know, like 4 laps is equal to a mile, right?
hmm
You have a school track, and let's say one student athlete can run a lap in 1 minute. To the size difference between the globe Earth, you know, the circle around Antarctica, to the flat Earth's circle around Antarctica is over 5 times the distance. And I think we should be able to easily prove that this is the case, because it's essentially saying is the high school athlete that was claiming he ran a lap in 1 minute, he actually ran 5 laps in 1 minute. Like that's what he was actually doing. So boats, you know, if the Globers claim that, you know, we're doing whether it's going around Antarctica, or they have Antarctica sailing speed races, which is a little bit higher. It's a little bit higher in latitude. Don't you think that if it was actually an ice wall encompassing Earth, that we would be able to find out that there's a drastic distance disparity?
If there was a giant ice wall, we would be able to find out that there's an ice wall.
Well, the understanding here is that there is an ice wall, and it's bordering around the entire world.
And why have you come to this understanding?
Do you disagree that there is
You've
an
got to be
ice wall
careful.
around the Earth?
I have
You've got
not
to be
seen anything
careful when you start
conclusive
blaming
to
icebergs.
suggest that, so I would say that I disagree because I've not seen anything that suggests it.
So you're a Glober?
Yeah, I do believe in the globe Earth.
Okay, well, this really wasn't. Well, I mean, you're welcome to participate, but basically, this really isn't. Again, it's against one of the sides. One of the sides is wrong,
Indeed.
I mean, I'm.
and it's not. It's not like close enough where, oh, you know, we make mistakes and no map is close, and this one's a little bit bigger, this one's a little bit bigger. The circle
I'm a
difference.
flat earther, but
The
I
circle.
tend not.
The circle
One bit,
difference is
you're
about
breaking up.
5 times in
Sorry.
diameter. Not
What do you
my
mean
apologies, not
circle difference?
diameter, in
Hold
circumference.
on. One deck. You're roboting.
Well, I mean, if we are to say that the Earth isn't
I'm muted.
it's not a perfect globe, but it is it has the shape of one essentially. So if we are to say that the Earth isn't, as we know it, a globe, and it is almost a flat plane, now I have come to understand that not all flat earthers believe in the so-called flat Earth model, that the model of Earth is still yet unknown to some flat earthers. But I have a hard time believing that there's an ice wall encompassing Earth and that we live on a flat plane when I've seen satellite videography and photography that suggest otherwise.
Are you aware of the speed formula? You know, the basic 3rd grade physics speed
Yeah, I
formula,
am.
3 variables.
Yeah.
Speed equals a given distance divided by the time it takes to travel that given distance.
Isn't it mv squared divided by 2?
I'm not sure. I just know the basic version of it. What I'm saying is, if indeed Antarctica is this
No, that's not
big ass
energy.
ice
Sorry.
ring around the Earth, and the globe earthers are claiming that it's a small, you know, island at the bottom of the Earth.
Well, it's actually one of the
Rather,
biggest
hold
continents.
on, you can wait. That's a rather large disparity in distance, and I think we could all come together and prove that, prove one over the other. We've got
Well,
wind patterns. We've got wind
Uh,
patterns. We've got the jet stream at the Arctic.
No, we're not going to talk
We've
about
got
this.
we've got
Wind
No.
patterns
flights.
aren't going to show
We've
you
got
the
flights.
shape of the Earth.
No. No and no. Sorry. We're not going to talk about wind patterns over the Earth to tell us what Antarctica is. What kind of fucking shit is that? Fuck out of here with that.
Yeah, that's singularity, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's trying to come in with Diana Ball or whatever. He's a concave earther, by the way. Diana
Yeah,
Ball
I
is a
can't answer
concave
it
earther.
either.
what does concave earther mean?
Opposite of convex. Globe Earth is convex.
Yeah, I
Pancakes,
understand,
yeah.
but what? Yeah, I understand, but like, what model? How do they believe that the Earth looks like?
You're inside of a ball, not on top of one.
Okay,
We're
interesting.
gonna be hearing
Belief.
fucking wind pattern bullshit. Fuck. All right, we got Jedi in here. What's up, guys?
So
What's up, fam? How we doing? We good?
Pretty good, man. Beautiful day. I shellacked a few guys this morning. It's all right.
It's just another day on flat Earth, man. Just another day.
Fucking right. Hey, I'm gonna DM you flat level water. I was gonna tell you something.
cool.
Also, by the way, the guy called Checkmate. I like your profile picture, bro. The town, very interesting. Have you guys seen the movie The Town?
No.
It's really fucking good. Watch it. It's a bank robbery movie.
Anybody else in here? Hello.
Yeah, man. Just having some tea.
Yeah, we're just early this morning. It was about oh, you remember Cartel, the guy who usually comes in here?
Oh
Cartel.
yeah.
Yeah, he was he had a conversation with me, and then AI came in there. But he was saying that the Veris Nazels Bridge in New York was, the bridge that he said they had to account for curvature. And I got him on the point. It's like, with that bridge, how long was it? From end to end. And he said it
Yeah.
was like about a mile long. I was like, okay, so you're saying that within that mile you could measure curvature, right? Within 1 mile. He
Yeah.
shot himself in the foot, and he told me, "But you can't do it because you need high power, high precise what did he say? Really high precise equipment to do it. So you
Right.
probably wouldn't be able to do it." So I was like, "How do you know what I have? Like, you know?" But he's because he shot himself in the foot by saying that it's a mile long that they have to count for curvature. And I was like, okay, so within that mile long, why can't we just measure it then? Right? Because you said the standard is 1 mile, so that's
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah. My goodness me. He's an idiot though.
Yeah, he is.
He was
He's either
backtracking
got.
at that point. That was great.
Oh, was he
Yeah, was
really?
it?
I think he's got. I think he's got someone in his ear though as well,
He did.
or something. I know he's googling. He's got someone in his ear. He's got some. That's when he starts saying what. He starts pausing and stalling for. I think he's being information fed a little bit.
You know what's weird, one deck? That even though that happens, because I don't really give a shit. Even if that happens, they still can't get it right. They there's no way.
Well, no, they can never get it right.
So even if like Matthew and all them like start, feeding them information, that's like the worst thing is if you're in here as a glober, and then you're the ones who are listening to the YouTube and Rumble and all that, and then somebody from the globe side wants to help you out, they're gonna make things worse for you. They're not gonna help you because the points that they couldn't make with us, they're trying to feed you those same points because in their mind they think those points work, but they've been defeated already. So
If you
I've
want
been
globe evidence, the sky's the limit.
yeah, Diana Ball singularity. Don't be talking about when tells us Antarctica bullshit, dude.
gotcha.
Don't be doing it.
I have a question for
You
Alpha
gotta unmute it.
Veritas.
No, fuck that. Nope. Sorry. You're a concave earther, dude, through and through. You're not gonna be spreading your gospel of concave.
We're not here
Fuck
to
that.
talk about concave Earth. I'm here to ask you a question about
Yeah, but
flat Earth.
we're not dealing with that.
Do you mind answering my question about flat Earth?
I don't know. What are you gonna say, man? I mean, I don't know, honestly.
My question is, how much bigger would the circle of Antarctica on flat Earth be compared to the circle of Antarctica on the globe Earth? Do you know how much bigger you think it could be?
We don't speculate in this channel. We either know or we don't. No one knows.
Do you think we could perhaps work together to reach an estimate of how much bigger it could be?
No. There's
No.
nothing that you can do. You can't get on an expedition and get permission to go see the perimeter of the Earth. That's not going to happen. You're not going to get permission to do that. No one's going to be able to use weather patterns. That's idiotic. No one's going to be able. Just it's a fruitless endeavor, man. There's no way. So there's that. There's logistically it's not possible, and using other means like what you've been trying to say, like inserting your idea of wind patterns. You can't do that. You put too many assumptions on what's going on.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're not going to talk about wind patterns. I respect your moderation, and if you don't want to talk about that, I won't talk about it. But maybe anybody else in here, if we want to know how much bigger the circle of Antarctica on the flat Earth
My
is
God, dude.
compared to the globe Earth, I mean, it's a lot bigger. So I mean, we're talking.
We're not gonna do that. Thank you, mods, for unmuting him. Fucking hell.
There's a message in mod chat, man. You might want to look at it.
Yeah, that wasn't the only reason either. The guy, once he doesn't get his way, sabotages servers. There's other, yeah.
Yeah, you posted something about that the other day, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, but obviously, it's not just that. And I did post in the chat about it. Fuck it. Say what you want, Diana Ball. Tell us about winds in Antarctica. Go ahead. Go ahead, dude.
Now, I was just curious in trying to figure out how much bigger the circle of Antarctica is on flat Earth compared to the globe.
Either way, who cares? We couldn't go out there and verify it.
And that's the bottom line.
What globe?
Yeah, let's reason with Diana Ball. Fucking hell.
Like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, it's like we're like an oblate spheroid, sort of pear shaped.
And why does it always look like a perfect
Sort of
sphere
pear
in the
shaped. My
pictures?
head, pear shaped.
So for flat earthers, don't you think this is a great way amongst all the other great ways that we have to destroy the globe is by emphasizing the rather large difference in the size of the Antarctic Circle? Is anybody confused by what I mean by that?
Are you confused by verification and what that means?
So,
Show us the map. What map are you using?
Yeah. Are you confused by the word verification, or you just want to speculate
well,
your life fucking away?
well, you guys know how the Globers claim that Antarctica is a is an island at the bottom
Yeah.
of
And
the
do you understand the word
ball.
verification?
Well,
It's
you
been
know how.
verified then? So you say it's being verified that it's not a circle.
No, I'm talking about the Globers. The Globers. You know how the Globers claim Antarctica is a small island at the bottom of the Earth, at the bottom.
So you need to take a fucking. You need to check yourself.
We can agree on that, right? That's what the Globers are claiming. That
Oh yeah,
Antarctica.
look, it's a continent. Is what
Right,
you're
right.
saying.
Continent. I think. Thank you very much. I'll use that word instead. They claim Antarctica is a continent at the bottom of the globe. And would you agree that the at the center of the globe, the circumference, meaning the measurement around the circle, at the center of the globe, it's a bigger circumference. We're talking about the globe now, so no one feel pressured. At the equator, the circumference around the equator would obviously be larger than the circumference around Antarctica at the bottom of the globe, right? Imagine like a belt. You have a ball and you have a belt. The center point is going to be the longest distance on this ball. And as you go more and more south, you're going to have to keep tightening this belt to contort to the less and less of the globe. So this could be an argument to destroy Globers. They're claiming it's a small island at the bottom of the ball, which would mean it would have a rather small circumference at the bottom of the ball. on flat Earth, this circumference, small circumference at the bottom of the ball, is actually stretched out, and it's around the entire world.
Yeah, it's at
Meaning,
the bottom of a ball, and so all the water somehow gravity sticks the water to the ball.
yeah, no, we're not
Big ball
defending the
though.
globe. We're trying to destroy the globe by using this analogy here.
A lot of it's fake. Everything that they talk about is fake. It's just that, it's for generations, everybody was taught the same thing. That's where I'm saddened. I'm saddened because, like my parents, like everybody's parents, were all fed some bullshit and they all bought it because, they were too busy working in their factories. I think that's what the Rothschilds wanted. It's just, work the
I mean,
factories and don't say nothing. And the minute you do, you're like, what was that movie? Ants, I think. It was like the grasshopper was like telling them, or whatever it was.
if you don't need all that
Right
tripe,
on.
you're saying destroy the globe. I mean, the globe's not been proven.
It was a mass bullshit thing that they forced people to believe. That's all. The Rothschilds created the education system, so they just taught everybody the bullshit.
I
Like,
thought it was Rockefellers.
no, it was the Rothschild.
So in flat Earth, the equator on flat Earth is roughly the same size as the equator on the globe. And on flat Earth, as you go towards the North Pole, that radius gets smaller and smaller. But what happens is as if you're going from the equator towards the ice wall, that circle gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger up to the Antarctic ice wall. On the
Yeah,
globe,
they're going south, right?
right? On the globe, similarly to how on the globe, if you start going towards the North Pole, the circle gets smaller and smaller and smaller in circumference. It also gets smaller and smaller and smaller in circumference. This circumference disparity between the Antarctic circle on the globe and the Antarctic circle in flat Earth is rather significant. It is without just making up numbers. It's over 5 to 6 times the circumference. Now,
The
what
globe,
what
the globe was measured flat. The globe was measured flat. It's come from flat Earth measurements.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
Now, what the flat earthers can do is if this is the truth and this is how it actually is Antarctica is not a small continent at the bottom of the globe. It's actually a large ring of ice encompassing and containing the entire world. What's
Right.
beyond it, we don't want to make any claims because we don't know.
Right.
How far does it go? Is it infinite? Is it we don't know. But what we do know is the actual, you know, we got ocean, and then you got this ice wall, which is high in altitude. It's containing all the waters. If the Globers are claiming, they say, oh, we've got this captain that went and sailed around Antarctica, and they're claiming they have yearly sailboat races, and the ocean's a little higher above Antarctica. We should be able to prove they're lying because of the distance disparity, because of the circumference.
Yeah, but as soon as you start talking about his ice wall, right, you're gonna you need to fucking back yourself up and prove it. Right? We're not claiming an ice wall, really.
Is that not what Antarctica is?
I haven't got a clue. All I know is it's measured flat. It's observed flat, and it's measured flat. As soon as you start talking to them Globers about this ice wall, you're gonna be in a fucking rumble.
Sure, it's measured flat, but where would you place this ice wall? Where exactly is it relative to everything else?
I haven't got a clue.
Well, for most people, they're saying that it's bordering, like around, containing everything.
Yeah, we have a container below, we have a container above,
Does
right?
anybody
Wouldn't that make
understand?
sense?
Does anybody understand what I'm trying to say here? Is that
Yeah,
distance
I
between the globe and
just
flat Earth is a large distance, and we could work
But you got to
together.
be careful.
We could work together and figure out which one is the truth. Because if a person is sailing around Antarctica, that's not a mistake that someone's gonna make. Is they're
All right.
sailing around the small continent at the bottom of the globe
Show us a
versus
map of this ice wall. Yeah, mate.
versus
Show me the map
sailing
of this
around.
ice wall. Show me the map. Show me the map. Show me the
We
map
can
of the
we
ice
can use the
wall, and then
Gleason.
we'll measure it.
We can use the Gleason as a reference. You okay with that?
No.
I want to know how the very fuck you're going to verify this. I said this 10 minutes ago, but blah, blah, blah. Let's listen to all this shit. And we're still not going to be able to verify it. So, hey, just let him talk his
Exactly.
fucking shit like he's one of us. Fuck's sake.
And just to answer your question, you can't just assume that the AE model is correct either. In fact, if you read in the top left how it's actually used, you know that you couldn't use it laterally for distance. It's actually only accurate in terms of basically always looking at the north, right? And it's accurate radially. Um, so no, I mean you couldn't assume that either, which is kind of our point. You can't make assumptions to find the truth. You can verify them, but in this case, we cannot, right? Because of the Antarctic Treaty, and, well, I've never been to Antarctica. You've never been to Antarctica. What's the point of even talking about this if we can't do those things? Now, you're correct. If we quote unquote assume a model, yeah, there would be two different distances, right? Which is why I was bringing up Captain Cook. Again, kind of a speculation because I wasn't there with Captain Cook. All I have is, these diaries that say, well, he was definitely off in his reckoning. He measured it 5 or 6 times the amount of what he assumed, and spent way longer than he meant to, right? Then we got another speculation of Admiral Byrd, right? Again, these speculations that don't lead us anywhere. But like One Deck was saying, there are things we can know about flat Earth, and that it's because it measures flat, that there's no curve. We can know that the globe does not exist. However, when it comes to knowing the extents of our Earth, we can't know that yet. We may never know, and that's okay.
So you guys are aware of what the Arctic Circle is, right? The Arctic Circle,
Which one?
the one in the North Pole.
Sure, what about it?
So would you agree that the equator circle is bigger in circumference as compared to the Arctic Circle on the globe? We're talking about globe right now.
Yeah, I mean, according to the geometry of the globe, yeah, there's a larger circumference at the middle than say the top.
Right. And then they have another Arctic Circle on the globe, which is the opposite of the North Pole one. It's the South Pole one. It's a circle around their Antarctica, roughly around the same size as the Arctic Circle, and that one is also smaller than the equator, right?
Sure, sure.
And it's not a little smaller. It's not like, oh, we could be measuring our land masses wrong, so it could be, it might actually be big. On the globe, those two Arctic circles are de facto smaller than the equator.
I mean, who knows? There's actually a lot of globe projections. Are you aware?
Well, I'm specifically talking about the globe projection on the globe.
Which one? There's like 123.
The one on Google Earth, perhaps.
Hey guys, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the first time I'm trying to use push to talk, so I've been there. I think so. Do I have to hold down my button the whole time while I'm talking?
Yeah, you hold it, you talk,
Yeah.
and you let go.
Hold, and so if
Like you just cut
No,
out.
you got to hold it.
okay, you have to hold it the whole time you're talking.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
Yeah.
cool.
So check this out. If we get a Gleason map, which may not actually be correct, but for flat Earth, this is the map that we're gonna look at right now. We've got the Arctic Circle, which is this, you know, the circle around the North Pole here, for example. On the Gleason map, could we all agree that the circle of the Arctic Circle is smaller than the circle of the equator on the Gleason map? And for anyone that
I
doesn't
don't.
know what the Arctic Circle is, it's a circle close to the
How
North
are we
Pole.
verifying this? Bullshit. Third time.
Well, you could look at the map, and you've got the equator.
And how are we verifying this? As in confirming this?
Could you look at the map, and we could look at the circles of
Yeah.
size for reference?
Yeah. So we're going to look at a map. I've got that bit. You said that 4 times now. So the question still is, how do you verify it?
So the question was, is the equator circle larger than the Arctic Circle in near
Not
the
going to
North
answer, are
Pole?
you?
Well,
I just want to
this is me
verify
answering it.
this.
I got a better question. Who cares?
Hey.
Hey guys, do you guys know like the reason I had stopped in, like I'm a firm flat earth guy and I've been in some VCs where people will talk all day about trying to prove the earth is I'm already there and I've got a lot of bigger questions that I think a lot of people are avoiding. And I've been trying to get in a group of people that are kind of settled on the earth being flat and then asking some bigger questions. Do you guys know of is that this place or do you guys know of any place like that?
We don't like to speculate.
Except on Sundays.
You mean you don't like you don't like to speculate about what? Like are most people in here fairly settled on the earth being flat or is that still open for discussion, I guess, still in this server?
100%.
We know that water is flat and level at rest.
Right. Like I could go on with you as two guys for sure. Like I think it would be a stretch for anyone to believe that the earth was round, but I guess I've gotten into a couple of conversations with a guy named Miguel in here and it was a few months ago, but it didn't lead to anywhere good, but from a guy that firmly believes the earth is flat, I can tell you what a few of the very, very big questions are that we should be asking, and I'm just having trouble getting a lot of info on them.
Well, I'm glad you're here to help us. Thanks.
Yeah, you guys sound like some good guys. Like I guess some of my bigger questions, guys, is I've been a flat earther for a very long time and I've never had trouble understanding how it is such, but you run into a couple of big you guys have heard of the term the Overton window, right? You know, for what's acceptable discourse in society, you know? And there's a big Overton window within flat earth that doesn't let us discuss a number of things. And when I start discussing what's outside of that ice wall or what the North Pole looks like what north of 60 actually looks like on this
You're
planet.
presupposing ice wall.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've come to believe I've not seen the ice wall, so I get what you guys are saying. Like, I've not seen an ice wall, so but yeah, I believe it's the container to our pond.
The sci-fi server's that way.
Gotcha.
What it ends up becoming, Astro, is that it becomes just speculation, right? We can't verify certain topics about flat Earth, right? You know, don't get me wrong. I'm very interested in more land too, but I keep those thoughts till Sunday, where we have speculation Sunday, right? Where we kind of dive into those topics and we let them fall off wherever they fall off. You know, no pun intended. But yeah, for the most part, we stick to demonstrable evidence, right? We proof, right? And so, of course, we help these globies out in realizing that there's no curve, realizing that there's no spin, and of course, realizing that you need a container to have gas pressure, right? So we stick to the facts, the knowns. But don't get me wrong, we're human. We have curiosity. We you know, like you said, the bigger questions. Even though I've come to the realization that, you know, until I go out there and, you know, do something and verify it for myself, I may never know if there's more land. I may never know if there's an ice wall, and that's okay. I don't
Well,
need it to know that the
some of
Earth
the
measures flat.
I've tried to do as much investigation as I can to gather, I guess, something close to empirical evidence on that topic. And most of it, guys, and it's probably stuff that you've seen, whether it be old maps or old diaries from explorers that have ventured up north, looking for these warm winds, looking for the current that pulls them north. And that's where I try to get a hold of a lot of my evidence. And that's what I've been chasing down. Like, I agree with you. I don't have videotape of a guy approaching the wall or some guy sailing out of the wall and running into Agartha or whatever. So I hear you there, guys, for sure. But I think those are the bigger questions now. Like, once we've all settled on the earth being flat, and maybe we're not talking to the normies anymore about it being a globe, those are the questions that tend to come up for me for the past few years. I've gotten into a few conversations with guys willing to discuss it, but I try to base it in evidence. Like, I try to find as much as I can, at least with the old maps and with the old diaries and things like that and journals. But you're right, it's an uphill battle and it chases most people away. You know, like,
Well,
I hear you.
they had a focus machine, or anyway, is the idea that there's more land hidden and there's resources. I think that's really what it's all about. And if you just look at some of the key players back then that still have control now, I think you know you can come to a
There,
conclusion why
there was
the
a There
more
was a
stupid.
good video years ago, guys, and this has been lost to the internet now, but it spoke of two islands in the South Pacific. These guys had worked. One of them had worked on a boat as a hand that was telling the story. You don't know how much of this is true, but they talk of this intense amount of shipping that where the last hop when these guys are heading south are these two South Pacific islands, and they're set up to handle major shipping, container ships that are carrying God knows what, but they're heading south. They're heading seemingly to what you would be described from these explorers as two holes in the ice wall that'll get you out of our pond. Now, that seems like a crazy sci fi story until you read journal after journal after journal of guys talking about setting out for these areas, in history. And um, anyway, I think those are some of the things that I'm seeing has been buried hard online when I try to. But you know what, guys? Forget about what's outside the ice wall. Let's take it the other way. And have you ever tried to get in depth on what's going on at our North Pole and how explorers have described that over the years, from King Arthur to, you know, all these different historians and guys and adventurers that have set foot up there and seen something different than what we just, they just describe it as a big white dot on the top of our globe, when in fact, if we just discuss that, that's one that I'd like to take out of speculation too. Do you guys have any info on that?
Well, I'm sure you've heard of like what is the name? Trudeau, right? His grandfather had an expedition to the north, and he has this little story that he gives, I think, Parliament, about how he was talking about the North Pole and this restricted region, right? So, I mean, there's definitely clues that suggest that there could be something there, right? There's old maps that seemingly, as flat Earth would be getting popular, they quote unquote release these maps showing things. Oh, we found this map from the 1500s that shows something, right? So it's really kind of hard to go, well, is that credible information? Can we verify it?
Of
No,
course.
right? It's still unrestricted or still restricted. But yeah, there's plenty of stories. I mean, have you heard the one called the Iron Republic?
Not by name, but if you explain it, maybe I have heard a little bit about it.
Well, supposedly there's this guy who, you know, regardless of all the Masonic symbolism found in this also article, but says he was kind of just venturing out and sort of accidentally came across a passage and was lost again and ran into a continent that basically came out and greeted him, and they were known as the Iron Republic, right? And he traded his gold, and it equaled exactly $666. And he talks about his journey, if you will, in the Iron Republic. And don't get me wrong, it's a very fanciful story, and it's a diary essentially. But again, you know, I look to the same thing of like Anne Frank, and I won't talk about that, but the invention of the ballpoint pen before the diary was even written, and it's like, you know, you have speculation after speculation to where you eventually have to talk to a person that's no longer there, right? So what could you possibly know?
Well, it's like a lot of sort of forgotten history, or ancient relics, or I think it is going to take a little bit of digging, and where the North Pole and the South Pole are off bounds now with 60 countries agreeing to a treaty. I don't know that necessarily we're going to get as much empirical evidence like that we would like, that you guys might speak up on this channel as we would like, but I think they're the two biggest goddamn questions that we could ask. And I hear what you're saying, like ask it, but like we want proof, and that's kind of what I'm looking for too, guys. So don't get me wrong. I think we're on the same journey, but I just think that it's a valid enough question to chase down more than just to say it's science fiction, because I think it's probably the reality. It's just a matter of how we can get a hold of that information, if you know what I mean. I might sound silly, I guess, but
And don't get me wrong, I never like to squish creativity because, myself included in 2016, when I was already very much into flat Earth, I was asking the same questions. And is it even feasible? I was coming up with these drone systems where, I basically have drones that sort of float in one area and use solar power to kind of stay there as repeaters for a signal that I could basically just live stream a straight shot drone all the way to Antarctica. And, I was actually sort of calculating it out. And, I even said, well, if I win the lottery, this is exactly what I'll do. I'll buy this $100,000 worth of equipment and do it, right? And just live stream it. And they shoot it down, they shoot it down. There you go. There's some proof that we can't go. And if it gets there, it gets there. We'll see what we see, right? But again, until that moment really happens, it's kind of just a pipe dream. And don't get me wrong, I saved it and saved out my schematics and basic planning. But until that day really arrives, what's the use, right?
I feel you there. Now, I feel a lot of what you're saying for sure. But I just want to assure you guys, like, I'm certainly not a crackhead, and I have
No, of
investigated
course not.
flat Earth years ago to the point where I didn't even want to discuss it anymore, just because I didn't need any convincing, and I just kept running into folks that would call you retarded for even talking about it or thinking it was flat. So I had been so far beyond most videos that I found that I was hunting for the greater truth. I think there are men in this world, guys, that know this for a fact. I don't think we're probably ever going to be ones that are privy to that info, but I'm a firm believer that there are people on this planet that know exactly what the score is, if you know what I mean.
Planet?
Be damned
No,
if
just
we'll ever
kidding.
meet them or be one of them, but
But yeah, I mean, you have these thoughts that I remember having too, right? And don't think you're a crackhead or anything like that. But I mean, take a look at it from at least this perspective, right? At least in myself, I have this goal of spreading the truth, right? I kid you not, when I knew about flat Earth and I wasn't, really social about it, it started to eat me up inside. I couldn't talk to my friends, I couldn't talk to my family, otherwise they just kind of go off on me, right? But I was talking about the sky, I was talking about the speculations, and, I was turning them away and I didn't even know it, right? Until I find a place like this where we're looking at the empirical evidence. We're talking about how do we reach people without sounding absolutely crazy and speculative, right? So we've boiled it down to asking them, hey, do you know where this curve has been measured? Hey, do you know where this spin has been measured? Hey, do you think you could demonstrate gas pressure without a container, right? Three demonstrable facts and huge claims of the globe. And I kid you not, I've been able to honestly have more confidence in explaining flat earth to someone to where I don't even have to talk about quote unquote flat earth. In fact, I can talk about a straight horizon. I can talk about perspective. I can talk about gas pressure and thermodynamics. I can talk about real quote unquote scientific phenomenon, right? That we exist in reality. I don't even have to talk about a model, right? I used to pull out a little 3D printed um, flat Earth map, right, and show my friends and my family, this is how the sun works, this is how this works. And I was making a bunch of claims that I didn't verify for myself, right? Now, of course, that was years ago, and that was when I was very excited and, of course, shouting it on the rooftops and quickly realizing everybody else wanted me to just push back into the ground, don't talk about it. Whereas now they're listening a little bit better, right? We're reaching and it's growing um, everywhere. I hear a lot of people, closet flat earthers, right? They're not outspoken like we are here, but they know the truth, right? They may not know the guy who definitely does know it all, but they're also okay with that. And don't get me wrong, I want to see the man behind the curtain too, but I'm also okay that I never do, right? Whether he's there or not, all indifferent
Yeah,
to
man.
me because there's a creator that made this place, and that's pretty special too.
You know what got me onto it years ago when I was reading, you guys have probably heard them in different videos, but they were different quotes from Nikola Tesla, which was very recent, in relatively speaking. In the 20th century, Tesla talked about how he was certain we didn't live on a planet or a planetoid body or whatever he called it. He called this a realm. And it always stuck with me that this is a realm. And I've always wondered how big it was. And I guess I do believe that firmly there's thousands, if not more, people on this planet hiding that secret. And I do believe we're probably just a small little piece of this realm. And that everything we ever see, from aliens to and whatever you guys believe on those, just weird things, UFOs, I do believe they're all coming from our realm. Like, I think they're far across our horizon in different lands, um, but it's hard. You're right. It devolves into fairy tales after a while. But I think that that's a fantastical thing to chase some of those answers, and I think they are out there, guys. I just pray they can be found. Like, and I know that sounds crazy, but that's what I've been looking for.
Yeah, I definitely hear you though, man. It's good to have curiosity. I think that's what leads to this creativity. This, I wonder what it would look like this way. But in that speculation, yeah, there could be distant technology coming to us and quote unquote in our realm. But I know for a fact that it's not coming from outer space, right? A space vacuum. That
Me
much I
too.
do know,
Me too.
right?
And that's what I believe too. Like, you guys, we could talk about all the basic bitch flat Earth stuff, but that map of our stars that spins around so perfectly for millennia upon millennia. It's the only proof you need if you've got a brain. As when they talk about this universe expanding at 10 billion whatever per whatever, it's complete and utter garbage. Like, we look at cave drawings with those same stars etched in them the same way we see them today. So I've never disputed most of it. It always made sense to me. But guys, I'll tell you, I try to not look outside the ice wall because that gets confusing to people, as much as just to properly explore our northern region, because that's where I believe all the tides are created. And like, I live in Canada and I live near some of the biggest tides on the entire planet. They're 30 feet tall. They go up and down. There's a massive
What planet?
What was that again?
What planet?
Oh, I hear what you're saying. Like, I call it a planet instead of like our realm or the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, the wig fell off.
Sorry about that. I hear you. I mean, I use terms like that all the time too. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Whatever causes these immense tidal flows on our realm, like, I think I've settled on what I think the answer is.
How
But
are you going to test that? How are you going to test that?
I test what?
The cause of tides.
Well, I mean, they happen. So I was just trying to figure out exactly what could cause, gajillions of tons of water to do that every day. And there is some speculation. What do you guys think causes it?
What test are you going to do to find that out?
Well, there isn't really one that I could do, guys, just to be fair. But just to be honest with you, if you had to guess, like, without a test, I mean, just do you have a speculation what causes the tides? I mean, the people on television tell us it's the pull of the moon, which is total garbage. But do you have a feeling on it? I guess just ask.
I don't know. Seems in general we're not very keen on sci-fi in this room, so probably not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know either,
Gotcha.
but who's to say maybe the Earth's alive? What if it's breathing? What if it's a electrical superconductor? You see what
Do
I'm saying?
Do you
We
want
can
me
say
to
lots
tell
of
you?
things.
Do you want me to tell you the fantastical stories? So I can try to get you guys a little bit more of these documents, and they're all I've got. So, um, but yeah, there's been multiple stories, guys, of explorers heading up north, and their the first stop they take off through is northern Norway. So what used to be called northern regions of Norway is where they set off for these expeditions. But they're expecting to come across eventually warmer climates, and they're expecting to be pulled in the direction of the north by 4 rivers with extreme currents. Those all flush into whatever this great tidal system is, and it flushes, whatever it is, 2 times a day. I don't have any knowledge on it, other than just trying to piece together what explorers have, lost ships. Different ships have been lost over time trying to venture and see this thing, but that's the closest I can ascertain is what's going on. But I'd love to hear what you guys have ever heard about it. Or
I heard that Santa Claus and his elves, they build toys up there.
I hear you, boys. No, I hear where you're coming from for sure. But when I say the Overton window that I keep hitting, and I guess I am with you guys on this empirical evidence stuff, but um, if that's what we're waiting for to try to get to the bottom of some of this stuff, I'm afraid I don't know if it's ever going to come or it'll ever be available to us. Like, let's say there was empirical evidence. It seems as though maybe we won't be able to get our hands on that, which doesn't mean we shouldn't keep investigating it. Like, but we might differ on that. That's for sure.
And no, man, I'm not saying we're trying to be Debbie Downers, and just be like, don't think outside the box, because I'm really all for that. But to an extent, you kind of have to have a goal, right? Like even hypothetically, let's say we figured out what tides do, right? We found out hypothetically that it was just the amount of salt in the water. Oh, okay, great. Okay, we found out, we empirically tested it. Oh, okay, now we've answered tides. Now what? You see what I mean? Like I'm not trying to be
Yeah.
like a
No,
jerk
I'm with
about
you.
it, but it just,
No, I think you
you got to
guys are
think of the
great, by
end
the way.
goal as
Yeah,
well.
and I do think you guys are a fairly good crew. Like, you're open minded. I don't take any offense to anything you've said for sure, but it's the it's a wall I've been running into, whether it be that ice wall in the south, or whether it be that theoretical wall in the north. But I think that a lot of the big answers lie there, and and yeah, and they're just hard to get a an answer on. And I think you guys would like it too. But I hear what you're saying. Empirical evidence is big on this channel, and I don't blame you.
Probably better we don't know the cause of tides anyway. Man will start manipulating them. Don't need that.
For sure, bro. For sure.
Yeah, because that line of questioning, like even though it is speculation, don't get me wrong, I think it can lead to problem solving as long as you remember that you're trying to solve a problem, right? Or at least that's what I think about when I make inventions, right? Like what would this do and why would it help anybody? It's never just building something for purely visual. I'm not a sculptor, right? It's not something that is completely punctual and practical because I'm not an engineer. I want to be both the architect, the one that considers both the beauty of the object created and its function, right? Its solution to something, right? So, controlling that creativity is something I definitely encourage, right? Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, I've done some sky tests myself, tested the temperature of the moon, tested the temperatures of the sun and certain times of day, tried to take a picture at noon every day for a year. I only did it for like 6 months, but I really wanted to see that solar analemma, right, and truly prove that for myself, and even based on my location. So I mean, don't get me wrong, you can start small, right? You don't have to go to Antarctica tomorrow, right? To answer some of those itches, those creative itches is what I call them in your head, right? And instead of talking them into an oblivion, you can do small beneficial things in your life that actually will help you grow and do. Because after looking within, you actually you solve something. You look within, and it's not about the ego, but you solve something, and then you test it, and then you solve something, and then you test it. You keep growing like layers upon layers. Um, to me, it's all fractal. You know, what I'm trying to say is it's not absolutely fruitless. We just hear it so often, and it's usually a great way to lose globies. Like, what? You guys think there's an ice wall? Oh my, where is it? Well, did you guys verify it? Right? I mean, some of the smart ones will literally say, and be smart enough to go, did you verify that? And we're like, we didn't. We should probably stop using that if we can't verify it. Well, what things can we stick to and verify? Um, and those will lead you to a great foundation, no matter what field or question you're asking.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that for sure. Like I really am for sure. I mean, it's but yeah, at the end of the day, I think I hope that these answers are available out there, guys. And I think they might be. Have you guys ever seen the video of it's just a quick meme, but it shows what a normie thinks the earth is, a big globe floating in outer space, right? But then it went down to what does an average flat earther think it is? And it's kind of a big question mark. Like, do you guys think it's like if you had to just speculate, you don't think it's some a flat thing with a
Well, I can tell you
perfect
something
ice
I
wall
know
on
about
it
it,
that you could what do you know?
that it's beautiful everywhere you
I
look.
man, I agree with you there. And I'm not troubled by this guy, so it's not I've found my way to the bottom of a number of conspiracies and been fine with it. It's not something that keeps me awake at night, but I was just kind of bored today and kind of just looking to see if I could run into some people that had um but yeah, if you think about what we think that the flat Earth is, what do you actually think it is? Is it a domed little flat thing with sides on it that if you got to the edge of, you'd hit a dome, or do you more, if you had to guess, do you think it's more of a realm that extends past Antarctica? If you just had to feel it in
You
your
know,
bones.
I really like that question because I kind of heard, well, when you picture Earth in your head, what comes to mind, right? And when I was a Globie, I totally saw, the spacewalks of them on the outside of the space shuttle, fixing that stuff on the outside because that made a lot of sense design-wise, right? Oh yeah, let's fix something in the worst dangerous conditions ever, right? But that's what I thought, right? And you know what? It was a ball in my head, right? But then when I started to look at reality, right? What's outside? That is what the Earth became to me, right? Instead of picturing a curved globe, I picture now really nothing. I picture outside. I picture some of the mountains I've seen in Italy. I picture some of the hills I've seen elsewhere, right? And the beautiful, because I've been at least past the equator, quote unquote. If they're, I don't know, I never checked the ground. I didn't see a line on there, so of course the equator is arbitrary. But down there, things looked a little different
So,
too, but it was still beautiful.
so you're
It was
basically
flat,
saying you're basically saying
stationary.
that 99% of the scientists, NASA, and the United Nations are all false, just because you believe on your own opinions about what
That's
the
not what
Earth
he's
is.
saying. Sit down. He's
No, no,
talking
no.
to some
This
other
guy,
guy. Sit
all
down, dude.
flat earthers, all
He's
flat
not
earthers.
saying that. Relax.
You
He
know
didn't
what
say
flat
that at all.
flat earthers? No, I'm saying that flat.
Relax.
I'm saying that flat earthers, they believe in their own opinions. They don't care about what scientists say because scientists, all the science.
Go ahead, Chris.
Oh
Yeah,
no, that's
sorry, Astro, go ahead.
you guys go right ahead. Sorry about that.
No, gentlemen, please continue your conversation. Sorry about the disruption.
He's split anyway. You guys, straw man, insert, right?
Right. No, that's what I've been tired of arguing with too. I'm not here to talk to anybody about whether the Earth's flat or not. I'm long since past it and try to want to entertain bigger questions. But thank you guys. Like that guy was a bit immature.
It's all right. They're like little gnats. They keep coming back. You try and get them away. They're not really a nuisance, but they're there.
Right.
Because we get enough of it, man, for thinking critically, right? How sad is that? That society looks back at us and goes, "What do you mean you're asking questions? What do you mean you're getting answers and finding out and being an authority for yourself and your own knowledge and what you can know?" In fact, most of the education system will even tell you you can't even know, even though you're paying good money to sit here and listen to me. What do you mean?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Any other older generation would know immediately. That doesn't make any sense, right?
Oh,
I don't.
the mental tricks we fall for these days as a society. It's wild. You're right. Our grandfathers would have scoffed at such statements academically.
Exactly. And some things like that I find a little bit more important to give my time to, right? To help, like, for instance, my students, right? And teaching at university, just teaching architecture, right? I teach them a lot more than architecture. I'm a voice there at the university that is different from all the other voices, right? And even though I know it's just one region and it's just, it's honestly just planting seeds in like one little spot of a garden, right? And it can feel absolutely insignificant compared to the amount of ridicule you will ever get for being a critical thinker and knowing that the earth is flat. But damn, is it worth it? Because you no longer have this thing eating you inside. Why am I not sharing this information? Because it will once you know the truth. You know, um, you can't keep it to yourself, or maybe you can, and maybe you've got a spoiled heart or something. I don't know, but I tend to think everybody actually has a very nice heart. They just don't seem to use it or realize it. They were told that you couldn't trust it a long time ago, so they stopped using it. Right?
I'll tell you what scared me away from talking about it for the most part, guys, and I never have conversations IRL about flat Earth anymore. I entered into a couple and was scared off by just the fact that, like, I'm a decently intelligent guy, but people will look at you like you're an absolute retard. And it's a shot to the ego, and I can take that, but when you don't get anything done, and at the end of the day, all that was done was this person thinks so much less of you. Um, it's disheartening, and it pushed me away from trying to do it anymore. I just thought, well, the hell with everyone. I'm not going to ruin my day just to introduce you to a truth that you'll probably only find me
Yeah.
retarded for introducing. So, yeah, throws me right off.
No, I mean that's a great point because I mean it's like I was talking about closet flat earthers, right? There's a lot of people who know that their mom or dad or brother or sister will look at them differently, right? Um, and the social aspect is what I think a lot of globies stay globies, right? Because they can't get outside the herd. They're not strong enough. They're not intellectually enough to even, you know, defend for themselves. So they stick with the schools, the school of fish.
Do you know
And
what I would ask you guys to do? And the only thing I did have a guy that was able to provide me with a little bit of info, but it was available on YouTube years ago, and now I'm guessing it's been reduced to places like BitChute. But there was a couple of prime videos years ago that explained these two South Pacific islands and exactly the amount. And guys, these are out there too. These aren't on the way to anything, but the pictures of these massive container ships seemingly removing resources from what we might call Earth and taking them somewhere. But I'll tell you, I've collected as much info as I can find on it, and it's it's been an interesting thing to chase down because if you guys are like me, you're bored of explaining how this fucking thing is flat, and I'm barely interested in it, but I want to go to some of those bigger topics, but I'm scared that I'm not going to be able to find any friends to go along with me. But anyway.
I don't know, man. I got a problem with the word bored because I'm never bored, right? My great grandfather used to tell me only boring people get bored, right? And I gotta tell you, there's something always learned every day here, right? Listening to the
Yeah.
same thing after thing, same thing, the same glober coming in and trying to learn the same thing, nothing new under the sun. But for some reason, I get a little bit more each day. And that's how you can actually know if you're changing or not, or if you're making good habits, because you'll start to see things in this world appear differently, right? But it is actually you who has changed, right? You know, a lot of
Of
people, when they
course,
go
yeah.
from globe to flat, they think that, oh, they're just going to go outside tomorrow and the Earth is going to look different, right? They even say this is what you would actually see on a flat Earth versus what you should see right now on a globe, right? They're using literally the same argument, right? It's circle reasoning, but you know, you can get off that that roundabout quite literally.
No, for sure. And I understand all of the everything that you've said are things that I have thought about, and I understand that everything is from our own perspectives. Like everything happens in your own little brain and your own soul. So I hear what you're saying, but yeah,
I
but
mean, I
no,
would even go as
I
far as that things happen exactly the way they do because that's exactly the way they're supposed to. You know, it's like
yeah,
it's even
that's fair.
that deep, you know, but
No, I hear that. I hear that.
to spread it, right? Have that, like you said, in real life, um, change. Because you might run into somebody also, just like you're asking now, like, well, have you guys heard about the North? Have you guys heard about the South? I mean, who knows? You could be destined to find somebody. We had somebody actually on the server at 24/7 by the name of Steven, who was stationed, you know, actually because of some sort of battle or, you know, war, but he was stationed past the 60th parallel, right? And he told us
Cool.
about, you know, one of the encounters that, you know, there was I think he said a fisherman or just kind of a random boat, and that he went over the protocol even of what they have to do for somebody who's going out too far, right? And to me, that was
Yeah.
like, wow, the guy was very genuine. Talked for hours that day. It was kind of a special day where this guy, he's like, hey, you know, I can actually give some testimony. And I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still kind of still a belief, but it was enough to go that day like, wow, um, there's a few questions answered here. There really is somebody at least patrolling, right? We don't know how
Yeah.
many. You know, he didn't go into that or
Yeah.
anything like. He went over the protocol. You know that it would go to a level of if they were have ignored them, they would have shot him, right? He told us, you know, and it could have been all fake. Who knows? But at the same time, you know, there's a level of genuineness on the server, especially from some of the great people in the minds here. So,
That gives me
you know,
hope. That's a great story. That's the type of guy I want to run into. Whether
right,
we
right.
have to use our own intuition to figure out what parts, if all or none of that story is real. But that kind of would get me a little closer, one way or another. That's great. No, I'm going to try to start coming in here more, guys. I think you've been a great guy to talk to. What do you call? You say flat Earth? What was your name again? Flat
Flat level
level water.
water. Mhm.
Very cool. It is flat. It is level.
At least in here.
It seems it. Hey, is everybody here listening, do you think? Or is there just a couple people that talk, or is everybody just kind of chilling? What's the vibe in here? I just
No,
noticed there's a lot of
we're listening.
heads, but nobody talking.
I'm scared
We're
to talk.
listening. We're
I
listening.
got it.
We're always listening.
Always.
Yeah, it can be intimidating in a group this big, just hopping in new. I've done it in a few Discords, but it's always hard to get your bearings. But you guys seem like a nice group of dudes.
Oh yeah, I'm freaked out.
I'm just waiting for the next person to come in sideways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you say sideways, do you mean someone who doesn't have a glober, basically?
No, I mean, person such as yourself, you know, it's you give and take, right? Whatever you're giving, you're gonna have to take it because you're not just gonna come in here blasting your guns, thinking you're gonna be saying whatever you want. But if you're coming in here with a conversation and it's cordial, by all means, you know, continue.
Well, thank
It's a
you,
case
guys.
by case.
I prefer to hear a good shellacking though. Go find us a Glober if you can.
Yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't keep the other one because Chris and the gentleman were talking. So, yeah, he bounced.
Yeah, it is Smurf Astrobot. It is a little boring to hear you try to water all this down. However, you're trying to water it down. You know what I mean?
I think I know what you mean a little bit.
Yeah, like when you said, well, this is just all from our tiny little minds, and it seems flat, doesn't it? Gee. So, yeah, it gets a little boring to hear people kind of vaguely try to water down the significance of the topic.
Oh no, not that at all. No, I was saying that everything
No,
we
no. Oh,
perceive
yeah.
is
I'm
from
just
our
saying.
own mind.
I'm just saying. I was a tad bored by it. You seem to be wanting to get a temperature of the room. I was just a little bored of your attempts. That's all.
That's fair, man. That's fair.
Yeah, I'd say more than fair.
It's not your fault, Astrobot. It's the nature of the beast. This is basically a gladiator arena, and think about it. In the old days, you have a person that has all the armor on, just having in the middle of the arena, having a conversation, a pleasant one. You know what I mean? This is a battle. This is a warfare for the mind. So people that come in here, they understand what we're up against. And if it were easy as to have a nice conversation, that would be great. But that's not how it is. We're battling against cognitive dissonance. We're battling against Chat GPT. We're battling against uh, hundreds of years of academia that have been scientism. So this isn't. I mean, yeah, it's nice to have a conversation, and we can sit back and listen, but this is not what it's about. Old Haas understands it's just the nature of the thing, man. That's all I'm saying. It's not your fault. So you want to approach it a certain way, but it's not the way it is. Reality and the way it is that when somebody hears this provocative truth, they're going to rail against it. They're going to come in spewing nonsense. And you have to understand how to navigate that. That's what we show people in this arena, how to navigate this type of thing. It's not easy. So it's not for everybody either. There's some people that listen. There's some people that are in the arena. That's fine. So anyway, that's how it
No,
is.
I hear where you guys are saying, yeah. And I am new to this group, so I don't know what you guys battle through every day, but it does seem like you probably get a lot of assholes in here giving you some shit. It probably hardened you a little bit more than I am to the subject and the nuances of it.
Yeah.
I hear where you're coming from.
Yeah, asshole is just the scratching of the surface. You'd have to invent new words to describe these guys.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, for you guys that are all firm flat earthers, say, if we weren't trying to convince anybody today, what are some of your guys' biggest questions that you'd like answered? Like, let's say we're all firmly in a flat earth and we all believe roughly the same things. What are some questions you guys might have that you haven't got to the bottom of yet that you feel are worth chasing down?
Well, it certainly wouldn't pertain to the shape of the earth. That's already been solved. We're good there. Probably how to make good passive income without having to work too hard. That'd be easy. That's an
Yeah.
easy one.
What? Yeah. Like, will anyone ever beat DiMaggio's hitting streak? I like to think they will, but
56.
it might not be. It might not
You
be in
never
my
know.
lifetime. Yeah,
You
probably not
never
in my
know.
lifetime.
Me too. Pitchers are throwing 100 miles an hour now. It's going to be hard to string together 56 games. I think you're right.
Yeah,
Well,
it's a little bit.
the problem is they're all swinging for the fences. Strikeouts aren't frowned upon, so who's going to string 50+ games together?
Yeah,
It's
it's a bit.
tough.
But yeah, trends change in the sport, so who knows?
It's a bit tongue in cheek, but the thing of why we're taking it a bit lightly is because we've already passed the place where this is even a subject to discuss as a debate, because it's not. They're just people that come in here are rejecting reality. And the only thing that we're doing is exposing them to the fact that they're rejecting reality. Whether or not they come to terms, we're not here to convince people. I mean, we're not waiting for Joe Schmo to finally realize that the earth is not a globe. We're gonna hit them as hard and as fast as we can. And if they don't get it, it's not gonna be on us to labor for that. So in that way, we've already covered that. Now we're on to some other things, right? The more finer points of life, like old Haas was saying, and just that is, enjoy life and get to know your neighbor and just different things, right? That matter. But this here, we're going to expose everybody why it's a lie and why you shouldn't be thinking that it's even something to entertain as reality, because it's not.
Yeah, if they're not cutting hair at the barbershop, it's not a barbershop. You know, I mean, people can have conversations in the barbershop, but you have to cut the hair. Someone does.
That's fair. So, but back to my question, like, is there anything in particular that you guys kind of discuss that when you're not talking to normies about, like amongst settled flat earthers, what are some of the bigger questions you guys have, about flat earth, like not about life and not about earning passive income, but is there anything you guys chomp on a lot in here as far as trying to get to the bottom of something or?
Well, my question is, how is it they're so successfully continuing to dupe people when the myth has already been it's exposed as much as it can be exposed, yet it seems as if the enthusiasm and the stories they propagate to keep the enthusiasm going has not stopped. So that it kind of blows my mind. Maybe it's just a simple case of it's so obvious that it can't be seen. But yeah, that's a question I would have pertaining to the subject. Like, how is it that they continue to be able to dupe people?
Well, I think it's easy, and we won't get into the media and the ways that populations are manipulated, but I've said this before that if tomorrow morning, let's just say everyone on Earth, whatever this is, a realm, everyone in the realm firmly believed that it was flat. Let's just say it was everyone believed it. The story was told, and we all believed it. If
Well,
they
how
set up,
how about this? Hey, hold on, kick it up a notch. How about everyone was able to acknowledge reality and they knew it was flat?
I mean, that's
I mean,
cool. Let's say
with
they knew it.
topographical features, of course.
But let's say they knew it. And just back to the fantastical question I was asking about what's further than the ice wall and what's at the center of our realm. Um, let's say everyone believed tomorrow the earth was flat and that was a given, but the media told us, like it does today, don't look at the North Pole and don't you dare go near that South Pole. Everyone would believe whatever story they told us about what the South Pole was. Okay, there's an ice wall now. The news lets us know on CNN there's an ice wall. And then they'll make up a story of why we can't go to that ice wall. And I'm saying the normies could tomorrow believe in everything we believe about flat Earth, but then they could still keep us even in that box of don't you dare look past the South Wall and don't you dare look
What
at what's
wall?
north of 60.
Yeah, Astrobot, I appreciate you attempting to force your script into this whole thing. But you just said, well, let's not talk about how all these ideas are propagated, and then you go into a story of how the TV is propagating it. You have to remember the whole how everyone. It was sort of a rhetorical question when I was asking. It was sort of stating my disbelief that everyone's continued to be fooled. But you have to look at the origins of how this current narrative set its roots. And it was through the TV, it was through word of mouth, it was through blind trust, blind belief. So now you're kind of wanting to pigeonhole you said, well, now everyone knows this and this whole idea of a wall, I know this was already addressed to you. Well, it's ridiculous. There's ice shelves all over the place, north and south. But
Or I didn't mean to assume a wall, but what do you like? Just to put it back on you, then that's fine because I don't know
Yeah,
either.
that's
But
fine.
if the
I
Earth
don't
is
know.
flat, yeah,
Yeah, I
but
don't.
wouldn't you think it was the Antarctic shelf, say, whatever that is? Just how I picture it, right? I haven't seen
Okay.
it either, but that there would
Yeah.
be a shelf around the entire world of
Yeah, I get
ice,
it.
kind of
Yeah,
keeping
who
the
knows?
oceans in or whatever. Who knows, right? But
Yeah, kind of doing that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, all I know is every sea has a shore, every beach has a ocean. So I mean,
for
I
sure,
don't
for sure.
know. Yeah, but I don't know, man. I see you trying to pigeonhole something in sort of insincerely, and I don't know why you're doing it. Well,
I don't even get where you're coming from. Like I'm as sincere as they
well,
come, and I'm
I think you're discounting the fact that the biggest myth that us as humanity know of, the biggest faith-based enthusiasm that the masses are involved in, the globe, it's been exposed to be a farce. So I think you're kind of impatient wanting to go anywhere, figuratively or literally. Let's just bask in this moment where this myth has been exposed. It's unraveling. So there's no need to say, let's go out there and see what's there. Well, you and I both know if I want to go to the grocery store, I just can't go my merry way how I want to go. I have to go how I go. There are rules out there in the world. There's laws, there's rules, there's I don't know, man. But I get what you're trying to do, and I get you're trying to water down the significance of this myth being exposed.
I'm
But
not.
since you seem to be not even certain that it has been exposed, let's just patience, sir.
Well, I'm not saying like the myth has been exposed for me, and I'm not. I guess maybe it's not significant that the whole world be exposed to it because I've
Yeah, but
tried
you're
and
still,
failed multiple times.
but you're still the exposure of the myth that you're telling us about. You're still caught up in some idea of an ice wall surrounding us.
Well, what would you expect it to be? I mean, I'm just
I have
asking
no
you, like,
idea.
if okay, so the
Like I
Earth's
said,
flat, okay,
every sea has a shore, every beach has an ocean. I don't
okay,
know. I mean, I don't know
so
what's out there. Who knows? Who knows how
okay,
vast? Who knows how vast the Earth and the oceans we're
all
involved
right,
in is?
and that's fine with me. That's fine. So,
Do
I mean,
you know? Do you know how
no,
vast?
no, not at all. I was saying
Okay,
though,
yeah. You and I, we could speculate and shoot the shit and guess and wonder and all day long. But where we're at now is where we're at.
fair enough. Yeah, no, I'm like I said, I didn't want to come across as insincere because it's the furthest thing from who I am. But I hear what you're saying too,
Well,
and I don't
no, I
blame you
just
for
think
feeling that.
I'll just shut up after this because whatever what you're portraying does seem to be amicable or whatever the word is, but you do seem to want to be watering down the significance of this myth being exposed, and b you earlier you were saying, well, that's just our perception, that's our tiny little brain at work, and so I just want to let you know that that's noted.
Well, like here's the thing, man. I think you misunderstood me on that. I'm saying that perception is just an individual thing, and how I perceive the world, like I couldn't even guess how you perceive it, without being in your brain. Like that's all I was getting at. More agreeing with the fella who had spoke before, but that we all
Okay,
perceive the
well,
world.
let me ask you this: are our perceptions of the nature of water, is that up for debate? I mean, are we allowed to walk away with our
It
own
shouldn't.
little
Well, I mean,
opinions?
it can be. I mean, my common sense tells me water's never going to curve, and that I would agree with you
Okay.
guys on, so, but
Okay, so both of our tiny little minds have come to that, have been able to acknowledge that, so that's good.
but a lot of little tiny minds, and hey, that word, don't get caught up on tiny, big minds. So we all have the biggest mind in the world, and we
I
all
know what you're
perceive the
saying.
world. Yeah,
Listen,
yeah,
pal, don't get caught up on the word I decided to highlight of your watering down attempts.
fair enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said anything, but you asked for the temperature of the room. You were wondering, but yeah, I was just listening. And yeah,
No, I'm with you.
if I had completely undivided, undistracted time today, I would be in here more talking. But yeah, I'm usually listening. But I don't know, man. It just I don't know. something
Old
was
Hoss,
rotting in Denmark, and I opened my mic.
Old
No
Hoss,
worries, bro.
you're such a Debbie Downer, man.
Wah wah.
Wah, wah.
No, you sound like a straight shooter, man. I don't hold it against you or anything like that. But I'm here in good faith, so just to let you know, we're on the same team.
But
I'm
you
just
know what's strange, Astrobot? I'm gonna tell you because I'm like old Haas too. I pick up on words. Somebody in good faith wouldn't need to say they're in good faith. They would be told by others that they are. Right?
sounds fair. I'm the new guy,
Right.
so I'm just sitting
Yeah,
here.
but you know,
That's fair.
if you're in a place, you're like in a bank or whatever. I'm not a bank robber, by the way, guy. I'm not a bank. You guys know I'm not a bank robber. Just relax. I'm not a bank robber. Like
I wouldn't have said it. I wouldn't have said it if it hadn't been brought up.
I
So I
know, but
was
that's the
defending.
point, though. You don't.
Oh, that's fair, guys. So I mean, I'm
People's
not perceived
people's
as someone
demeanor.
that came in good faith.
Yeah,
That's fair.
people's demeanor is how we perceive them, not by what they say. Because you could say that you are whatever you say you are. It's what we perceive from your demeanor, right?
That's fair. No, I mean, then we're on the same page. I guess I was perceived as insincere by you guys and had to defend myself as sincere, but that can't be done if someone perceives you. I get it.
But you can't make a case for your sincerity if it's not that somebody didn't notice something was amiss, right?
For sure. No, for
Okay.
sure. I mean,
Okay.
it's yeah.
Well, that's taken care of. Let's see. We're off to the next.
Well, now I feel like now I feel bad for being the Debbie Downer. But anyways,
No,
hey, I know I'm joking. Astrobot, let me take away my suspicions of your insincerity for a moment. You asked questions, and I said, and that is a question I have about DiMaggio. But here's the thing: when you want to you want us to ask questions about the topic about flat Earth, well, there's going to be no question about that specific part of it. Well, do I have questions about that seem to be related to the conversations? Well, yeah. When I look at the moon, I say, what the hell is that? And that kind of goes to my whole thing is like, how do they have everyone convinced that they played moon golf on it? Because something happened last night. I was sitting in my living room with my phone, holding it with flat out, whatever. And it was reflecting the light, the circular light from above on my screen. And I said, damn. I said, if that doesn't look like what the moon looks like in the sky. It was strange because, usually, I don't know, I guess I don't usually sit in that part of the room with the lights on that whatever, but I noticed it. So yeah, if you want me to take your question, which I do seem to think you like to water the whole thing down, because anyways, that is a question I have. What the hell is the moon? I know it's not the place of lunar dune buggies and moon golf. And I know since they were so desperate to make those films to substantiate that it was a rock ball, it really had. A lot of people, they poo-poo us when we say, oh, what's up in the sky? And we say, well, there are lights up in the sky. That's what we see. They're lights. Well, that reflection off my screen last night was a reflection of a light. So I don't know.
Yeah.
If I'll go to pretend that you're sincere for a moment, that is a question I have. What the hell is the moon? Other than what it obviously is.
It's a big rock.
All right. We got Azit in the chat.
Yeah,
So
on TV, sir.
That wasn't Astrobot, but we got Azit in the chat. He just joined right
Yeah,
now.
I know it wasn't. I know. Sorry for rambling, but anyways,
fine,
I'll shut up. But yeah, there you go, Astrobot. There's a question I have.
All right, just think about.
I got that question too.
Yeah, mold that over a little bit, Astrobot. We got Azit in the chat. Azit, do you know if the Earth is a globe?
What?
Do you know if the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
How do you know?
I went to the moon.
Okay, that's cap, bro. You know that's cap.
No.
Yeah, it is.
You want some proof?
Mm-mm.
Then
nope.
Then it's your problem. I went to the moon, bro.
Okay, fine. Anybody else here knows that the Earth is a globe? You can chime in. The floor is open.
What do you think about niggers?
Where'd Astrobot go?
Well, as you said, we've been doing this too long, old Haas. You know, I don't know. Some things go without saying, you know.
Yeah, it's funny. I loved when he wedged that in there. He goes, "Yeah, I'm bored with this. You know, I'm bored." Well, you know, I hear there's a difference between repetition and redundancy. And this whole thing is not redundant. And I don't know. It doesn't get bored. I think if any of us were bored of it, we wouldn't be here.
Exactly. Which is, he wanted to make it sound. He wanted to paint a picture. He's painting a picture, and this is it's like I don't, maybe a soft sophistry. I don't know. Soft is the word here. It's like the really nice guy that comes in here, and he just wants to have a conversation. And dude, I'm telling you, we know Old Haas. You know these archetypes, right? You can categorize these guys. They're you got the soft sophist, you got the really wild and crazy rambunctious sophist, you know, you got fucking
Chapters in a book.
yeah, it's like a spectrum of these guys. And then you know which one this one is because you hear like this message that he's not saying, but he kind of is. Like he's sincere, but he's saying it. No, not really, dude. I'm really sincere. Like I'm as sincere. If you were to talk to about 5 sincere guys, I'd be the one that was most sincere in that group. Like you know, it's like, dude, why you want to convince us that? Like
Here's
we'll
another
know.
question I ask. Since he wants questions, I've got another question. Who is it that they're attempting to appeal to with that shtick? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not on
yeah.
not. I'm not even talking like I don't know. I mean, I'm not even talking about water ball versus topographical plane. I'm just talking what level of I don't know. Who are they trying to appeal to? Because it just
Yeah.
seems so transparent to me. I don't know.
Yeah, what type of fuckery is this, right? So, okay, so since we have a platform and we have, you know, we're on YouTube and such, they're trying to paint a picture for everybody to agree with what they're saying. So they're kind of they're steering the conversations ever so slightly, just so that you don't notice the boat's moving, right? Like it's going a different direction. And some of these people are very good at it. They come in with civil conversation, you know, and we who've been here a while, you just see right past through all of what they're saying. You're like, dude, like really, well, who are you talking to? But because we can see it, the audience cannot. They honestly, he left, and they probably think he's just the greatest guy in the world. Like he's such a great guy. That guy is such a great
That's
guy.
that's what I was trying to get. I don't. It just seems like who they're attempting to appeal to doesn't exist. Because if anyone is listening in on these conversations or involved in the conversation, they've graduated from that level of gullibility and being able to be, you know, mesmerized and yeah. But yeah, you're right. He thought he had just slowly shifted the course, but then I guess his ship either hit an iceberg or he turned around. I don't know what happened, but
I'll tell you this much,
yeah.
Old Haas. Do you believe that he was a flat earther?
Well, I
By what
missed
he
the
was
very beginning of his whole thing.
Wow,
Yeah,
he was saying that he
I know what his deal was. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, he was saying that you know, he got tired of saying the truth, and it just got
No,
fell on deaf ears. And so he was just like, "Ah, I'm just so worn out from that, dudes." And it's like, no, I don't think so.
yeah,
Like,
it's
I'm
a
not
bad.
buying that shit. If,
He over rehearsed a bad script.
yeah. And then, you know,
I would have to agree with that as well. You know, just because there was something about everybody remembers that moment where they were trying to tell their families or, you know, the people that they were sharing it with, and he had nothing on that.
it was an empty kind of like I mean topic of discussion. So he wanted to post it out there so that you can go like, you know what, dude? I am feeling really tired of all of this. Nobody's listening to me over here. And then he's like, hell yeah, I got their ass. They're now all admitting that they're tired of it. You see? And he's going to listen. I'm telling you, man, this arena here, it's unlike any other one. So the guy who you think is your best buddy, pal, is a fucking wolf in sheep's clothing coming in here to disrupt, and he's coming in here to take advantage. And the moment that you let down your guard and you don't use your discernment, you're gonna get taken for a fucking ride. And they're gonna steer the conversation. And I'm just saying, guys, dudes, I'm telling you, it's just the way it is. Like, I'm sorry. I wish this was a arena where you could sit down and really just like hash things out. But because we have to have our senses on high alert, we can't just like relax on everybody. Like, conversation is good, but then it's like you start to when you have a discussion with somebody, like a civil conversation, you get to know somebody. You get to know their demeanor, what their undertone of what they're saying. You can read between the lines, all of that shit, right? But you have to have that discussion. And so if they do want to have it, then just like old Hots was picking up on it, you're like, that fucking meter starts going out like beep 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 beep. You're like, oh shit, wait a minute, why did he say that? Like, let's go back and talk about why you said that. And so when you were doing that, old Hots, he was being like exposed, and he's like, oh fuck, dude, like no, like what do you mean? I'm Mr. Sincere. I can't be more sincere. I said it. How many times did you hear me say sincere? Did you hear it? Said it like 6 times. Like it's, it's I don't know. You know what I mean, dudes? Like, if somebody is really sincere, you don't have to keep saying it to people. Just fucking be sincere. Fuck.
It's
I
not
don't know.
Skeptical Sunday.
Like, this guy is a fucking LARPing poser right there. That Don guy, that guy right there is a poser. He wants to make people think he's a flat earther. He's not. He is a globe earther.
Don't label me.
Oh,
Hey,
label
Don.
you.
We
Label
saw
you.
you the other day, Cal
If anybody
PFP.
hasn't picked up that you are a globe earther, then their discernment is like way off. You just turn their radar completely off. Because the other day, and let me tell you why. There was a bunch of guys that were coming in here. They were, the globalists. They're just all over the place. They're saying things, and I saw something, and I heard him say something in the middle of all that, craziness. And he's like, "They have a good eye. They have a good point." The way he talks, they have a good point. And he was just advocating for their position. I'm like, this freaking guy. Nah, and he didn't think that he was kind of slick, that making sure nobody heard him. I heard him, and he also put it in the text chat too. He's a glober, but I mean, if you want to listen to him tell you he's a flat earther, that's on you.
So
yep.
Alpha, you
What?
don't believe in the ice wall? I'm sorry.
You ain't gotta be sorry. We keep you here for white noise. That's all. Use white noise. We need some background noise. So every now and again, when you chirp, it's fine. And when you start getting in the way of conversations, you'll get muted. But otherwise, you're here for white noise. Nothing more.
Y'all haven't muted me recently.
Your fake
Hey,
fucking
guys.
accent bullshit. Yeah, somebody said something.
Yeah, just saying hi.
What up, Space Goat?
Can't sleep
You're trying to?
anymore.
Ain't much going on. Not yet, anyway. Waiting for that juicy glow proof that no one's ever able to provide. Space Goat, I like that. That gif is awesome. We got Crit in the house. Let's go, Crit. I'm the map. Are you here? Lulu? All right, everybody must be just listening. What up, guys? Throw the towlishness. What's up, Crypto? Hey, did your internet better?
You tell me.
Oh, excelente.
Yeah, I'm back. Okay.
You know it's Taco Tuesday, bro.
Oh shit.
Hell yeah. It's
Got
going
me time
down.
for tacos.
It's going down, bro.
Tacos.
Yeah.
I was actually gonna have a Taco Wednesday, but I wanted to ask you because I don't know if that's illegal. Like, am I going to get arrested for having tacos not on Tuesday?
We're gonna give you 5 demerits, dude, because you're eating tacos on a day you're not supposed to. That's
Oh,
going
shit.
again. That's gonna go on your permanent record too. So I don't think you want that.
I better get something today then.
Yeah.
So can I have like wings on Wednesday? Is that okay? Wing Wednesdays, I think.
Wing Wednesdays. Yeah, we can negotiate, but yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay, cool. So Taco Tuesday, Wing Wednesday. What happens on Thursdays? Thirsty Thursday. So you have to get drunk.
Thirsty Thursdays, yeah.
Yeah. Then
Fried Chicken Fridays? I don't know. I'm
Fried-
just saying.
yeah, that makes sense. Fried Chicken Fridays. Then you gotta have two S's for Saturdays and Sundays. So Slider Saturdays, so you can have a nice burger.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
And then Sloppy Joe Sunday.
For sure. I can
Makes
agree
sense.
with that.
Have a nice pizza. And then Margarita Monday. So that's pizza. Happy days. We've just cleaned out the whole week.
Yeah. I think we're ready now. Oh, on the map says Sundays.
Sundays.
We're gonna have to consult with the board on that one, on the map, because that's a dessert and it's not a meal. So
Yeah, true. And also, do Mexicans have do you guys eat ice cream? Is that a thing you do?
no, we don't eat ice cream. We eat helados.
Helado? What's that?
It's ice cream in Spanish. But it, oh shit.
That's same thing.
Oh shit.
That was funny, man.
We got I don't know. Who's in here right now? Sound off like you got a pair. Helados. Ole, helados. Hey, over there, do you have like corn on the cob with like do they have, well, first of all, do you have any like Mexican spots over there to go eat? Like restaurants and that?
Yeah. So we've got Chipotle and we've got Tortilla. These are the names of restaurants, right?
Yeah.
I'm not just saying random foods.
I was just gonna say, man.
Chipotle. There's Tortilla. There's another place called. There's a really good Tex-Mex place. It's like an independent spot in Southwest London. I forget its name, but it's brilliant. But it's just like they have all this melted cheese in a huge pot, and then you just dip all of these like cornbreads and like different
Yeah, I think we're losing you, Crypto.
things.
Shit, you're too far away from Elon Musk Starlink satellites.
The cheese and stuff.
Oh, Morvis, let's go. Morvis is in, dude. If anything, Morvis knows what's going on. He's having an American tacos here tonight. He said, we call them hot dogs. Dude, you're funny, bro. Hot dogs are the American tacos. Oh shit. Yo, Morvis, man, you're in Texas, bro. You're like, fuck, dude. You can have the best tacos. Yeah, you're back now. Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately for hot dogs, there's no day of the week that starts with H.
Yeah, we can't admit that, Morvis. You will be fined at least 10 demerits if you attempt to eat a hot dog today.
I suppose if you go like really old school Southern, you can have like hot dog Wednesday. You like breathe before the W, but then there's no H in Wednesday. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, see, it's a conundrum.
Hot dogs just off the menu. Sorry.
Morvis says, "I'll throw them demerits on the grill too." Fucking Morris, dude.
Fucking spice them up with some rub. Very nice.
No shit.
Bit of Cajun demerits.
Nah, but Texas does have really, really good food, Morvis. You are just quite the lucky guy, I guess. You and flat level water. You're close to Tijuana? Really? I am the map. Oh, you're Southern Cali, huh? Yeah.
Oh, you in Cali? Oh, I'm lucky.
Yeah, it's 2 hours away. Yeah, be careful with Tijuana, man. You go there, you may never return. Like, seriously, bro. You gotta go in like at least 5 deep.
Are you saying you're not never going to return because the food's so good, or because the gangs might get you?
Both. You're like, shit, I don't want to leave. This shit's good over here.
They're
And
like
then-
kidnapping you and like stuffing you full of all these like enchiladas, quesadillas. You're like, you don't have to kidnap me, bro. I'm staying anyway.
Hey, I'm not going. Just relax. Like, fuck. Yeah, if I've heard stories of Tijuana on the map, don't. Yeah. Make sure you have a buddy. There's a buddy. You know the buddy system. Yeah, stick to the buddy system. Always. Over when you go over there. I'm staying north. Oh, that's all good. Morvis says, went to Juarez back in '01 with a local I was bringing back from OKC. Fool had us walking the streets of Juarez at 3 a.m. People were coming out between the buildings to greet him. Oh shit! Fucking hell! Yeah, I know. What I'm saying. These are my friends. They bring me back home. He told them. He told them they didn't fuck with us. Marvis. Oh shit. What's up, Kaz?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Hey, is the Earth a
Man.
globe?
Yes, it is
How do you know?
geometric.
Oh,
Everything's geometric to our universe. So,
Universe. How do you know you're in the universe?
it's in our DNA.
It's in our DNA.
Yeah.
Oh
Who
shit.
told Who told you that?
I research out who we are. So,
Okay. What's your research tell you?
we are Africa. We belong to Africa in Zimbabwe in the river, near the river of Zimbabwe.
Oh sweet.
So.
Well, that solves that mystery, right? Another case
Yeah,
solved.
evolution is real. So, like,
Okay.
dogs can evolute. Like,
Evolute. Okay. I don't know if that's a word. I'm gonna have to consult the oracle here.
evolution, evolution,
Sweet.
evolution is real. So,
How do you feel about being muted?
what?
Like, how do you feel about it?
I just saying my own opinion. Why you want to mute me?
Because you're chatting shit.
Yeah. No one can understand you, anyways, bro. Like,
Well, I'm not trolling too. I
You're
just
trolling.
saying my own voice, man. So.
Come on.
I
You're
know, and
trolling.
even that's not good enough. What the fuck?
You're
You
trolling,
can
my
speak
guy.
clearly
Come on.
a little bit.
No, man. You need to sound off. You're fucking talking behind a pillow or marbles in your mouth or some shit. I can't hear you.
Hey, for what it's worth, this guy always sounds like.
Yeah, it doesn't
Thanks,
mean he's not.
Kosho. Appreciate you.
Kosho's in Texas as well.
I know. He didn't want to meet up with a couple of dudes that went down there to go meet him, but that's fine.
Oh no, Kosho meets up with a couple of dudes all the time.
Oh, okay, my bad.
So sorry about that. Sorry about my voice. So. I'm on the hormone, so yeah.
Dude, you can barely even. We barely even like. You have the energy to speak. Like, save your energy, bro. The fuck.
Sorry about my voice. I said I was on estrogen. Okay.
I don't know what. Yeah, it's just. Well, then it's best that you rest up, right? Stay off the mic.
Okay.
There you go. Toodles. I know I'm the map. Hello, me. It's me again. Who else we got in here? Let's go down the list. Kosho, fucking Kosho, dude. Like, yeah, TOS. That's what he said. Yep. At least I think that's what he said. That dude that was in here earlier, that Astrobot or whatever his name was, he's like, you know, I get. Don't you guys get bored with talking with these guys? Like, isn't it boring? Like, fucking, who you talking? Who you been talking to, man? This shit's lit,
Yeah,
bro. All day. What the fuck?
it's the best conversation going.
I'm like, I just can't get enough. Da-da. I just
Yeah.
can't get enough. I
Yeah.
could sing a song about this shit. What the fuck?
Better than listening to podcasts.
I know.
I find podcasts kind of boring because most of them are just kind of. Some of them are interesting, but a lot of them are just talking as such a. How do I put it?
A
Like,
struggle to come up with topics.
no, it's not even that. It's like they'll talk about a topic and they'll engage in a topic that I find interesting. They'll do it at such a shallow surface level, and I want to get much deeper, but I also want them to understand it from my worldview. Does that make sense? So they'll be
Yeah.
talking about it doesn't even matter what the topic is, but they'll say something, and then I'll just be like, "Oh, you don't understand how the world works," and then I just kind
Yeah.
of lose interest.
And it sounded really good too. Probably the topics that you hear are like, dude, oh, we're gonna talk about some good stuff here. And you listen to the podcast and they're just like they never satisfy you. Like, I listened like 40 minutes of like never getting to the point.
Yeah. Actually, the Joe Rogan podcast is exactly like that. It's like he wants to talk to all these people, but and some of the guests are interesting, but sometimes you just think, oh, you're not really engaging with this topic properly. You're just kind of touching on it. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Like when he had the dinosaur guy on with the piss stained beard. That's a really good example. And he didn't challenge the narrative at all. He was just like, oh, yeah, dinosaurs. Yeah, they're totally real. And then the guy started like chatting shit about Eric Debay. And then Joe Rogan was kind of like, yeah, cool. He's like, bro, you're meant to be a conspiracy guy. Like, what's going on?
Hey Lulu, do you see what I posted? Can you get sturdy like that? You can? No way, dude. For real? Oh shit. We had to do a TikTok. It's on. That's so dumb, dude. That's funny though. Eli. I could take that emoji like maybe a couple of ways. You've been found out, bro. Your emoji. Oh yeah. Eli came a little bit late to the. I don't know. Maybe you heard it or not, but so Lulu says that she's the most sturdiest of all. So I don't know. You know what I mean? Check it out. Nah, not too much, man. Taco Tuesday. We're talking to crypto over there in the UK. They're gearing up for it tonight. Well, I don't know. It is tonight for them. What?
It's 7 o'clock here. It's tonight. That counts.
Well, have you had dinner already, crypto?
No, I'm fasting today.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I'll eat tomorrow. Does that count? If I'm fasting on Tuesday, can I have taco on Wednesday to break my Tuesday fast?
Yeah, we've consulted with the with the people that know all about this, and they said it's okay because you didn't eat today, so it doesn't count. You have to. It only counts when. So when you eat, that's when it counts for. So you're good.
Okay, cool. So I can make tacos tomorrow. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But only if I don't eat on Tuesday.
Yeah, because if you eat on Tuesday, you forfeit your. We're gonna have to. I don't know, because they're talking about either 5 to 10 demerits, but I know Morvis already just crossed the line, so we have to already give him 10. So
Yeah, but he's just gonna fry them up anyway. So
yeah, because I talked to the to the Oracle. It says that it cannot be a hot dog. It's not a taco. So sorry. Even though you said it's an American taco, it still doesn't pass.
no, fair enough.
A taco by any other name just isn't the same.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. You missed it too, Crypto. The guy that was in here, Astrobot. He was talking. Well, Olhas. We saw right through him. He was like a real soft troll, but he's like, so, what are the deeper things you guys usually talk about when you're in here? Like, when there's not Globers around and stuff. And I'm like, well, shit, man. We're gonna go that way. It's like, what are the best ways to make passive income? Like, I just shot him a fucking. He's like, well, it's not the Earth. Fuck, we already know that's not a globe. Like, why are we gonna be talking about that with the people that are in here that we already talked to? We want to talk about stuff that actually matters, dude. Like, what are you doing today? Shit. Oh
Yeah.
shit. I don't know. TOS. Yeah. Yeah, so far no brave souls. I guess I don't know. We're waiting.
We're awaiting.
Or maybe get and do that old 1920s carny voice. Step right up, don't be shy. You, sir, over there with the glossy look in your eye. Come on down. I got a better cat gif. I'm the map. I shall post it. Who the hell is Chandler? Oh, yeah. No, yeah, I saw that yesterday. Yeah, he looked different too, cause I have the. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he looked old, bro. I had him on a feed. It was a feed on my um well X now. Used to be Twitter. Yeah, he's passed, dude. He passed. That's a shocker, and a lot of people don't know that. Yeah, but he looked like one. The last pictures I seen that they posted of him, um, his face looked super like way older than his age for what he was in his 50s, bro. Like he was in like 50 something. I know, TOS. That's what I was thinking. I was like, dude, that's not him. What the fuck? I thought it was just like, you know how they do with those satire deals. Well, I mean, there's a lot to it. Like we can probably have talks in the back chat about what stuff, because the thing that went up said something about it. He took the jib, the jibbity jib. You know, you know what I'm saying? He was fully jibbitied. So yeah. Yep. Like probably thrice over, even. Yeah, I don't
Once,
know.
twice, 3 times.
I don't. God, dude, I don't know. I mean, everybody has their own mind to do what they want, right? But he had a shirt that said even that, you know, fully. What's it called? you know, you know.
If you know, you know. You know.
Do you know what I mean? Oh, Juno. That's what the Spanish people say. Juno. Do you know what I'm saying?
I thought it was more of a chew, like chew no.
Juno. Hey, vatos locos forever, ese. Okay.
Chino arms. Hey,
I
hombre.
mean, I could say that because I'm Spanish. So,
You're not Spanish, you're Mexican.
well, okay.
So, in England, that's if you're Spanish, you're from Spain.
Hey, what's the well? I descended from there. My last name, I was gonna say my last name. I would have given it doxing. Nah, but my last
Yeah,
name, my last name is fucking. You can trace it all the way back there.
Castilian.
You know what's weird though? I'm thinking I could probably have some. I probably some inherited some rich lands over there because you know Spanish used to they used to have a bunch of places where they isn't there like hidden gold over there, some shit like these guys.
Probably.
Spanish. There's a bunch of. You guys are so lucky, man, over there in the UK. You can just travel, like you take a car ride and go visit places. I'm a bit jealous, dude. I'll be honest. Yeah, you didn't know that? I am the map. Yeah, it sucks. 3 days ago. Yep. They say he was in his jacuzzi too. He was in his jacuzzi, and you know what's weird? Yeah, better not. I was just saying, like, conspiracies. Conspiracy wants to break free, can't, must resist. I was gonna say something, but it was just. Yeah, I know. TOS, we all do. There's so much we can't say. So yeah, just leave it at that. Oh, waiting on some people. We got who's in here right now? Flying Scotsman. Somebody new in here. Who else is in here? Lazy Dog's in here. What's up, Lazy Dog?
What's up, Alpha? How's it going?
Pretty good. So what brings you to this neck of the woods, man?
Well, just trying to see if there's some good memes.
Well, I mean, we're waiting on people to come in here, but if you want to tell us perhaps your position on the topic of this room, that'd be great.
I mean, if the topic is flat Earth, I think it's absurd, unless it's some kind of attempt to sort of like uh, uh, sort of like understand what's going on and try to like gain a position on it. I don't know if that's what it's about. What do you think it's about?
Well, it's about knowledge, or shall I say, what has been revealed as knowledge on this earth to you, me, and everything. What's self-evident about the earth, right? If we're approaching it that way, then we can be honest. What can you tell me that the you can know from the standpoint of being on the earth, where if somebody was to tell you the earth is a globe, what do you think we can do to go see that the earth actually is a globe? Now, I'm not talking about the sun, moon, or stars. What I'm talking about is the earth itself. How can we know that it's a globe? What do you think we can do to find that out?
Well, you can have trust in science. You can have trust in GPSs and scientific data, measuring
Okay.
instruments,
Scientific data.
conventional reality.
What would be the best proof when we want to know that? What would you say? What should we lean on?
That it seems to work.
It works. Is it like I don't just trying to wrap my mind. What do you mean it works? Like, can you elaborate a little bit? What do you mean by that?
Well, I've had the pleasure of going on an airplane to from Denmark to China and Denmark to obviously back again in Denmark to the US, and it seems like those places exist. The airplanes work. They function quite well. I haven't crossed. I haven't like made the full way around.
So places exist, therefore the globe. Is that true?
Yeah, I
Would
mean
you say?
that I guess serves as like not foolproof, but pretty good evidence that at least some percentage of the narrative of the world, the conventional narrative, is true, in my opinion.
So
And so,
could we travel over a flat and stationary Earth? Is that not possible?
yeah, sure.
Okay. So you just
Or
said it
I
was
don't know. I mean, I haven't figured out the physics
well,
of it, but
no,
it seems like it would be.
right, but I'm just saying you said that the best evidence we have is to travel over it looking at the earth that's because we can travel to different countries, we know that it's a globe. It works as what you said, right? Going back to where you said it works. And I'm just pointing out that you could travel over the earth even if it's a flat stationary plane. Like it doesn't need to be a globe. And you agreed with me. So we're in agreement that you don't need it to be a globe to travel. But
Yeah.
what I'm trying to get to is what gives us the confirmation that it's a globe? Because I'm still looking for in what you're saying how we can know it's a globe, right?
Well, I wouldn't say I can know 100%. I mean, I can trust that it's a globe.
Yeah, but I mean, people can tell you, I don't know, different things about the earth. But how, if you really wanted to know, what do you think you can do to go find that out?
It's difficult to say, right? Because it's like, oh, can I trust GPS data and satellites if I don't own them myself to like be in correspondence with what's actually going on? If I take all the way, like if I imagine it flying an airplane all the way around the globe, might be a way to do it. But then it's like, yeah, as I'm sure some might argue, how can you trust that you did go all the way around, and how, like, why don't you think you just went in a circle? And I can't answer that. It's
Okay.
just trust, I guess.
So you said the main point of what you just told me right now is trusting people and what they say, the authorities, right? That the earth is
Yeah,
a globe. We should trust them, right?
not entirely, but in that
Not
regard, I think.
entirely. So can we trust people that tell us that the earth is a globe entirely or not?
Well, I wouldn't say like if the criteria for me to trust everything a person to say is that they say that the Earth is a globe, that would make me an easy target for a scam. So obviously not. I mean, there's
Okay.
much more. Yeah, it's not just.
Well, yeah. So, okay, you're identifying that that would be fallacious to think that way. What can we do to make that point clear that the Earth is a globe? Because you said you can't just believe, right? Because it'd be foolish for us to just believe. So, what can we do to verify or falsify that claim?
I
What
don't
do you?
think it would be foolish. I think it would be sort of like, uh, I mean, if it works, then then it seems like it's probably a good idea to trust conventional narratives to some degree or other.
So, if it works, I don't know. We haven't gotten to the point where we saying what works, right? You just said that airplanes flying, satellites, and all that. Just because that stuff works, is that what you're saying? That stuff
Yeah.
wouldn't. Oh, so because we know that we can fly a plane, it works. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
It, I wouldn't say that gives me certainty that it's a globe. I'm just saying I take the leap of faith. I
Oh,
think it's
okay.
probably a globe. I have quite high confidence that it is a globe. I'm not
Okay.
certain, but as with most things, I think scientifically it's more probabilistic. I heard the argument that, like, how do you know when you flip a coin that it's not by some strange coincidence or chance gonna turn into a butterfly?
Oh, oh. So okay.
Because if you flip the coin like a million times, then you just have like really good statistical evidence that it's very likely to be either heads or tails.
Mm-hmm.
But if there's some kind of underlying like uh, a source code of reality that allows for the possibility of some kind of variable, let's say magic, that makes it turn into a butterfly, that could happen, but just doesn't happen enough for any human being to have ever perceived it. That's like, oh, well, I mean, I guess it could happen, but it's probably not going to happen because I've never seen it happen. I've only seen the coin flip and become heads or tails.
So let me ask you a question, Lazy Dog. I think
So
this.
I can't even know that, is what I'm trying
Oh,
to say.
oh. Well, it sounds like your epistemology is that one of a solipsist. Would that be what you would call yourself?
No,
No, you wouldn't call yourself a solipsist.
no, I wouldn't.
Okay, so what are you doing right now? Like, and you don't have to tell me specifically, but are you sitting down, standing up,
Yeah, I'm
laying
sitting
down?
down
Are you staring at your computer or your phone? I don't know.
at my computer, just lounging.
Okay, so you know that you're doing that, right? Like what you just told me that you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, to the degree that my linguistic representation of reality is equal to reality, that is what I'm doing, yeah.
Okay, and if I was to tell you, are you 100% sure that you're doing that? What would you say?
Well, I would say it depends on like how detailed you want to go. You could also say that like, oh, instead of I, maybe it's like some lump of matter that is constructed by cells. Like you could go all the way down to an atomic level and try to describe me like mathematically through physics. And you could say that that is what is sitting on not a chair, but it's like some composition of fabric and metal. And
So, is it possible in any reality that you could be like a brain sitting in a jar on a shelf labeled, lazy dog?
having an experience or some
Mhm.
kind of simulated kind of
Mhm.
experience,
Mhm.
sure.
Okay. Okay. And so that's why you think that the worldview that you have right now is perfectly okay to have, right? I
I
mean, as
wouldn't
far
say
as the
that's
Earth being a
why.
globe, because in your worldview, it's okay to think that reality, I should say, is malleable. It could, for all you know, you didn't account for the thing that you said, flipping the coin heads or tails. Then all of a sudden, the 1,955,000th time, it turned into a butterfly instead of it heads or tails, right?
Yeah, or like
Oh.
the one Googolian, like whatever the unlikely, like
Well, that's a big
much
word.
more unlikely.
I'm gonna have to charge you for that word. That's $10, man, for that word. Use that word. It
But you
almost
know what I
sounded
mean? It's really unlikely.
okay, but it's a possibility, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't count it out. I would just say it's like
Okay.
it's negligible because it's so unlikely that I'm just not going to take it into account when I go on my
Oh, let me ask you a
daily
question.
business.
What did you arrive at this type of epistemology? Because it seems like you disagree with being a solipsist, but you sound like one. Like
I don't
people
agree
that are
that I sound
solipsists,
like one.
solipsists usually speak the way you speak.
I don't know how a solipsist would speak.
Well,
In my
yeah, just
understanding, a solipsist is defined as someone who's like, who
mhm.
thinks that only their consciousness or awareness exists.
Well, isn't that what you think?
No, but I might ask you,
No.
maybe that's what you think.
No, I'm saying, what's your perspective? What would you say that you can actually know? What's the thing that you know in this world, in your existence?
Um, I mean, like, I think probably I can know something probabilistically. So I hold it to be true that I exist. I hold it to be true that I'm in some kind of like uh, space-time position on a
Yeah, but
place that we
I
might
would say,
call
I would ask you
planet
though,
Earth.
lazy dog. I would ask you, how sure are you of that?
I'm sure enough that I'm not anxious about it, or I'm not
Yeah, sure
24, whatever
enough
is
is
sure enough.
on a scale from 1 to 100, like 100 being certain
I
completely.
don't have a number.
There is no number. You don't, but you'll never
I
reach
guess there
100.
is, but I haven't done the
But
arithmetic.
you would say you can't reach 100% certainty, right? Is that true?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, do you think anything is possible, like in all of reality, to undermine your reality, like anything?
What do you mean?
Um, like you could be, oh, I don't know. We could just name anything, right? You could be a clam underneath the ocean having a conversation with me, who's like a coral.
Yeah, sure, but I wouldn't bring it up because it doesn't seem to matter.
But why? If it's a possibility.
Because it doesn't work.
Well, why doesn't it work? It's a
Because
possibility.
it's a waste of time to contemplate in such
Oh,
fantastical dimensions, in my
fantastical
opinion.
dimensions. So,
Yeah.
how many fantastical dimensions do you think we have?
Well, this doesn't seem to be an interesting question for me to answer.
Well, it's interesting to me because it's like,
Okay,
why would
well,
you
maybe you
why
answer
would
the
you
question.
well, I can't because I don't think like that. And it sounds like you do.
You
So,
don't
I'm
think like
more
that? You
interested.
came up with the question.
Yeah, I know, but that's why I'm saying, because it seems like you can contemplate things outside of your known reality in such a way that they are possibilities. And I'm like, where did you get that from? And it's like you seem to have an imagination where it stems from you thinking about things that are outside of your known reality. But I would submit to you,
No.
I would submit to you that you can't think of something that hasn't been thought of before. You have to think about something that you already know exists, right? Because you mentioned the coin flipping, right? You didn't give me an example of something that does not exist outside of our reality. You gave me an example of something that exists within your reality. Like you said, the coin could flip as many times, and you used some kind of weird word. I don't know, it was kind of a weird term. But you said I could flip it this many times and then it turns into a butterfly, which a butterfly, you know what it is. But you talking about something in your reality, something outside of your reality, you can't name it because there's no, how can you think of something like that? You've thought of
Yeah.
something inside of your reality. So
Well, I can
therefore,
explain that within my framework of, or my sort of conception of reality. My conception is that human
your conception.
beings evolved from
Okay.
monkeys, and at some point, maybe
Really?
some like highly evolved primate pointed at something, and so that act of pointing sort of signified the object. And
Yeah,
so
but
that
like,
signification could be
but
bound to a laryngeal movement called,
laryngeal movement.
called a word or a sound. And so then sound started to represent the external world, and through that, it became pertinent and useful to develop the technology of language by creating new sounds to represent more and more complex
Okay.
objects and phenomenon, social, political, and so on. And so
Okay.
there's, I think, it's fundamental to human beingness that there are things outside of our ability to conceptualize through language that have not yet been described, that awaits description. So I think what you are speaking of, or what you're seeking, sort of an object that I cannot describe or use a word to describe, I think is
Right.
just pointing towards the the nature of human discovery and expansion of human knowledge.
Okay. Interesting, right? Because I'm thinking,
Thank you.
have you ever thought about these things like the way you're talking to me right now? Like, when did you start to
Yeah,
When did you start to contemplate in this type of way? Like, did you always think like this? Or ever since you were young? Or
yeah,
was this a
probably.
newfound epistemology because you went to higher learning and then you just all of a sudden started to think that way because somebody gave you a good idea? They're like, "Hey, what if you what if you are a brain in a jar sitting on a shelf somewhere named Lazy Dog? There's a label on it, it says Lazy Dog." And
No,
you were like,
I mean, I've heard that
that's a
idea many years ago. It's a
right,
common idea.
but what I'm saying though is when somebody tells you that, what gives you the like the want to think that that idea has any validity to it? Like, why would you say, "Ah, that's a good point. What if I am a brain in a jar sitting on a shelf somewhere named Lazy Dog?" Like,
No,
why would you do that?
I didn't do that. I just thought
No?
or said it's a possibility.
So right. So it's a possibility.
Yeah,
So
it's not
why
very
would
high. I
why would that
wouldn't
even well why would that enter your mind that that could be a possibility? How did you arrive thinking
because
that?
you asked the question.
No, no, how did you arrive to think in that way? Because that kind of mind to think like that, you didn't when you were a young person, they didn't come to you and tell you, "Hey, are you a brain in a jar sitting on a shelf somewhere?" You would have been like, "No, I'm playing outside." Like, "No, I'm not that." Like, what are you weird?" Like, you would talk to them that way because you're a kid.
Well, that's your assumption.
Well, you would think that as a young person. Why am I you? That's a great idea. I could be a
Would you ask a young person that question?
Why would you? Like, and that's the thing. What I'm saying is like the point of it is, where did you learn how to think like that? Did you always think like that? Did some teacher tell you, hey, you know what, guys, for class today, I want you to all think about what is our reality and what is not our reality. Now, is it possible that in your reality you can account for all things that are not in your reality? Like, did somebody teach you these things, or did you just think of them by
I've,
yourself?
you've asked this question and I've answered it.
So, what did you say?
I don't think I can say it more efficiently. I think I just explained to you how there are objects or phenomenon that are not yet described by language, that haven't been sufficiently understood and linguistically expressed through a word or more than one word.
Okay. And those things, because we we can't account for them, then anything's possible, right? So would you say that if the new scientific breakthrough is that they discovered uh 5 Earth-like planets within our solar system and we can travel there, would you believe that?
Well, I would say it's probably kind of a stretch given my current understanding of
Yeah, but
human
you said
technology
yeah, but
or the.
you can't discredit that because the information didn't come from you.
I don't need
It
to.
came from a
I can just
but it came from a
not consider it.
it came from a reputable source. The reputable source is telling you that
No,
there's
it
five
didn't.
new
This is a
Earth-like planets.
hypothetical.
Right, but if this was the case, wouldn't you just all automatically assume that since they're a reputable source that you have to trust them? Because the whole point about me talking to you in the first instance about the Earth and the shape and all that was leading back to the place where you said that we have to trust them, right? We have to trust
Well,
them
I'm
to
not
these
gonna
people.
entertain this hypothetical
Why? But like, why not? Because this is what you said in the beginning,
because
wasn't it?
I think it's just a waste of time. Like
It's
I could
not. It's
ask you
actually it's
if an
interesting.
alien dog appeared in front of you and it blew a balloon and told you it was God. Like that, what would you do? That could be a hypothetical I could counter you with.
Yeah,
And
but
then
it's
I think
that
the
scenario.
reasonable thing for you to say would be like, what, why the fuck would I consider that? It's a waste of time.
Yeah, but that
That's
scenario
how I feel
that
about your
scenario
hypothetical.
I know, but my hypothetical has more to deal with reality. Yours doesn't. Because I told you
No.
the people that you lean on for information could tell you something that goes against what you previously think right now. Let's say that might challenge you, but yet you would agree with them and say, "Well, that's possible because you're 20 years of an astrophysicist, so I will just lean on your understanding versus me thinking that I know what I'm saying." Right? My scenario was real, yours wasn't. That's what I'm asking. That's why it's important. I want to know because you trust the official narrative, then if they said something different outside of what you think is the cosmology, would you change your mind?
I do highly recommend maybe you check out semiotics as a field. It's very enlightening on the topic of knowledge and perception and
I know, but I feel like you're
words and
diverting.
linguistics.
I feel like this is a diversion
Well,
away
it's
from
just
what my
a
point was.
different question. I mean, there's no
I know,
reason
but
to assume that you have some kind of power
did you
or
understand the point?
authority in this situation, although
I know,
I'm
but did
sure
you
you would
understand?
like
Listen,
to.
and I think you're going into like another example. I don't want to entertain that right now because the point is whenever the narrative says something, whenever they're talking and they're making points, there's no disagreement to them, right? It's like the information is one way. It goes from their mouth to your ears. It doesn't go from their mouth to your ears, back from your mouth to their ears. It doesn't go that way. It goes from their mouth to your ears, their mouth to your ears, their mouth to your ears. That's it. And so you are telling me here or in this forum that you don't think like that, or you divert it away and you don't want to answer the question. And I'm wondering why. Because it would be most honest of you to say, yeah, if the expert told me the astrophysicist guy said that there's 5 new planets that they discovered, I would trust them. You didn't say that. And I'm wondering why. Because in the case of the Earth being a globe, you would trust them. You see what I mean?
I think it's highly rhetorical and doesn't have much logical relevance.
So the answer is yes or no to that because I still don't know where you stand with this. So you wouldn't trust them then? Is that what I'm taking from you? You wouldn't trust them?
I don't know what you're taking. I'm just telling you, I think you're being
What?
intellectually not dishonest, but like it's not really worth engaging too much with you.
I don't see why not. It's to me it's to the point because these guys say things every day. You
I
look at
think
the
you're stuck in some kind of rhetorical feedback loop where you're looking
no,
for
I'm
something
not. I'm
different
not. I'm not because
than
what I'm identifying is the problem with everybody thinking that the Earth is a globe. This is the fundamental flaw in your logic. Is because you first of all you
I don't
said,
agree with
well, it's not about
those
that
things you
because
say.
the people that are giving you the narrative, you don't even know how they got the narrative. If I was to quiz you right now, you wouldn't know how they got the narrative. You could just tell me, well, the reason why, and you said this earlier, so I can quote you on this. The reason why I know this information is true is because it works. And we talked about it. Remember, we had the conversation about you saying that you trust them because they are. We have airplanes that fly over the earth, and we can go from country to country. Remember when you said that, Lazy Dog? You said that, right? It works. That's what you said. Remember, it works. I'm quoting you. That's what you said.
Well, this is highly rhetorical and not
How is it?
really
It's to the
relevant.
point, sir. It's actually getting down to the implications of you saying I trust them because now you're giving your mind over to these guys
Well, maybe
whom
I have
you
some
trust.
basic understanding of geography and
Yeah,
history
but
and
still,
science, and it all seems to sort of like go quite well together.
yeah, but you haven't seen the globe with your own eyes, have you?
Oh, it depends on whether I can trust satellite imaging.
No, it's not. I'm talking about an experience that you've had, not something that you've seen on TV or images. You haven't experienced the Earth as a globe, have you?
Well, that's an experience of perception just through the medium of a screen.
That's not what. No, yeah, it's a little weaselly for you to say that because you
No, I
didn't
think
go.
that's true.
You didn't go to the location that you're seeing on screen. I'm talking about actually going to the place and experiencing something firsthand.
So do you
Yeah,
think?
There you go.
but yeah, I'm sure you could forgive me for not going there because it's so fucking expensive that it would be
Well, I
unreasonable
know
for
that,
me
but
to do.
the question was, and
Like
I'm
I'm
not.
just not important enough, and I'm
I
sure
know,
you're
but
not
what I'm
either.
saying, yeah, what I'm
So you
saying is,
wouldn't,
yeah, no.
you would not even be able to get that sort of evidence yourself.
Well, that's the point, though, right? I'm asking you a question that you're saying is unable to be understood by your vantage point. So back to my question, because
Well,
you can't.
let me say this though. If
Yeah.
that's your criteria for accepting the globe as the truth, then you would be in a position where you wouldn't probably be able to do engineering. You wouldn't be able to do so many fields within the most sort of advanced scientific
You wouldn't even
sort
need
of
to go
like
that far.
school of thought, because
You wouldn't even
if
be
it's
able to
true,
know whether you could go outside.
you cannot even work that. Like you're cutting yourself off from so much potential knowledge and potential development,
Right.
which I
But
understand. Like I understand that some people might want a higher burden of proof, and that is
yeah,
very
hang on, lazy.
admirable and probably
Yeah, hang on,
important
lazy
that it
dog. Yeah, I just gotta make a
arrives.
quick announcement. Hang on, sorry about that. Mighty, you can't be streaming. You limit the room, Mighty.
Oh, my
When you
bad.
stream.
Sorry.
All right, go ahead, lazy dog. Finish.
I just say that I understand the flat Earth sort of like predicament that that there is not really a certain proof that the Earth is a globe, and it's good that some
Oh.
people are working towards attaining that. So, like, I think that being skeptical towards the globe as being the truth is good, because that probably works towards discovering whether it is a globe or not within a higher degree of certainty. And if that can be attained, that's probably good for every field of science. So I have,
Every field of science. Okay.
yeah, so I have pretty good respect for the flat Earth theory, because I think it furthers human understanding and
Well, I know,
thought.
but there's a lot of people who would disagree with that, and namely, they're in here right now, sitting here, probably shaking their heads. And I don't mean the guys on Team Flat, but the ones on Team Globe. There's some in there just like gnashing their teeth because what you
Okay.
just said. Because it's
Yeah.
for them, it wouldn't even be entertained, right? So on the
So
one hand,
also,
you might say that from your perspective, but then they would kind of retort with that's bullshit.
What
It's a
would be
load.
your sort of
do you
perfect
think
level of proof?
firsthand experience is the only way you can ever know whether or not something is true?
I would say that probably with
Oh, no, I'm
I don't know
asking
if you're
Alphas,
asking me.
not you, lazy.
Yeah. In the case of the Earth, like it just depends,
In the
right?
case of
So
the
if
Earth, no,
yeah,
I
in the
don't
case
think it
of the Earth,
depends at
because
all.
we're on top of it, we're on top of the Earth, so we can discover what it is because we live on it, right? So let's say I wanted to find out if the Earth is a specific set size of dimensions or a geometric shape or whatever the case, right? We're gonna be able to do something because we have units of measurement. We can go on the Earth and do something about it versus us saying, well, the Earth is too big, there's nothing we can do, right? On the one, you have there's two sides to this. You can say I can figure it out or I cannot figure it out, and then like what you would say from that is then we have to infer things because of that. We can't
Can you
figure it out.
answer my question? Do you think
Yeah, I said
you
yeah.
can have true statements without having to have firsthand experience of like the
No,
things
that's
regarding the truth?
that's a generalization of the very specific thing that I was talking about.
Right.
So
But great.
yeah,
Yeah,
things
I
can
know
be
it's a
true.
generalization.
Yeah, things can be
Can you
true. Yeah,
answer
things can
yes
be
or
true.
no whether you think that's
Yes, things
possible?
can be true. I already said things can be
No,
true.
not,
Yes.
not that things can be true, but that we can verify whether something is true without firsthand experience.
Verify and falsify? No. You have to actually
No.
know.
So
Yeah,
Would anything
when you speak of things that you know, you're gonna have to actually be able to interact with these things, right?
So
So
there's two problems with this.
go ahead.
Problem number one is we actually have plenty of truth claims that we believe without firsthand experience, and we accept them as truth. And the second part is even firsthand experience itself isn't always reliable. We have things like optical illusions. We have things like dream states, hallucinations. You could be
getting off the
drugged,
topic, man.
so on. So for the first part, let's talk about the first part. Let's not go to firsthand experience. Let's just talk about the fact that you can get truth claims from non-firsthand experience.
Yeah, but you can't get
So
confirmation.
For instance, you probably believe it's true that when I might need to think for an example for this.
You
Okay,
can't.
think away.
Sure. Let's see.
Think away.
So say
Shouldn't you have
your
thought about
sister.
this
Say
before
your
you
sister. Do you have
butted
any
in?
siblings? Actually, I should ask you this. Do you have any siblings?
Siblings? Yeah, sure do.
Okay. And do you have are any of your parents alive?
One.
Okay. So if your sibling called you and told you that your parent is they just had a heart attack or something and they're in the hospital, you would believe that, right?
One of my siblings? Yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, you didn't have first-hand experience, so why aren't you sitting there questioning whether or not it's true?
What do you mean?
It's
The
an
parent?
antecedent.
Yeah,
The fact that the parent is in the hospital and let's say they had a heart attack or something.
Yeah, there's no reason why that because we have a relationship that was built over time, and I understand the
Right.
dynamic from it being that, because I'm
Mhm.
coming at this from a
Relationship. Okay, perfect.
yeah, I'm coming at
Relationship.
this
Let's
from
cut
I'm
that
coming
out.
at this from a standpoint of understanding the relationship that I had with the sibling.
Perfect.
As we grew up together, there was a bond that we created, right? And it doesn't that bond that we created, it doesn't have a tangible way to explain it. Like love, you can't quantify it, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
Any like friendship, you can't quantify friendship. It is what it is.
So let me maybe try to get an understanding here of what you're saying. So you're
Sure.
saying that there's a precedent for your sibling giving you reliable information, correct?
Yeah, something that had to been established prior to him giving me that
Perfect.
information. Yep.
Okay. So you can attain truth, non-firsthand experience truth, by establishing precedent for the thing giving you the information as being reliable information, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so let's say I invent a device, a measuring device, and I can test it and see whether or not its measurements are reliable. Like say a camera.
What are we testing
You
again?
can test it.
What are you testing?
Well, let's say a camera, just a normal camera. Like
No,
I
what are
test
you
the camera
testing? Not that the camera exists. What are you testing?
that the camera can take pictures. Right now, we're not testing anything. Just that the camera can take pictures, and the pictures seem to
Yeah, we know
demonstrate
cameras can
accurately
take
what is being
pictures.
taken.
What's the point? Cameras take
I'm getting
pictures.
to
Yep.
it. I'm getting to it. Do you think that you can do that? You can establish a reliability of a
Cameras
camera
take pictures.
and
Yes. Cameras take pictures.
build the precedent so that you can be like, okay, this is reliable. So now I can say that if this camera takes a picture of something, I think the
Yeah,
information
but
here
what
is
did you
reliable.
get?
Can you
Wait,
do that?
are we still talking about me and my sibling, or are you talking
I don't
about
know what
something
the
else?
fuck he's
It's
talking about.
related. Can you
No,
answer
no,
the
it's not
question?
related. No, it's not related. It's totally separate.
How is it
like,
not
did you?
related?
Because you're using in this one case, you're using something like a relationship, a bond that was created that it can't be quantified. And on this other instance, you're using a physical and tangible thing that can be quantified, like a camera.
Yeah.
And we understand the moving
What we're
parts in it.
talking about is the
No, why are
reliability
you?
of something. You can't
Yeah,
quantify
the
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 reliability.
reliability. Yeah, but hang on a second, because you're it's a category error. On the one
You're
hand,
not.
you're quantifying something with like a bond that was created from a family member, and the other way you're saying the reliability is quantified by something physical and reliable, as in how good is it made? It's synthetic. The thing that you're talking about is synthetic. The other thing that is you're talking
I
about is a
know it
natural.
is. I know it
Right.
is. So I'm gonna ask you the question again. Do you think you can build a degree of trust with a device? Right? Do you think that that's possible? Where you test the device
Can you
and
give
what
us
it's
an
measuring?
example? Give an example.
Right. So say there's a camera right? You want to see whether or not the camera functions and it's reliable, and it seems
Yeah,
to
it
show you
functions if
images
it
of
takes
things that you have
pictures. If
taken.
it doesn't take pictures,
Do
it
you
doesn't
think you
function.
can do
Yeah?
that? Do you think you can
Fucking
build
hell.
a
Yeah,
trust
so
with that?
yeah, so far as we can tell, like the equipment that we understand can operate and function the way that we want it to. It can be.
Okay,
Yeah, so
perfect.
there's nothing wrong
Great.
there. Yeah, go ahead.
So is it fair to say that you can not only use people to attain information, and you trust that information because you have over time seen that they are reliable and trustworthy,
But
you
they're
can
not
do the
my
same
family
thing
members.
with you can do
They're
can you
not
do
my
the same
family
thing
members.
with
They're not my family
measuring
members.
devices? Can you do
They're
the
not
same
my
thing?
family members. I don't know who they are.
I know a camera is not your family member.
Not
Can you
the
answer
camera,
my
dude.
question?
Not the camera. The people. You said, can't we give the camera to people? I'm like, well, the people that you're
No,
talking
I didn't.
about.
Okay, I'm gonna rephrase the question, Alpha.
Okay.
Okay.
Please do.
Do you think? I totally forgot the question. Okay, well, I'll try
Cameras.
this
Don't
again.
forget cameras, people.
So
Cameras, siblings.
would you trust like a camera taking a photo that you've tested is reliable and seems to work? Would you trust the images on there that they're accurate?
Well, yeah. So as far as to say is that if I wanted to scrutinize the information, as like, is the information real with this camera taking a photo? I can get it tested, the actual photo, and find out if it's a real photo or not. Yeah, you can. There's ways to do that for sure.
No, that's not. You
What
really
do you?
struggle to answer a very basic
No,
question.
Well,
you're struggling.
I don't know what you're saying then, bro. Because
Alpha. I feel
You're
like
struggling to ask
you
a
think I'm
question,
trying to
mate.
put
You're
you
not
in
making
yeah,
any
a corner.
that's
sense.
You
why.
think I'm trying to put you in a corner, and you're
No, I
constantly
don't
trying
care,
to
dude.
reason
I
out
want to
of it.
answer you
Just
correctly. So if you're saying
perfect.
trust in equipment, like the camera, it's a Nikon P900. What I'm just using something out there. But the device is working properly, and you're taking some photos, right, or whatever, and you want to get them tested, like, or rather, let's put it this way: somebody has a camera that's a Nikon P900, and they took some photos of something, whatever it is, and they said, "Look, this is some weird photos that we have here. I don't know, Loch Ness monster or whatever, right?" And they want to show it to me, and then I'm like, "That's bullshit right there."
Okay,
And they're
so
like, "No, we can go and test this to see if the image is false or not, right?" Is that what you're saying?
So in that, yes. So if
Okay,
you agree with that,
continue.
it's perfectly fine. You think like 99% of all humans who have ever lived. Okay. This kind of negates your whole point about, well, did you see the globe with your eyes? Because
Well, you didn't get to the
we
point.
trust
Is that the example?
Let me finish real quick. I promise I won't interrupt you.
All
Okay.
right.
We trust in testimony from other people, and 2, we also trust in like devices and the information that they relate to us. Okay.
Yeah, if they're testable. Yeah.
So
I don't trust
in the case of images from NASA, it's a combination of the 2 things, right? It's
Wait, well, you didn't let me
testimony
get a retort.
institutions.
You just went rambling on. You didn't let me
No,
retort you.
I haven't rambled.
You
What have I
haven't let me.
rambled about?
You haven't let me tell you anything. Just like are you
Go
gonna
for
just
it.
monologue and?
No, go
Right.
ahead.
So what I'm asking is the image that we're using from a camera that someone's taken an image of, and I used the scenario, the example of the Loch Ness monster, right? They took a picture of the Loch Ness monster and they showed it to me, and they said, "Look, here's the Loch Ness monster. I took a photo of him." Is that what you're saying? Yes or no? I need to know if that's what you mean.
No. So you're
No, that's
absolutely
not what you mean. So okay,
yes.
then scratch that. Then what do you mean?
No. It's not just any
Fucking hell.
camera or any person, right? The camera and the person matters, which is by the way, which is why I told you. Let's say you tested the camera and saw that it and tested it that it is reliable. Then you can say yes, then it's reliable. Then whatever this camera takes, I'll probably, I'm very much more likely to believe whatever it
Fuck
takes.
you, waffle on,
Right?
man.
Similarly, depending
Get to
on
the
the
fucking
person, right?
point.
If it's just an average Joe that walks up the street and they tell you your mother's in the hospital, like if you were just walking around, there was like a random homeless guy, and he's like, "Hey, your mother's
Then
in the
you
hospital,"
ring
you're
the
probably not going to
hospital.
believe him.
You ring
But
the
if it's your
hospital and you
sister
check.
or your brother who you've grown up with and you build that trust, then yeah, there's the reliability there. So what I'm trying to build here is to show you that you don't. Your whole thing about have you seen the globe with your eyes? Well, that doesn't seem to be the only condition to say whether or not the Earth is a globe. Is whether or not you've experienced it firsthand. You can also use devices like scientific devices like
Terrible
rockets and
analogy.
cameras, and you can also use people who have given you that secondhand information.
Okay, so
Terrible analogy.
You're back to trusting people. Is that what we're saying? Because like the question wasn't if the
Yes.
image is real or not. It's if the person is honest or not. Right?
Yeah.
Is that the base
Sure.
of it? Okay. So do people lie?
Yeah.
So why are we saying that they're not doing that?
Well, we have to see, right? We have to
Well, if it's a
measure.
possibility, yeah, but if
Yeah,
it's a
absolutely.
possibility that they can lie, why
Absolutely.
are we just saying they're good, honest, upstanding, moral people? Why are you saying that?
Absolutely.
Well,
I
there you
would
go.
never blanket statement ever, say that
Right.
anybody is
Well,
just trustworthy.
yeah,
In the
but that's
case
the
in the case
point.
of
That's the point. That's what
Sure.
I'm saying, Mighty. So if it's a possibility that an astronaut can be a liar, then it's not true that whatever they're saying to you about their anecdotal testimony is also true, because that's false. Because people lie, so you
Well,
can't
sure, but
discount. Well,
couldn't
you
your
can't
sibling
discount.
lie to you? Couldn't your sibling lie to you about
Yeah,
your
but
parent being in the hospital?
you could check. The verification process can happen at some point. Even if the sibling lied to you, you could go and verify if it's true or not that your parent was in hospital, or in this case, in this scenario, whether or not the earth is a globe or they took the image where they said they
Well,
took it from.
you can check, by the way, not with firsthand,
So
unfortunately, in
not
this case,
firsthand,
but
right? So
you can
how
check
can
with
we
a
check?
device.
What
So
device?
let's say for instance that
Mm-hmm.
there's an animal that
Oh,
a zebra, for instance. Okay, have you ever seen a zebra in first person? Probably. I don't know. That might
Yeah,
be
I've seen a zebra.
Okay, I'm trying to think of an animal. Fuck. Have you seen a killer whale before?
I've
In
seen a
person?
killer whale. Yeah.
What SeaWorld.
Okay, well, let's
Yeah,
just
go ahead.
say let's say there's some marine animal. Let's say there's some marine animal, and you can't go down yourself and swim down there and see the animal, but you can send
Okay.
down like a camera and take a picture of what's down there, and you see the animal. You can take several pictures, and you can send down probes and shit. Would you think it's fair to say that that animal is there, even though you
Yeah,
can't
if
go in
I
person?
Yeah,
sent
for
the
sure.
camera down, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So yeah, so again, let's say you can send a balloon up into the air with a camera and you can take a picture of the earth.
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
done
What
it.
about it? What
It's
about it?
flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about it?
Is it flat? All right, let's
Yeah,
see
it is.
let's see this image of a balloon that's been shot up, and let's see what institution it came
Okay.
from or who took it.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Now you're starting to question whether or not the source is reliable. That's what you're
Well,
going.
you
You're
can do
going
this
back to.
yourself. Have you
Yeah,
done
but
this yourself?
you're going back to saying that all art, and I'll just put it to you this way: are all images from these sources reliable? I would submit to you.
Well, you're saying you want
I
to
know.
verify
I'm asking you a question, dude. Like what the
who
question that
is
I'm asking.
reliable. Who
So
is reliable.
what authority are you referring to? NASA? Are you referring to some?
Every major space organization
Okay.
from a country.
Have they ever photoshopped anything?
Have they ever Photoshop? If you
Yes.
redefine Photoshop to
No,
just
you know
mean
what
any
Photoshop
sort
means,
of image
Mighty.
modification,
Mighty. You know what Photoshop means, right?
well, when
Do you know
people
what?
say sure,
Where you hit
so let
Command
me
Z?
answer your,
Command Z a
your
lot?
question. If you
Oh
say
my God,
someone
you're trying. Dude, it's
Alpha,
just Photoshop.
are
It's
you gonna
just
let me
Photoshop. Mighty, it's just
answer? You don't even
Photoshop,
want me
bro.
to answer, buddy.
Go ahead. Just go the long way around, I
Okay.
guess.
Yeah, so the problem here is you're trying to
What?
attach a connotation, right? When you say an image was photoshopped,
Yeah.
I don't think, this was just like, modified in an image editor, although that is the literal meaning of photoshopping something. Usually
You're
now,
missing the
especially in
point,
our
mate.
society,
Hey, we're going to have to stop you there.
photoshopping something, when we say,
Just
that image
stop,
was
dude.
photoshopped, we're
Has
can
NASA
you
ever
let me
claimed to
answer?
have a photo? No. Has NASA ever claimed to have a full photo of the Earth? Or are they photoshopped?
Okay, I'm going to continue
You've got to
to
look to
answer.
your own
No, you're not
source.
going to bull.
You've got to look to your own source. They don't claim to have any photos of the Earth.
So, Timbo.
Yeah,
I'm
they
totally
claim to
willing
have
to answer your
one, and it was from
question.
one of the
I'm
moon
totally willing to
landings.
answer your question.
Yeah.
Okay, but when
No,
I'm in the
because you're
middle
going
of
off.
answering a question,
Mate, you've been talking for 20 minutes and you haven't actually said anything.
Yeah, you're saying a lot of words, but no real meaning, and you're not being concise
So
at all.
I was just asking if they
again,
photoshopped anything and see if you can give me a yes or no to
I
that.
was
But you took
trying,
the long way
I
around,
was
bro.
trying to
Yeah,
answer
but
you.
it's either yes or no. Did they
So
have they ever photoshopped images, bro? That's all.
no, not using
No?
pho-
You know you're wrong, right? Demonstrably wrong.
So again, yeah, I can't. If you guys keep muting me, I mean, I get you guys
Mighty,
want to
but
have a conversation.
before you leave, Mighty, I want you to
No,
check
I'm not.
into.
I didn't say it.
Well,
Okay.
just
This
because
is so.
people usually get upset. All right,
Oh
just
man,
relax. Anyways, check this out, Mighty. Look up a guy named Robert Simmons.
I'm perfectly relaxed.
Yeah, look up a guy named Robert Simmons. You're gonna find out that he photoshopped
So
the Earth as a globe.
that's great. Okay. So I mean,
But you said that's
are
he
there any
worked
other
at NASA,
questions,
bro.
or because I didn't even
He
get to answer that
he
question?
worked at
What was the other
NASA.
question?
He worked at dude. Why are you you need to unclog? Take the wax out, dude. Because I'm telling you, Robert Simmons photoshopped the
Alpha,
Earth, the blue marble.
alpha, 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 alpha.
Are you not hearing me? Dude, go look it up. Type it into Google. You'll find out
Alpha,
for
I hear
yourself.
what you're saying. I don't understand why I keep getting muted.
Because you,
Okay.
I don't know why, but listen, you said that there was no photoshopped images of the Earth, and I'm telling you, he
Okay.
photoshopped the
So
Earth.
you gotta when we're having a conversation, we gotta let.
I don't know, man. I don't know where you want to go from here. There's nowhere to recover. You're just a liar now. If you said no, they don't Photoshop, and I just showed you one instance where they did, that's gotta look bad, Mighty. It really does. The globalists in here are probably like, dude, he fell for it. Fuck, it was a trap. That's all I'm saying, Mighty. It's like you fell right into the trap. You honestly thought there was nobody in NASA never photoshopped anything, and they openly admit that say that they do. That's weird, bro.
This guy keeps yakking on about the concept of trust over and over again. He says trust this, trust that, or what reason do we have to trust this, trust that. But what I wanted to point out to him is maybe you should focus more on the concept of doubt. You know, ask yourself, what reason do you have to doubt X, Y, or Z? I think it's a lot more, it's a lot less time wasted if you just boil it down to that.
Yeah, let's see if he can respond to you, Orion. Because I felt like my point was already made. He's shown out to be that he didn't understand that they have photoshopped the Earth, which they have. Robert Simmons working for NASA.
Oh,
So Mighty, if
photos.
you wanna maybe talk to Orion a bit.
Can I just say something real quick? Like,
Sure.
like
No,
I'm
you can't, because you've been saying
Is it
stuff
true
real
or
quick
is it
for like the
not?
last
Can
10
I?
minutes.
Well, no, because the thing is, right?
No.
If I
I'm
get,
gonna ask you a question,
if
dude.
I
I'm
can't,
gonna ask you
if
a
I
question,
can't.
dude. Listen carefully.
Okay, no. I can't. We
Yeah,
can't have a
listen. I have
conversation if you
one
don't let
simple
me.
question
If you
for you.
don't
It's
let me
simple.
simply just talk. Okay. We can't have a
But you're having a
conversation.
monologue, dude. You're not having a conversation. You're having a monologue. It's just you talking
I have let
constantly.
people
Let's
ask
have a
questions.
conversation.
I've let people go. Go. You know what? Go
Not for the
ahead.
last 10
You
minutes. You
guys.
have it, dude.
Go ahead.
All right.
What's your question?
Are you listening? It's very simple. Listen carefully. What reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat? And please be concise.
What reason you have to doubt whether the Earth is flat? I mean, you should doubt everything. You should be skeptical of everything. The reason being is
No, I
because
shouldn't be. Why should I be skeptical of everything? That doesn't make any damn sense.
I mean, I think getting to the truth is a very important thing, especially for building a moral framework and a framework of reality. I think it's important
Didn't
to
you
know what the
just
truth
spend the
is.
whole last 20 minutes saying that we should trust people and this and that, and then now you're saying being skeptical of everything? You don't even know what you're talking about, mate.
I don't think you should
Yeah, it's
trust
kind of speaking out
anybody.
both sides of his mouth.
I think that's what it's all about, right? Is who do you trust? I think that's the question. I don't think you should just trust anything, right?
You can trust yourself. Hold on. Can you trust yourself more than anybody else? Is that reasonable to say that?
Yeah, I would say usually speaking, firsthand evidence is probably going to overrule
All right. So
everything.
again, you say usually we're talking about a specific thing here. We're not talking about most facets of life, most
Well, you didn't ask
aspects
me
of life.
specifically. You asked me generally, did you not?
Well, I asked you in regards to the surface of the Earth and the shape of it and the motion of it. That's what I'm
In
really
regards to
asking
the
you about.
surface of the Earth, I at least cannot firsthand see whether or not it's totally flat or whether it's totally global. I can't. I don't have that
Yeah, but I didn't mean
capability.
totally though. Like I'm not talking about the whole Earth. I'm talking about the area in which you have seen with your own two eyes over the course
Sure,
of
but
your
we're
life.
not talking
Do you?
about.
My question is simple. So my
Sure.
question is simple. Have you observed it as flat with your own two eyes, or have you ever observed it as anything other than flat with your own two eyes?
I've only observed it as flat, but I can only observe so
All right.
much.
So
So
yeah.
real quick, if I could just add a conditional
Well,
here.
yeah, but no. I'm still
No,
on this. So
you don't
again,
let
with motion,
people
with your
talk.
own.
You can't
I know, no,
just
but I'm
bulldoze
not
the
even finished my point,
conversation.
dude. I haven't finished my point. I'm still on the point. So you were just
Go ahead.
talking. You just admitted that. Okay, well, maybe, or you didn't even really admit it. You just said something weird. The point I'm trying to make is you can trust yourself more than anybody else. And if you don't realize that, then you're stupid as shit. Okay. And what I mean by that is
There's
you
a
have
point
your
that I'm
own
trying to make,
firsthand
right?
experience. Listen. You have your own firsthand experience, and then you have what other people tell you. Now, if your own firsthand experience goes against what other people tell you, then they need to demonstrate that what they're saying to be true. Otherwise, you're just blindly believing them like a cult member in regards to this subject or any other subject.
Sure. I totally agree with you.
Especially when it comes to extraordinary claims, which, by the way, since you just admitted, and I'll give you credit for admitting, I do give you credit for this, you just admitted that you observe through your eyes the Earth is flat for all your firsthand experience. So keep in mind, for anyone to say that the Earth is a sphere, that is technically an extraordinary claim. That is beyond your ordinary experience. So extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, right?
I totally agree. All right. Have you made your point? I just want to do a response. Okay. Yeah, you stopped talking. Okay, so I'll go ahead and respond. Okay, you're absolutely right that my firsthand experience of the Earth I can see has been flat. But this conversation isn't about the Earth that I can see. It's about all of the Earth. So I can't assume that because within my field of view, the Earth that I do see, since it's flat, that must mean the whole thing is an entire flat disk object. That I can't make that assumption. That is an assumption. That I can't.
Well,
an
no,
inference.
it's not an assumption. It's knowledge.
So, in order
would be an
for us to have a
assumption that it's a ball if you were to believe it's a ball.
I let you go. Okay, I understand you think I'm trying to monologue. I'm just trying to get a quick response. Okay. In order to talk about whether or not the Earth is a flat object in its totality or a spherical object in its totality, then we need to use things that don't involve first-hand
It's not an
experience.
object. That's where you're going wrong. It's not an object.
Yeah, you're making a claim technically. Claiming that it's an object is technically, that's a claim. But hey, I got a way that we can bring this down to something a little more tangible, like a little more agreeable, or whatever you want to call it. So would you say that a 10-mile span of the surface of the Earth, either a body of water, would you say that that's a sizable portion to figure out whether or not it's curving or not? Because after all, they say it's a 3,959 mile radius, and so there should be curvature over 10 miles. Shouldn't there, like, noticeable, measurable, observable curvature over 10 miles? Over 10 miles, there should be more than 60 feet of curvature. So would you say that, analyzing the surface of a body of water over 10 miles is a good way to figure out if the Earth is flat or curving?
Why do you use radius and not diameter?
So if it is the case that there is 60 foot for 10 foot
That's
of
another problem.
span of Earth, and I totally agree.
Earth.
Yeah.
Water
Okay, then. So I got a new phone lately, so I don't have it on my phone. But if anybody has the Black Swan, please post it, because I think this guy should look at the Black Swan. It's a span of 9.4 miles and beyond, where we can clearly see the water is level, and there are 2 oil rigs that we use to demarcate distance off the California coast, and the horizon is clearly beyond both oil rigs. And the horizon is, of course, defined as the apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground. The thing is, the camera is on the beach on the sand, and it's 1 foot above the surface of the ocean. And at 1 foot above the surface of the ocean, the horizon must be no further than 1.22 miles away. In this photograph, we clearly have observed it as more than 9.4 miles away. So this observation is impossible on a spherical surface with a radius of 3,959 miles. So yeah, over 10 miles, we can falsify the radius easily.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this, but I'd have to look into it. Yeah, I mean, if you have like devices or things that are, you've demonstrated their reliability and that they're measuring that the Earth is flat, then yeah, that's a good starting point, and I would totally buy into your argument. But as far as I'm aware, all the measurements and things that have been done, outside of just your eyes, I guess, and the radius around you, I mean, I don't think that's even relevant to the conversation.
I gotta say, I don't understand the last thing you just said. Wait, what is not relevant to the conversation? What?
What you said earlier, right? Where for the first-hand experience you have of the Earth underneath your feet, that's not enough to say that because it's flat underneath your feet, or sorry, I should say, it appears flat underneath your feet, that the whole shape means, or that means that the whole shape is just a flat disc or like a flat surface.
Well, actually, it is, and I'll tell you exactly how. It comes down to the concept of base axioms of knowledge. So take, for instance, when you're born and you're, just observe, before you look at a television screen and see someone, a NASA employee, tell you the Earth is a ball, or before you go to school and the teacher points at a globe and says, you live on one of these, or whatever, you observe the Earth as flat and you feel it as stationary. That is technically speaking the base axiom of knowledge. And as far as we can tell so far, it's also true. The Earth is flat and stationary as a whole. So the thing is, yeah, it's actually quite relevant. It's the base axiom of knowledge, and it seems, as far as I can tell, it's the end-all be-all of knowledge, because if we had a direct measurement of curvature, direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, demonstrating it to be curved, then we would know from that point forward that the Earth is curved. But no one's ever presented a direct measurement of curvature, so it's only a mere blind belief, a cult belief on anyone's part, that it's a ball. And the same thing with it being spinning. We're still waiting for someone to demonstrate it to be spinning, even though we feel it to be stationary. So to the best of our knowledge, it is stationary until someone, and so it's just a blind belief that the Earth is spinning for anyone that believes it. You got to prove it. You can't just believe it. I mean, you can just believe it, but I mean, you can't just believe it and have yourself upset.
President, here's the thing that I think irks me a little bit, is that I totally understand your position and that you have evidence that you are like demonstrating, like you're showing me this picture and this and that. But I think it's disingenuous, just purely from a like debating topic standpoint. Okay, it's disingenuous to characterize the other side as not demonstrating any evidence of their own. Right? You can say that their evidence is faked. Or you can say that their evidence is flawed, but to characterize it otherwise, it just makes your side look bad. Like I'm even sitting here telling you right now that you have.
It's not a demonstration at all, though. Like, hold on, let me ask you a question.
No, you don't pull those. Let me finish. You just monologue for like 3 minutes. Okay, let me finish real quick. Okay, I'm sitting here telling you, oh, that's interesting. I'll take a look at it when you show me information. But when you're trying to characterize the other side, you just characterize them and represent them as liars, as like a cult and this and that and the other. And it's like, oh, I don't think that's a very productive or genuine way to characterize any side of any argument.
Yeah. I mean, if I showed you a video of Bigfoot, would you believe in Bigfoot?
Well, whether or not I believe in it is a different conversation. Whether or not I characterize the other side as being disingenuous is a different thing.
So, 1 sec. So
you wouldn't, though, right?
Let's see.
Come on, answer it.
No, of course not.
If
Right?
I showed
And
you a video of
just showed
Bigfoot,
me.
would you believe in
President.
Bigfoot? Yes or no?
Yeah. So, and you
Come on,
showed
answer it. It's a
me.
yes or no question, dude.
Do
You,
you
you
not
can
hear me?
answer it.
No. Hello? Hello? No.
Can I show you how culty your side is?
All right. So yeah. So I just want to ask you something though. When you see videos from the vacuum of space, do you believe that those are authentic? Yes or no?
Yes, there's been enough trust there built by the institutions and by the devices that they use that I trust.
I know. I'm not looking for a speech. I'm just looking for a yes or no. I'm just looking. So now I'm going to continue talking. I just wanted to point out to you that you have an inconsistent standard of evidence. You see, you hold one standard of evidence with the Bigfoot people showing you videos of Bigfoot, and you have another standard of evidence with the natural
Sure, tell
just
me,
from the
tell me
vacuum. You
how.
have an inconsistent standard of evidence. Is what I'm saying. You're
Video
intellectually
slash
inconsistent.
photographic demonstrating a photo slash an image alone is not enough, and that has never, by the way, been my position. So I will restate my position just so you understand. Okay, the institution or the person demonstrating information to me matters. The reliability and trust built there matters. The reliability of the devices used when presenting image evidence or videographic evidence matters. And like I said in my answer when you asked me the yes or no, right? I'll say it again. Whether or not the evidence being shown for the claim comes from a reliable institution or reliable people, and the devices that they use were reliable, matters when talking
What
about
are you
whether or not
relying
it
on?
was true.
What are you relying on?
You're breaking up.
You're saying there's a difference between
You're roboting, mate.
difference.
The problem here is what information are you relying on to show you that the Earth is a globe? What information? Can you show us that information? Because you're saying
So
you've got information and you.
me? Are you
Oh
asking
wait,
me
I haven't
why
finished
do
my
I?
question.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
All right. So you're saying that you're relying on these people because you've built up trust with them. And
Yes.
what information have they given you that you can trust and verify and work out if it's real or not?
I would say rudimentary physics.
Like what? Like what?
But not
Don't
just
just say words. Just give me an example.
Sure. Yeah, things like the equation for like potential energy, or the equation for kinetic energy, or the equation for like.
And what's that?
Yeah, so you can take these lab courses, in college, and you can.
Cool. Have you done it?
You can run these physics experiments.
What have you done?
And demonstrate. What was that?
What have you done?
So yeah, I've taken
Because we're not talking about
physics.
you at the moment. We were talking about the information that was provided to you by the source that you're claiming, saying that you built up trust.
I'm sorry, did you
with
not
this
ask me
institution.
why I believe?
Hang on. Stop. I asked
You
you why
bulldoze,
you
you
trust.
don't have a
I
conversation.
asked you why you trust. What information have you been given that you can verify that why you trust these institutions? That's all I asked. What information is it?
Yeah, so I answered your question. So what's up?
What?
Rudimentary
What
physics.
information? What? Yeah, you just said a word. What's the information?
Claims of physics.
Yeah, provide the information. That
Yeah,
you've,
so kinetic
why
equation for
you
kinetic
trust them.
energy, equation for potential energy.
Okay, what is that?
The equation for kinetic energy is mass times velocity squared over 2. The equation for potential energy is mass times
Awesome.
gravity
So
field strength times height.
So how is this verified that the Earth is a ball?
So through this, and by the way, many claims related to the institutions who have made these claims, I have built trust through these claims, and so that when they give me new information,
I'm asking for the information. Why you trust them?
Because I have experimented and verified that these things are true.
That the Earth is a ball.
That I trust the institutions.
Okay, what?
What?
You're just saying words and then saying this is why I trust them, but what do you trust?
I trust the institutions of, let's say, NASA or
Yeah, what information? You're just
the
repeating words.
Here, can I try something real quick? Do you
Yeah,
have
go
a
ahead.
reason for why? Okay, I'm not going to challenge that your level of trust, right? Can you form some sort of logic or reason based argument for why you would trust people that have uniformly given you not only no reason to trust them, but every reason in the book not to trust them?
No, so I'm telling you, they have given me reason to trust them, and that's why I
Yeah,
do
that's what I was
trust
asking
them.
for. That's why I guess you missed it. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's multifaceted. I mean, I can give you some examples like I have already done. But for instance, with regards to NASA, they have a very close relationship with, an understanding of physics, and I think they're them adopting those things that I have verified in my own academic life. I have been in labs and done these experiments, and I have seen the results on paper and with my own eyes, because they were some of the people who, introduced this
what?
stuff,
Give an
researched it,
example.
found
Give us
it.
an example
Let
of
him get
the
to the bottom of it
experiment.
first.
He's just talking shit again.
Yeah, I
He's
know,
just
but he's got
answering
to
with
get it out.
words.
He's got to get it out that he trusts a system of NASA. But
there
once he
are
realizes that NASA isn't
sure.
doing any of that, then he's
Yeah,
going to be
so
like,
there's
he's going to have a
plenty of
contradiction to
ballistic.
face.
There's plenty of ballistic, just normal physics experiments, ballistic experiments, right? Where there's a projectile being fired from some sort of launching device, and there's plenty of experiments like this. I mean, you're asking for a specific example, and that's pretty specific. Just ballistic experiments, and basic principles of gravity and of kinetic energy, of rocket propulsion, of I mean, these are real industries. There's very real engineering and physics behind this stuff. Very real experimentation that happens.
Yeah, so you'd be able to demonstrate that. When is that going to come? Like which experiment?
Yeah, if you want to go to some sort of physics lab in college, there's plenty of this introductory physics. There's
I got a quick
I've
question.
done, well, almost Ryan. Yeah, I've done that, and I've talked to physics professors. They say you do not use a curve or rotation of the Earth at anywhere near anything in college. Maybe after doctorate level, if you get a specialized field, then you might kind of brush on it. But for any practical purposes,
Well,
the Earth
I'll
is
tell you-
always used as flat and stationary.
I'll give you an example of something, by the way, that was said earlier.
You could do this right now. You could do a physics experiment
Yeah,
right now. Get
absolutely.
up, walk somewhere, an object moving through space. At what point did you factor in rotation and curve of the Earth?
Wait, rotation?
Yeah,
rotation is like one of the first things you cover in physics. Like it's
Not even close,
it's incredibly important.
No, I got a direct quote from Brian Cox that says the rotation
I
of
don't
the
know
Earth.
who that is.
Yeah, it's a scientific communicator, doctor of these astrophysics or whatever.
Oh, Brian Cox. Yeah,
Brian
yeah,
Cox.
I know
Yeah,
who that is.
he said it's a unitless ratio. The rotation of the Earth has no meaning. There's
Wait, what'd
nothing.
you say?
Well, here, I'll pull up the quote for you. See, this is the thing that you're willfully ignorant. That's why you trust government, because you're willfully ignorant about what government has done. Do you know that NASA is government? Maybe you got that.
I'm not. By the way, I'm a statesman. I'm not against the government. I'm not an anarchist or
NASA
libertarian.
the executive branch of the federal government, right?
Yeah, and I love the federal government. I love the government. I don't know why you're trying to cast it as something bad.
Well, I mean, I guess are you deeply theistic too?
No.
Well, how could that your direct contradiction then? Because the federal government says their motto is "In God we trust."
Well, I mean, I don't sanction everything that someone in the federal government does, but in general, I do like the federal government, and I do trust the federal government.
I had a more
So
specific
you trust
question to
God then?
ask. Like,
No.
let's not talk about God. Like,
Well,
let's
no,
talk
I'm
about
just seeing that
zero
he's
there.
got a broken contradiction worldview here. Now I'm getting the video from Brian Cox. So this guy doesn't really know much of anything, which is why he trusts government. It's a lack of education.
Yeah, and speaking
I'm
of
very
education, I
well
had a question
educated.
for him. Wait, buddy, I got a
fairly
question for you.
certain that I have more of an education than you do.
That's
Yeah,
what
and
Dunning-Kruger
I have a
said.
question about that education of yours. I have a question about your education. So,
Go for
or
it.
not really about yours necessarily in particular, but about education in general. So, my question is simple: is it possible for a teacher to effectively teach a physics course and accurately teach his students the laws of physics, while at the same time over the same course teaching things that are not true about the surface of the earth and the geometry of it and the motion of the earth? Is it possible to teach? Is it possible for those two things to happen in the same class simultaneously? Is that possible, or is that impossible?
Sure, that's perfectly possible.
All right, I'm glad you could admit that.
Okay, great.
So when do we get to the actual globe proof? Because I've been hearing a lot of bullshit, a lot of waffling and retarded sophistry and so on. Is there any actual globe proof coming?
He doesn't. He only has a belief in the federal government. So here's
Yeah, I
two
thought
videos.
that.
Brian
Well, I guess
Cox.
if that's
Well,
what it
for
boils
the
down
record,
to, if that's what it boils down to, why do you need so many words to say it? Why don't you just say, well, I trust them. I trust governments and institutions. I believe what they have to say. We don't need like a 1 hour monologue just for that.
Oh yeah, he did. He said the only thing he's got is that he trusts these systems of authority. So for the most part, we kind of went down this route to see like why? Why would you do that? Why would you trust these people? And he said something about college experiments and how he's more educated than everyone else in the room, namely me.
Yeah. I mean, how does he know your education level? You just started talking, but you've heard him hanging himself for the last, hour or so. So,
Yeah, it's illusionary
another empty
superiority.
claim. Another empty claim from you, Mega, or whatever your name is.
Yeah, the
I
illusionary
got a question for him.
superiority.
When should we not trust government? Can you think of an example of when the people of a nation should not trust their government?
No, he said all the way to the ends of the earth. He trusts them
But like,
even
what
when they
about like
say in God we.
1939? Like, I know, but no, like, what about 1939 Germany? Would that be an appropriate time for the German citizens to trust the German government? 1939 Germany?
Yeah, probably not go there.
Did they provide any evidence to earn your trust?
No, because he's
nope.
a cultist.
Okay.
No, he said no.
You're just a religious freak.
So
okay, you don't need any evidence.
Muted. So what's the question now?
Did they provide any evidence to earn your trust, these governments and institutions who say you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum chamber?
Yeah, videographic evidence, photographic evidence,
videographic
testimonial
evidence. Okay, yeah, don't gish gallop. So videographic evidence. Okay, that would be another
You
claim
asked
in
me,
itself,
and I answered
right?
in three
Yeah,
terms.
yeah,
So.
you gish gallop. So let's just take the first one. Videographic evidence. How did you verify any of that? Did they provide any evidence that those videographic, images are valid?
Yes, the devices that they took those images and videos with have been proven to be reliable.
The devices. What are those?
Well, I mean, there's the rocketry devices, there's the cameras, there's satellites.
Yeah, okay. So did you personally verify the reliability of any of these devices you're talking about?
What the best part was, he said that NASA never photoshopped anything. After showing him Brian Simmons saying he photoshopped it, he said
That's
lying. NASA lied about that. It's not
Yeah,
Photoshop.
so one of the devices that they use to produce these images is Photoshop. So that's a reliable way to go about figuring out what you live on, you figure?
I denied that photoshopped as used colloquially is not a correct thing to
Why?
say.
That's what they. So you're denying what they themselves tell you because they told you that.
No,
now you're flip flopping.
Sure,
so,
no,
okay.
no, I haven't
Yeah,
flip flopped.
because that's what they said. So you're now denying your own. So you're denying your own source. So why are you doing that?
By the way, if I get muted one more time, I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, well, you can
I really
fuck off.
don't. I really
You
don't
can
care that
bullshitting
much.
for like the last hour. I just want to get to the
So-
brass tacks of whatever spinning ball and
Sure.
proof you have.
Sure. So when you say the images were photoshopped, colloquially, right? In day-to-day conversation,
no.
you're not just going to bulldoze. You're not just going to bulldoze.
Not when I say. Not when I say. When the government says, your source, when NASA says.
He fucked off. He can just stop. He fucked off.
Good. I'm glad he cracked.
He should have. Yeah. A long time ago. What a fucking dickhead, man.
Yeah. It's not
He's
me
even lying there. He even lied there.
Yeah, he did. And he keeps putting it on us. That's his own government source saying that. And he's putting what they say onto us. So, I mean, I noticed that was sort of whistled past a long time ago. It was really annoying. So I wasn't going to let him off.
I would have hated to be his English teacher having to read a paper that he wrote. It would have been 5,000 words of my wasted life.
What's really interesting is like how to them nothing that they believe needs to be proved, and everything that they're skeptical of, there is no proof that will ever match to change your mind. You could be like, here, bang, here's my college transcript. What type of degree do I have? Oh, it's fake. It's Photoshop. Oh, but here, this photo from NASA said it's directly Photoshop. Oh, that's not. That's actually not Photoshop. He misspoke. It wasn't really what happened. It was like something. He just admitted to being Photoshop to get the every apologetic thing in the book.
Yeah, the NASA guy doesn't understand the use of the term Photoshop.
Yeah, it's really breathtaking. It's just like the level of illusionary superiority. He comes into the room thinking he's smarter than everyone else. And then when he realizes he's not, he just has a belief system that he can't really articulate or explain. Then he's like, well, unless I get to preach, I'm out of here. Okay, I can't preach? Bye.
Well, next sophist. You guys are patient, damn.
Yeah, I thought a fun thing of today has been the banner text for our channel. Someone keeps changing it, and I just keep changing it back. That sort of game that globalists will play. They'll do something like that, and I'm like, let's test who's more stubborn, me, who's scientifically proven why I'm stubborn. There's actual data for why old people are stubborn, or some Discord, 20-something-year-old Discord mod who's all worked up over flat Earth. Let's see who's going to win the battle of stubbornness. Because I got science. I got science on my side.
I kept changing my banner, and I had to keep changing it. Okay, let's take you to your chair.
Like, why is that even a thing? Like, on the globe, you've got only so much inside the globalist atheist worldview. You've only got a certain amount of time on this earth before it's gone forever. You want to kind of make the most of it every second. So they'll spend a whole day just changing banners back and forth. That's why I think when I get to the pearly gates, they're going to be, why should we let you in? You will not believe how much time I spent. I protected humanity from atheism. I did God's work. I mean, had those people been unchained with the amount of time they had on Earth and the damage they could have done, you'd be like, welcome home, my son. And really, the best part is, I didn't even take it there. They did. Why, if Flat Earthers put a banner on their channel saying Taco Tuesday, why the fuck do you care? Why is that suddenly a thing you care about?
Don't like tacos, I guess.
That's what it does. That's why this topic is so powerful. It really goes to the heart that people know. I get that meme, fishing for NPCs.
Wait, Taco Tuesdays. Is that what we're calling Ladies' Night now?
No, the stuff was said earlier, but I just had to think of something quick that I could just paste right in. When they come, yeah, if it's Ladies' Night tonight, then they'll change it to Ladies' Night. I'll just start using that instead. This is what I said. People ask me, what would it take, Crit, to bring you back on the globe? Just explain on the globe why all these freaks can't handle a little bit of disagreement. Because in my understanding of the globe, it's got baked in explanations, many of them, dozens of baked in explanations on how to handle disagreement. So either A, those explanations don't work, so the model's broken, or B, the globalist is denying their own model, which is only thing I need to deny the model too. If they're going to deny their own model, why would I accept the model they deny? Like, hey, flat earthers, check out this model. It's picture perfect predictions down to the millisecond. You're like, wow, I think I kind of disagree with that model. And then they freak the fuck out. Well, you just said it's got these picture perfect predictions and explanations. How come you didn't just use it right now to handle someone who disagreed with it? See, I think the best way to always shit test someone is to see how they handle the word no. Like, just say no thank you. Even if you think it's a good idea. Someone's like, you're just a guy on a hot dog vendor you go to every day. He's like, hey, here's a free one. No thank you. If he's like, oh well, shucks, I guess okay. I don't know why you said no to a free hot dog. Because maybe it's some gag. Maybe there's a firecracker in it or something like that. So if you say no, and he's only got a few seconds before the firecracker pops in his hand, he's going to try to say, hey, take the hot dog, you flurf. See, they're really quick to dehumanize disagreement. And that's how you know they're full of shit. It's like that gag from George Carlin. It's like, it sounds reasonable. He sounds intelligent. Ha! He's full of shit. See, basically the globalists can't even fool themselves, and that's the best part of it. If they had some platform or some idea they could stand on and be like, wow, look at that person's got this amazing thing going on over there. I want to be part of that. They want flat earthers to believe in the model, offer something worth believing in.
Yeah, where's the model, Globers?
Yeah. Post it.
The sun's light parallel, convergent, divergent? What's going on here? You got a model that explains everything, right? And it works. Post it.
All the
Yeah, post it. Let's go over it. And I'm going to say no at the end just to see how you react. So, like, spoiler alert, okay? You should have a baked-in explanation for how to deal with disagreement, too, because it's supposedly in the model.
The model makes predictions. Yeah, that fail.
Yeah, that's the best. That's the point there, right? Because you'll tell them ahead of time, well, present your prediction. Okay, I'm going to disagree with your prediction and see how you handle it. And you can't. You can't handle it. That is amazing. The only scientific model in the history of scientific models that offers no explanation on disagreement or even no way to disagree with it at all. It's like if they had the control, like what they said, like 9 out of 10 doctor or dentists say, brushing your teeth twice a day will prevent oral disease or whatever. So like that one doctor in the globalist worldview, there's only 9 doctors who agree, and one, subhuman mongrel, uneducated, science denying, conspiracy theorist, freak. You're like, wow, how did you do that? How did you turn disagreement into some kind of moral dilemma to the point you're able to dehumanize the other on a model that says you're all human, you're all connected, you're interconnected storytelling, you're all exactly the same, and you're able to take a huge steaming pile dump on that and debunk yourself. And on the other server where I posted the screenshots in the mod chat, the guy said, you can't defend your world belief. I'm like, fine, okay, I'm okay with that. You think I can't defend my world belief? And I said, I bet I can predict what you're going to do next. And I typed in chat, you're going to ask me to defend my world belief. And then I took a screenshot, and he says, okay, fine, defend it. And I posted the screenshot there. I knew exactly what you're going to say before you said it. I knew as soon as you dropped a claim, I can't defend my world belief, you were going to challenge your own claim. I just had to sit there and watch and point and laugh. Because if I know you can't defend your worldview, it's just a belief, you think I'm going to ask you to defend your worldview? I already know you can't defend it. Why would I ask you to do something I know you can't do? It's like you give them their claim. Here you go. I roll your claim out. Here's like, hotel front doors or, door-to-door service. And they still aren't happy. They still need to find a way to spiral and freak out and get all upset. Because in their worldview, if you can't defend something, that means you can't say it. But in their worldview too, there is no defense of everything. Everything's subjective. There is no proof for anything. It's just varying degrees of confidence intervals. And as long as you get to 51%, you're golden. Well, I'm more than 100% sure the Earth is flat. Who's at the same level of confidence, and then we can have some sort of discussion and run some experiments and do that. Because until then, they're just always going to waffle.
That's impossible, Crit. You can't be over 100%.
It was more of a figure of speech than it was.
Well, all they do in the VC is stall. They just hold you up and waste your time. They never get to a point because they don't actually have one, so they just have to stall you from ever having one. It goes on and on and on, just talking about derivative things that don't get to the heart of the issue at all, just tap dancing around it, just on and on.
Imagine trying to order takeaway with that guy that was just in. Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, it was pathetic. I mean, you guys were really patient with him. When I finally had a chance to talk, I was just like not having it.
I think it was a good example for people listening of people who talk about stuff that they've got no knowledge of. Trust without any information, like he was showing, experiments. Yeah, well,
Talks
what
down to you
experiment?
about your knowledge. Yeah. Yeah, which ones? Can't name any. Oh, reliable devices were used to take those pictures. Which ones? Oh, rockets. Oh, how did you check the reliability of those? Just wants to start talking through you at that point.
Rockets, cameras, satellites, all the stuff. Launch pad.
Right, yeah, start the Gish Gallop, right? So that, hopefully you won't get pinned to any one of these claims. You can just blow past that by just continuing to pile claim on claim.
Yeah, it's like there's so much suffering and so much horrible stuff in the world that people almost stop noticing. And what I think they're doing is they're rolling out these layers of cope. They're looking for a group of people who they could just point the finger at and say, ha, they're the assholes. They're the problem. Had people just embraced science, then everything would be like, peaches and cream, sunshines and rainbows. And yet the flat earthers were just fine being left alone in their own corner of the internet, not bothering anybody, just doing their own thing. And somehow third world atheism had to pick a fight with a sleeping giant, and it destroyed atheism. It's virtually dead. It's gone through a series of rebrandings. Now they got fifth wave atheism. Third or fourth wave atheism pretty much died on the root because there's so much infighting between third and fourth. So now fifth wave atheism is supposed to be actually somewhat religious. They got some sort of weird, spirituality behind it. It's like, huh. Well, that's interesting. You're atheist and religious. Okay, well, whatever. It's like instead of a joke like the flying spaghetti monster, they're actually like, I'm an atheist Muslim or I'm an atheist Christian. Like, what does that mean? Oh, I follow the Christian worldview. I just don't believe there's a God. Oh, well, what? So you're Christian then? Well, yeah, but no. Oh boy. It's like where you kind of think about what's more important, having some sort of sophist guy talk about his beliefs or just silence. It's really kind of a battle, it's like, which one do you want? It's like you only take so much of the sophistry, but you really only want so much silence too.
Well, we have you, Crit. You can talk for like 4 hours. We're good.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, but I don't think I can do that. I got a little bit of piss and vinegar, but not a whole lot. I don't got hours of piss and vinegar.
Earlier when you were saying like you're having disagreements with Globers, you can even get into more of that, like a verbal disagreement or a real disagreement. Often it's just a verbal disagreement where they support your premises, but they disagree about the definitions of the words that you're using. So it's just disambiguous.
Yeah, that's interesting too. I just saw a good example of that, but I lost it. It's like if you say belief, right? Like, or if faith, right? The one time it was Sin Cleanser in I think it was Fight the Flat Earth. It might have been McToon though. and he had asked him, "How much faith do you have in the globe?" And it was that triggering. It was so triggering that it just completely derailed the rest of the show. Like that never got past anything other than this concept of the word faith. Like somehow people hear the word faith and they're an atheist. It's like some sort of moral degeneracy to have faith in something. We're gonna say, yeah, I have faith in the flat Earth model or flat Earth cosmology, geocentric cosmology, because I know it works. I know I can use the Earth as flat and stationary anytime I want. So I don't need to actually know the exact, like measurements or whatever to make something work because it works. And you've seen it work over and over and over again. It's not be like one day I'm gonna go to try to, do indoor plumbing and sound like, oh crap, how come my level doesn't work? Oh, there's a pocket of gravity here. What the fuck? How'd that happen?
Very tiny gravity well.
Did you? Oh, you made that meme, Box Top, the fishing for NPCs.
Yeah, usually like 95% of the time, if it's like that light aqua blue font, that's like mine. Sometimes I put my name I don't ever put my name on the meme, but like in the file name, it'll be there sometimes.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, usually that aqua blue color is like a giveaway.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones. Because it really goes to a lot of my talking points for flat Earth too. Like, why do you care? Why the fuck do you care if I say the Earth is flat? It's always fun too, like when you make a meme and it comes back around and that you see people using it, you're like, yeah, I made that one. Even if you don't sign it, right? You just make it and it circulates around the community and you're like, hell yeah. My life my life is complete. I've made, a meme for the ages. I call it like when I used to be on Science for Pseudoscience years ago, I said, it's like my cave painting. And now future generations will know,
When I first got on Telegram, made a Telegram account, I looked around like all the flat Earth channels on there. Like my memes were everywhere on Telegram. And then there's like people that like constantly check the 24/7 server just to find new memes, and then they post them. Like, cause I don't post, like I use the Telegram a little bit now, but like all my memes were like exclusive to Discord. So if they were on Telegram, that means that they found them from Discord. I don't have like a Facebook or Instagram or anything. That's
tight.
That Mr. Crit.
There he is. Attention on deck. The XO executive officer on the floor.
Well, since you put it that way, I do have something serious to discuss with you, and I will request one person to join me in this conversation with you. Crit, I can't give too many details right now, but I'm going to ask that Elijah, the one free man, is going to have to join us for this conversation of serious housekeeping. And I ask that you guys can do this soon tonight for this special occasion, before this October's over.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I live in like a small neighborhood offshoot, so we might get 5 kids, the kids that live just in this one spot, But for the most part, people who have kids here, they drive to a different neighborhood.
I need to know when Elijah Freeman's going to be available, so I got to give him a link. So if he's not here right now, I'll come back.
Yeah, he hasn't been on. I haven't heard him on mic anyway.
I'm going to send him a private message right now. And the only reason I can do that is because he's in the room. So you're watching stalking as it's happening.
You were talking about before, like globalists that certain flat earthers just broke. One that Box Tops did was this guy called Kickin' Chicken. Man, you ran him through the ringer. It was just, oh man. He's still to this day, years later. He's like, in Box Tops.
Yeah, sometimes it's funny just to go into like the globalist servers, and then I'll see like the same people like mention my name all the time, or like the same people that are hurt from like years back and they're still stuck on it. And, like any chance they have to like insert me as like part of the flat earth like front line, they like take that opportunity, like, oh, that talking point came from Box Ops, or especially when like this whole like these long distance observations, I'll like try to add like the modus tollens with the same picture, and then like, oh, that's bunk, that's Box Ops meme. Like they just try to, because it's just like a genetic fallacy, just because they can like tie my name into like any part of an argument that's like therefore nullified. But yeah, like Kickin' Chicken, I've like debated him so many times. There's like this guy that's like way worse though. His name's Pink Panzer. And dude, that guy got just so nasty into like debates that ended up just getting rid of him in a few places. But he's still like super hurt about it. Like I had him spazzing out. Like he would say the same thing like 30 times in a row. Like, you don't know physics. You don't, like, that's the only thing he would say. He was stuck on that for like half a day, just spamming that. because he's like,
NPC.
oh, he's so like college educated and he knows like the doctrine so well, therefore I have to be wrong.
Yeah, that's the best part too. With education comes articulation. The only thing he could articulate is you don't know physics. Repeating over and over and over. Just like an NPC in the video game. You click on the NPC, it says Zug Zug. You click on it again, oh, it says Zug Zug again, or whatever, like stop poking me or whatever. So that's really what they de-evolved and proven they have no education because they've got no articulation. Or if they do have education, they said fuck it and they just go back to no articulation anyway.
And that argument started with the second law of thermodynamics. I actually gave a citation from Professor Klostic talking about the second law of thermodynamics is valid in both open and closed system. It's valid universally, and he started attacking the professor who I cited instead of the information. So I cite more, saying that gas expanding into a high vacuum is an increase in entropy, so it's the same thing. And then, yeah, so only ad hominem attacks follows that instead of just provide me the practical demonstration of your magic gas balls in a vacuum, which they can't provide.
Report. Crit, can you meet me in the abyss real quick with Elijah?
Yep, I'm heading over there right now.
Can you meet me over there real quick, Elijah? Or are you going to be off mic? We'll do this real quick. I don't think anybody else is here. Where's Chocolate saying?
Elijah's already over there.
Okay, see ya.
Here's your chance if any ballers want to ask a question or make a claim while there's nothing going on. Feel free, jump in.
How do you know the globe is not a lie?
I looked at satellite pictures. I trust the institutions because they're reliable, and the rockets are reliable. The flat horizon at the beach, though, can't trust that. That's a lie. Reality, that lies. People, no. Why water would lie?
Because it's wet.
Is water wet?
I don't know. I have to ask an institution. I haven't received any word from NASA on it, so I don't know. Well, as stupid and annoying as they are, I think we got to maybe lay off of banning them for a few days because now we're out of customers. Always better to get a rage quit out of them anyway.
Can we do an unban one, get one unbanned free?
Yeah. 2 for 1.
Who's the candidates?
Well, we got Eggshells who's desperate to get back in here and waffle some more boring sophistry about height of the dome and shit like that. That's kind of a last resort, if you ask me. We got Embo. I don't mind tossing him around. We got that AK guy. I don't mind tossing him around. Let's go with either one of them. How about AK? I want to pin him on his globe proofsies.
Is no one talking?
Nah.
They've all accepted the Earth's flat. I see. That's fair.
Yeah, no argument.
Don actually was DMing me earlier saying, "Yeah, the Earth's definitely flat, bro."
Got to realize it sooner or later.
I don't believe it.
Don's
That's
gonna
because you're
laugh
all up in your
himself into
beliefs.
belief.
Do you think if Flat Earth and Globe Earth were football teams, would the Globe Earth team constantly throw for Coriolis?
I would tell them to. I'd say, yeah, you gotta factor that Coriolis in. You gotta.
You need to get Coriolis insurance as well. It's like, what if my star player gets injured by the Coriolis effect?
Why the flat earthers getting hurt by Coriolis?
Do you think Coriolis sounds like a disease that you need to like get a cream for?
It's a mind disease.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Well, it's not Coriolis' fault.
So, oh, bro, I went fishing the other day, I went swimming the other day, and I came out and I've got this like Coriolis rash all over my arm. Nasty, man.
Coriolis cancer of the brain.
Yeah, I've got Coriolis of the spine.
Oh shit! I'm sorry to hear, man. Sounds bad. Well, since none of them seem to figure out what Coriolis is, maybe I'll just come out as a Coriolis expert. I'll offer consulting on Coriolis.
Just throw a ball inside of a gravitron and then try to predict which other person it would hit, and then be like, yeah, Coriolis is real. Right? So therefore, Earth must have Coriolis also, because inside this carnival ride, you hit someone with the ball.
Yeah, Coriolis consulting for carnivals. I'll help the carnies account for Coriolis.
So seriously, there is still people that think the Earth is a ball. Really? Mic check. Not working.
Oh, it's working.
So we still have people convinced that they live on a spinning oblate paroid zipping around through nothing, right? Sounds legit.
Hello, is it all quiet on this front, or is it just me?
What you got for us?
Heretic, the Earth is a ball because most people think it's a ball. So there you go.
So it was flat when most people thought that?
No, that's incorrect. I don't know why though.
Okay, so when enough people think it, it's true as long as it's right think.
Yeah, now you're getting it. Congratulations.
I got it.
So if we already talked to all the globe champions on this channel, you need to go somewhere else now? Bring forth your proofs of globe and the reality. I'd love to hear them. Let's go.
Did you already hear about mine?
Probably, but go ahead.
Oh, the drop over distance guy? I'm the drop over distance guy. I've got the theodolite and stuff.
Oh, it's just Jesse Gordon, the guy that looks at the Adelaide that's not meant to use what he uses it for and thinks he sees curves. Yeah, I've heard of you, man.
Oh, I use it exactly what it's made for. I even got the user manual, which you obviously haven't read.
Yeah, we saw the user manual. You're not using it for what it needs for. You're not
Can
saying
you-
no. You're not shooting for 105 miles. Get the fuck out of here.
Do you have a citation for that, or is that just your opinion? Are you a
No, reputable.
on these things?
All these land surveyors that have been doing this all their life have said this. We had Todd Rockin, he's one of them. He asked you one time what you were shooting for, and you said at one time you spoke to him a light in the distance. That's what you said.
I talked with him, and he ended up running off and blocking me.
Are you doing land surveying like the land surveyors do it for their job, Jesse?
I'm not a land surveyor.
Okay, so then why are you using a theodolite, which is meant for the task for a land surveyor, in an inefficient and usable manner?
I'm doing no such thing.
Yes, you are.
That's just your opinion.
It's not. Are you a land surveyor? Why are you using a theodolite to do something that is not meant to be used for?
Go get a surveyor, because you're.
Is it meant to be used for it? Is it meant to be used for that? Are you a land surveyor? Let's just cut to the chase, because you're not.
I just said I was.
Yeah, but you're in here pretending using an avatar of a theodolite. It's actually a total station, and you're saying
Don't lie.
that thing. Yeah, you're in here trying to pose. You're a poser, dude. You're
No.
not. You're not. Yeah, you're not a land surveyor. They would laugh you off of the field when you would go show up.
He's also a demonstrated fraud because, like I told you the other day, he edited his shit mid-argument, his PDF, his Google document mid-argument, goes and edits it. Then we're supposed to take his word that he only edited the title. He didn't touch the rest of it. And once you do something like that, you're already out, dude. Your credibility's shot.
Yeah.
And also, knowing that you do stuff like that, what are we supposed to make of these spreadsheets with numbers that you present with us? Do you think you're a credible source or something?
I just make real world observations, and I want to know.
You put numbers on Google documents that you change as you need to, depending on whatever argument that you're trying to make. And none of what you're trying to present actually comports with what we observe and what we show you. So it's just it's cherry picking at its worst.
Did you hear that, guys?
Make the shit up.
Yeah, it's making shit up.
Did you hear what he just said? He said, I just make world observations with a theodolite.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Well, how come the observations we show him don't comport with his conclusions from his spreadsheets and such?
He doesn't use this for real world applications. He's just out there looking in the distance and then imagining what he's doing on his little fucking Google Doc.
He doesn't even know how much it costs one theodolite.
From what I've seen of him, I wouldn't put it past him to just be writing numbers on a spreadsheet and not doing anything else.
Possibly, yeah.
So
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many
this
times
guy name?
Jesse Path of Light. It doesn't matter how many times he posts that little spreadsheet here. It's not gonna make a hill of beans to like what he's trying to do. He's just making shit up, and he's just coming in here acting like he knows what he's talking about and presenting it like it's something to talk about, and it's not.
Yeah.
It never will be. He doesn't know how to do the job of land surveying. He's never done it, and he's in here posing like he knows what he's talking about, and he doesn't.
No, look, even Battle Mod agreed that I did measure an angle, okay?
There you go, an angle. At best, you measured an angle, if you even did that step. Maybe you just wrote shit down on a spreadsheet. Who knows? But that's what you did at best, is measure an angle. Then you try to conflate that with this curvature drop that we're looking for. But you got it right this time when you said angle. So don't conflate it with curvature drop again, please.
And in over 105 miles? The fuck out of here, dude.
Well, you still haven't explained how it's possible for me to be looking down at a mountain that's 2 miles higher than me or whatever. A mile higher than me.
We've already told you over and over again. You just hand wave dismiss it. It's angular resolution. We told you that many times. Of the many times that you don't listen, bro. You come in here with the same old spreadsheet, song and dance. That's all you do. You think you got something. You don't got anything. We've been telling you that.
Did he account for refraction?
How did angular resolution cause something that was above eye level to appear below eye level?
Have you looked into it? Have you even seen anything about angular resolution, or are you just like oblivious to the fact that you've even the word is alien to you? Have you looked into it, Jesse?
I could describe it to you without even looking it up. I don't think you could describe it to me even if you did look it up.
So your idea is that it has nothing to do with angular resolution then, right? You've already looked into it and you've discounted it. That's the case, right? Since you are so fucking knowledgeable about it, right?
It has absolutely nothing to do with angular resolution.
Really? So something you see in the distance has nothing to do with angular resolution. You want to state that as a fact?
That's not what I said. The
Well,
apparent
I'm asking
vertical
you.
angle of something in the distance has absolutely nothing to do with angular
It
resolution.
has everything to do with angular resolution. And that's the reason why you say, well, what else could it be if it's not curvature? We're telling you.
Okay, how can you, now that's your opinion. I think you're wrong. How can you demonstrate that to me? If I take a fruit fly and pin it on a fence post 500 feet away so that its angular resolution is small, will it appear below eye level when in fact it's above eye level? How can we demonstrate your claim in the real world? Because I think you're wrong.
What's going on? You got the full sentence?
What's that?
What's wrong here? You got a full sentence out?
Yeah, I think the internet broke. I think that's the first time I've got a full sentence out. Here.
So there's a second one.
Guys, be nice.
Hey, Gosho, how's it going?
Yeah, I think his internet has the same problem.
Guys in here causing trouble.
No, we're just watching. The trouble causes itself.
No, we are the trouble.
So basically, even if we just go ahead and grant you your numbers on your spreadsheet at face value, what we have is the numbers are correct and factual and representative of the world as it truly is when they comport with your globe presuppositions. And when they don't, that's some sort of atmospheric distortion. Yeah, cherry picking, affirming the consequent. Pretty boring.
So when I took 36 measurements of the same observer and target
Did
location,
you?
what's that?
Did you?
I sure did.
Okay.
I got
Says you?
a couple of them. I got a couple of them on video if you want to see.
Oh, a couple of them. So you can verify that you did a couple of them. Yeah, let's see how you leveled the theodolite, and let's see how you did everything.
I got photos on of all the rest somewhere, which I could find if you actually cared to see them. Because my standard procedure is to set up everything and then take a picture through the telescope at the mountain so you can see where the crosshairs were, and then take a picture of the readout on the instrument. And that's how I
post everything you got.
Well, I can post 2 videos easily. The first one and the one of the more recent ones. Finding all the photos from over the last several years would be some effort, which I would do
Yeah,
if I thought you were, which I would do if any sincere, honest person asked.
Oh yeah, spend all your time in here making claims that you won't support with any evidence because it's not worth actually supporting it. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, you're just gonna come in here and say things to us, but then when it comes down to actually backing any of it up, oh geez, I couldn't be bothered because you won't take it seriously anyway. So why do you even come here then? I mean, do you think your word alone carries any merit? You've been caught editing Google documents in the middle of trying to use them to support claims. You're as disingenuous as they come, dude.
All I changed was the title.
Yeah, it says you.
Do you have any evidence to the contrary?
I have evidence that you definitely changed at least that, and your credibility is already shot on those grounds alone.
Does the contents of the document have anything to do with ocean horizons?
If they didn't, why would you have named it that in the first place?
Because at the time, I thought you would understand the term. I thought people, any intelligent person, would understand the term horizon dip to mean drop from the horizontal. I didn't realize there would be some people that didn't understand that. So that's why the title was made that a couple years ago.
Ooh, nice save.
Yeah.
Yeah, you named it
I was
something
gonna
it
quit.
doesn't really have anything to do with because you just thought everybody would understand what it actually has to do with instead. Yeah, so like I said, your credibility is completely shot in this forum. You're trying to save it. You're here with your word alone that you did it 36 times and it all matched up with the globe perfectly. But I mean, you know just as well as I do that we can show you 36 and more observations that don't comport with the same globe that you're trying to affirm the consequent of with these claims that you can't be bothered to back up with evidence. So why is it that when you do a theodolite reading, if you even do that, just granting at face value that your bullshit is true, how come when you do that, suddenly we're looking at the world as it truly is, but when we show you something that doesn't comport with your globe expectations, that's not the world. That's some sort of atmospheric distortion.
Because all of yours are down close to the surface of water. All of yours which don't fit the globe model as a whole are close to the surface of water where there's wildly varying paths
so they
of light.
don't fit. Okay, so they don't fit the model.
Right. All of the ones that don't
Okay, so
fit
the model doesn't fit reality then.
Well, it does if you but
so we go down to the water and the globe no longer holds up.
Well, no, the globe model as a whole says that close to the water, you can't just use even standard refraction because the refraction is too wildly varying.
What do you use?
You can't use much of anything unless you go out
Why not?
and measure the temperature gradient along the path of the line of sight.
Who's done that? Give me a range that they came up with.
You can ask for stuff you don't care about all day long, but
yeah. Okay, so it's me who doesn't care when I'm asking the question that you don't want to answer.
Yeah, but the point is, if you find any situation where you can consistently get a consistent...
The point is, give me a range down by the water.
Then you'll find it
a minute ago you said when we go to the water, that doesn't actually match the globe model, so it sounds like you just shot the globe model. You also won't give me a range that we should expect when we're down by the water. It's just, it's all a wash, throw it all out, doesn't work. Doesn't sound too good for you. Give me a range.
A range for what?
For the atmospheric distortion that I should suspect down by the water.
A massive? You mean
quantify it?
Okay, so here
based on data.
Okay, so the math says that light curves equal to Earth curve when the gradient is 0.13 degrees C per vertical meter.
Okay, got a measurement of such a gradient?
What's that?
Got a measurement of such a gradient, and the Earth curve that you say that it matches to begin with.
No.
Wow.
But
didn't think so.
In any case where the water is more than a fraction of a degree cooler than the air, you're going to have a strong gradient there.
You just told me you don't have a measurement for that gradient that would be required for what you're saying to happen. So, bullshit on, I guess. That's all you can do at this point.
Well, do you have any explanation of why Mount Baker appeared more than 3,000 feet below
Yeah,
sea
how
level?
about this? You're a demonstrated fraud, and you're full of shit.
No, even, do you know...
Well, you are.
No, I'm not. Do you know who Jay
Do you have
Tolan is?
any explanation as to why what you're saying is happening with Mount Baker doesn't comport with what we're showing you down by the water? Because I just asked you for one. I asked for the data that would be required to justify these claims that you have about what light does when it's close to the water, and you didn't have that. So I'll ask you again then. Any explanation as to why, when we're down at the water, what we see doesn't comport with what you say you see of Mount Baker?
Because you cherry-picked times when the air was warmer than the water.
No, I sure didn't. I just took what I saw and showed it to you, and you said, well, we got to hand wave that.
Yeah, but
because we can't trust things down by the water.
But the times that you didn't see what you wanted to see, you didn't show me that.
No, I didn't. I could show you anything. I could show you that same picture that you guys have been posting on loop for years. The one that you say this is how it normally looks at that Black Swan location. Yeah, here's how it normally looks. And we got one picture to show for that for years and years and years. I can use that and blow your geometric claim of the Earth out of the water. I don't have to cherry pick anything. I can use what you give me even.
Well, what do you think about BMLS's claim? He did say in his video that he went to the same location, 76 feet or whatever it was, above the water, same location, as many times as he could during a 3-month period. And he said almost every single time it appeared like there was a horizon right there where the globe said it should be, right?
I think it's absolutely hilarious that this is what you have for globe evidence. A flat earther said, and then when it comes to actually backing that up with any data, you have one picture on repeat for years that's supposed to show us what it actually normally looks like. You would think you'd have more than just the one picture if it normally looks like that. So, in short, I don't really give a shit what the flat earther said. I just care about what we actually see. But sorry that your best globe argument is a flat earther said.
But
I mean, even if you want to tell me that that's what it normally looks like down there, let's just go with that, even though you only have the one cherry-picked example of it normally looking like that. That's still a massive black swan. That still shatters the geometry that you're claiming that you measure with theodolites in your spreadsheets. So let's just take that.
It's more of a black swan for flat Earth. I mean, you could argue that...
How so? How so?
Well,
what effective radius is required for that to be a globe horizon?
The horizon line appears right at the distance that the globe model said it should.
Oh, what's that?
In that one, well, let me get the picture if you want that instead of the video I was.
Oh, I have it in my head already. I know exactly where it's appearing and where the globe quote-unquote model says it should be. I'm just exposing your ass. So where does it appear and where did the globe say it should?
Hold on, let me get you the picture.
Oh, you want me to just tell you? You can't even answer where the globe says it should appear, but you already know that it appears where the globe said it should appear.
Is he trying to use the image where
I just want, yeah, that one where it's closer.
Where you see the oil rigs behind,
really quick,
below the horizon.
I just want to ask him, since you don't even know where the globe says it should appear, how do you know it's appearing where the globe said it should appear, Jesse?
Please.
Exactly.
You don't even know. You couldn't answer that. So how do you know that? You're once again snatching
We
your
get.
wig
I
off.
want to. Yeah,
Fucking
we need
fraud.
this answer, heretic. We need this answer.
Jesse?
Please, we really do. Yeah, we repeat that question because we have to get an answer. I refuse to leave this time for the 1,000th time without an answer. Please give me an answer.
Yeah. How do you know that it's appearing where the globe said it should when you don't know where the globe said it should appear? Jesse, you just lying again? And we should take your spreadsheet data seriously?
Hold
Really?
your horses, big guy. Calm down, man.
Why?
You're getting too worked up.
No, why?
you
No,
get
just
worked
give the
up,
answer.
you
Give
just
the
answer the
answer.
question.
Yeah, I'm just going to get the answer from you and nothing else. How do you know it's appearing where the globe says it should when you don't know where the globe says it should appear? Don't worry about me or my temperament or anything. Just worry about the question.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hold your horses, bud. I'm bringing up Earth Curve Calculator because you're too lazy, I guess.
Oh, no, I already have it. I
You
already
need
have
a
the answer.
calculator.
Okay, does someone want to tap in for him? Because he's a demonstrated fraud. He just said that
So
it appears where the globe says it should, but he just exposed he
So
doesn't even
this
know
is
where
what I'm
that
talking
is.
about. Yeah, no, heretic. Please let me just get this answer. I really just want that answer. Where did he say it's supposed to be? And then we can go from there. I just want a starting point to tell me where it should be, and then we'll see how much farther we can go. Can we please just get that answer?
Yeah, please, Jesse.
Okay, according to Earth Curve Calculator, with no refraction correction, the predicted globe horizon distance would be 10.7 miles at 76 feet observer height. And from the pictures, you can see that the horizon is just a skosh past the habitat platform, which is at 10 miles. So that puts the horizon pretty close to where the globe model says it should be for that.
Okay, so you've shifted to a different picture. I was talking about the one where it's in front of both of the rigs. Made that very clear.
The observer height was 1 foot. Why did the observer height change? Why, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther, but why can't we get an answer for this? And I know the observer height is 1 foot. You cannot get an answer for this question. Flat earthers, you got to hold people to this, please.
Yeah, I'm holding them to it, and he thinks he's being shifty. He tried to go off the picture that he knows I'm talking about. Old dude posted it. It's the one on the right.
Well, that's the one I post all the time. You said I posted a picture all the time.
Yeah.
That's the one I post all the time. I don't know what else someone else posts all the time.
No, the one that's on the right in that meme that old dude posted. That's what I've been talking about this whole time. I told you that. You know that. You post that. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I haven't posted that.
You're not sly, dude.
A long time.
Oh, you've posted it many times to me. And like I said, that one picture where the horizon seems to appear sort of in front of the rigs, you guys use that on repeat for years and years. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You answered to that with, oh, it's appearing right where it should on the globe.
No, it doesn't, because they have no demarcation to know where the horizon is actually in that picture. They have no clue the distance. Horizon.
XO's been in this conversation for long enough. He knew exactly what I was talking about when I said it. You've been in here a while. You know exactly what I was talking about. You're not sly.
Yeah.
But what about this first-hand account from a flat earther who would is a truther, obviously wouldn't be lying. You would know they wouldn't be lying. They claim
that.
They claim.
Actually, thanks for reminding me of that, actually, because that exposes that you did know exactly 100% which picture I was talking about, because that's the one that he said that about. That picture with the closer to the horizon and the meme that old dude just posted. Keep snatching your wig off, dude. You know exactly which image I'm talking about, and you're trying to get around it now.
I'm not
This
trying
is
to
the problem with lying, dude.
I'm asking you about
You can't hold your shit together.
I'm asking you about the same picture I've always been asking you about, and that you've always refused to answer. This guy took these three pictures that I presented to you. He claims that he went as often as he could during a 3-month period, and almost every time he got pictures that showed a horizon where it's near the first oil platform. He said only
Yeah,
times.
that's why I'm.
What?
Yeah.
What's he even saying? What are you even doing? What was the answer again for 1 foot
Fill a
observer
blank
height?
one.
This is why I don't talk. I'm not allowed to talk to people. Can you just get the answer, Jesse, for that claim, though? Forget about the mysterious Casper the Friendly Flat Earther. Whatever. I'm not a flat earther. So can you just get me your claim? How far can you see at 1 foot? And then can we go from there? Can you just make that claim first?
Yeah, you know exactly what picture I'm talking about
On
because
the
that's the
globe
one that
Earth.
he said that about. Oh, normally it appears here. Yeah, sort of in front of the rigs. I'm going to say it again for you to pretend you didn't hear it. It's on the right in the meme that old dude posted. That one. That's the one that you said fits up with the globe expectations. So what are those expectations?
No, I wasn't talking about the one old dude posted. I was talking about the one I posted.
Never gonna answer.
Yeah, you were, dude. That's the one that he said that shit about.
I'm on my lunch break, Jesse. People need this answer now. I really got to get back to work. There's lions and tigers and kitties to take care of. So, bro, if we were 1 foot, how far should I be able to see, Jesse? Can you just tell me that?
I'd be glad to have a conversation with you, but I'm not going to have a
Okay,
monologue.
so answer his
I can't
question.
see.
If
We
you're
can't
glad
do
to,
it.
if you're glad to have a conversation with him, then answer his question.
Heretic, this is what I want to point out to people. This is literally where the rubber is screeching on the street right now, and two sides are waiting for some sort of conclusion here, but they know it always ends up like this. This is that psychological extrapolation happening right now. He can't do it. He's not going to be able to answer any of these questions. That's my claim. That's all.
Yeah, he's really
He's
trying to
been
get out of it,
exposed.
trying to pivot to another picture and everything. Just a complete fraud through and through.
He
I have to
exposed
point out,
himself.
this is why so many people that are not flat earthers are watching flat earth conversations. This is literally why, because they find a limit to when a person can no longer answer any questions. It's like they're having two police officers and they're in an interrogation room and they've done something really wrong. It's the exact same persona you see when you're watching your true crime videos that you, as you were a kid watching Unsolved Mysteries, when you see
Those are
somebody
my
in
favorite.
and of course and they're in the interrogation room and the guy says, no, I'm not answering that. We know we got him freaking cornered. Like, wait a minute. Okay, you're not answering this anymore. Listen, you're in trouble, buddy. If you're not in trouble, listen, if you ask me some stuff that I don't care about, I would just be like, whatever, bro. This is their literally their psychological breakdown where they just have to let you know, no, trust me, I'm going to go 75 feet higher. And because I see the same thing, therefore I'm right. So they won't, it doesn't matter if you can see it when you're down really low. If you just go up higher, I can still see it. So I can see it from this altitude. So that doesn't matter. You'll never get a claim for, okay, what do we have to see though to falsify that claim, right? And that's where the rubber meets the road. You'll never make contact. That's where the guy can't catch the football. He can't do it.
That long silence before he responded to, he's obviously thinking about what he should do, what he should come back with while he knew he was cornered. Jesse, as a demonstrated fraud here in this BC, do you really think we should take your numbers on a spreadsheet and Google documents that you edit mid-debate with any credence at all? Really?
Well, when your own flat earthers get a theodolite or an auto level and do the similar measurements, they get the same results. So I don't know why you should doubt my data. You could always get one
them then.
yourself. Why don't you rent a theodolite and go try yourself if you doubt it?
My own flat earthers, provide some of those from my own flat earthers and let's see that they're the same as those numbers you put on your spreadsheet.
Some of them are listed in there. 3DP and Bev are listed in there, and J. Tolan Media is listed in there.
They're not flat earthers.
Well, they're not globe earthers neither, are they?
Oh my goodness. Jesse,
So
what are you doing? Go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, if Bev says he's not a flat earther and you say he is a flat earther, who's the one in there?
He argues for a flat Earth, and he argues against the globe. So you can hash that out with him.
No, he argues against models. Okay, let's try again. Run that back through your worldview. He argues against models. So
No.
he says, I'm not a flat earther. I don't support a model. I'm not a globe earther. I don't support a model. Okay, is he a flat earther? Yes or no?
Wait, yeah, who's Bev anyway? What are you talking about? Bev? What kind of name is that? You're talking to some guy named Bev and that's not your life source for information? What happened to this guy, Crit?
Well, no, the thing is that they'll brain fart the word no and then expect to be taken seriously in any sort of conversation.
Like,
Dude,
guys,
no
like,
means
this
no
is
in
so
like
weird.
40 languages.
Yeah.
How can you brain fart that word? I can see brain farting other words that you have to like Google their definition and whatnot, but no. How the fuck do you brain fart the word no?
Wow.
Does Bev argue for all plums being parallel or not?
What is going on? Who is Bev? Jesse.
Well, it's also Jerry's in the chat sometimes, and Jerry doesn't, has the same talking point.
I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone and there's a mannequin talking to me and I look and it stops talking. That's what I feel like right now. Thanks.
You might see your shrink, maybe. Maybe I'll see your shrink.
You're so easy to identify people. It's really cringe, dude. You just got some sort of hang up on people that you've identified, even though they tell you no thank you.
Well, you can say all you want, but you still didn't answer my question. Does Bev claim that all plums are parallel? Yes or no?
This is what I said. Bev claims he's not a flat earther. Why would you say no means yes?
I'm trying to explain that to you. Does Bev claim that all plums are parallel? Yes
Use
or no?
both yes and no to drive on to the point. How do you brain fart the word no?
Because Bev claims that all plums are parallel. And if all plums are parallel and all horizontals are perpendicular to all plums, then all horizontals are parallel and all horizontals are flat, and thus level is flat. So he can say he's not a flat earther all you like, but at the end of the day,
all
he's
you
still
like.
describing a flat earth.
Yeah, and he told you no, he's not a flat earther. See, you sunk your battleship, dude. Your logic is just broken. It's barely circular. You start off as saying like anyone you disagree with is a flat earther, and then everybody's the flat earther. If they say no, thank you. I don't want to be labeled a flat earther. I don't identify as a flat earther. I don't have a flat earth model. And you're like, well, yeah, too bad.
Are you saying you don't trust Bev's ability to operate at auto level?
This is scary at this point. He's
use
really
both
this is
answers,
scary.
yes or no, to drive on to the point of how do you brain fart the word no? You're exposing yourself, dude. This is why
I'm disturbed.
People can't talk to you because even if the words people use are just not able to land, you just don't have the ability to understand much of anything.
Got it. Amen.
No should be the easiest word to understand, even if we speak completely different languages, completely different continents. There's multiple languages all across the earth who use the word no as no, but you are not even there, and we both are. I guess I'm guessing you're in America. So both speak in English, both from the same country, and you still can't get the word no.
Well, let me ask you this. When a person comes in here, claims they're not a glober, but makes all the globe arguments, do you believe them that they're not a glober, even though they say they're not a glober?
Yeah, because if they identify as a simulation theory, or they identify with some sort of, other thing, then yeah, I take them for their word for it. I'm not going to be like, guess what? I'm going to identify you. I'm going to like jump in there and say, oh, do you believe the Earth is a globe? They say, well, no. Well, there you go. They said no. No means no. See, how are you this bricked? There's no way you're going to be able to get yourself out of the word no not meaning no. There's no logical framework that you're going to be able to build. No like suffix sort of bullshit that you're going to be able to change the word no to mean something other than no.
I see that he's projecting his bullshit onto you in the chat now. He's saying that you don't have the answer, even though he stalled and hemmed and hawed and tried to find a way out just a few minutes ago when we asked him, what does the globe actually expect in this situation? And then he tried to pivot to something other than what we were talking about. Why don't you have an answer, Jesse?
It's a question argument. Come on, Jesse, go ahead. Why do you think a question is also an argument? This will expose why you think no doesn't mean no.
I'm not a glober. I think the Earth curves at 8 inches per mile squared.
You are an anti-flat earther. That's what you are. His own purpose here is to actually deflect and obstruct any ordinary glober person that comes in here and
just did it
starts
again.
finding out about the truth.
See the hypocrisy.
And we present him the science and everything. And when these people start to shift their paradigm, these guys like Jesse jump in and actually hold him back. You know, hey, no, don't believe what the flat earthers are saying. They are
Look at the
lying.
hypocrisy, though. I
Yeah,
mean, I just
yeah,
called out again that as he's saying, "Oh, I love it when they can't answer a question." Just
yeah.
after he failed to do exactly that, and then he follows that up again with not answering the question. I put it
Yeah.
back to him again, and then he starts doing this thing about, "I'm not a Glover. I just think it's curved." Why can't you answer the question? Why are you guilty of the same things that you point your fingers at others for?
Oh, I also think it rotates 8 or 15 degrees per
Yeah, so
minute.
that's not an answer either. So how come you're doing exactly what you're accusing of us in the chat?
Yeah, well, you
There's something wrong with
thinking
you, dude.
is actually you believing. So you are a man with blind beliefs, a fanatic. That's what you are. And there is no question that you can honestly answer because
Gone
you are
quiet
a
again.
default liar.
Well, I've
Default
got some
liar.
questions. I've got some questions for him. We can see if he can answer them.
Okay.
I post Dick that he can't.
Okay, so Jesse.
Uh-huh.
So the theodolite is a angle measuring device, correct?
Yes, sir.
So do you, like Heretic asked you earlier, do you account for refraction?
Well, I mean, I just measure an angle. I can account for refraction if you want to, but since you deny the globe model's claimed formula for refraction, you'll have to give me what formula that you approve of for refraction. Otherwise, I don't account for anything like that.
So you don't account for refraction?
Well, I mean, I have in some things where I list that I accounted for refraction and I list what formula I use, but in other stuff I don't. So I'm not sure what you want. I can give you a chart, a graph of my drop over distance measurements that does account for standard refraction according to the globe model, and I can give you one that doesn't account for any refraction at all. Which would you like?
When you're taking an angle measurement and you say that there's drop over distance, after coming to the conclusion that there's drop over distance, have you accounted for refraction or you haven't accounted for refraction?
I mean, I'm not sure what you're asking. Measuring an angle is not the same as accounting for refraction. Measuring an angle strictly measures the angle of the light as it enters into the telescope of the instrument, right? It's just like using a protractor with a rifle scope on it.
That's what I'm asking you. After you've concluded that there is drop over distance, after taking an angle measurement, is that before or after accounting for refraction?
Before. If I understand I'm not sure what you're trying to actually ask, but I can completely not account for any refraction and take all the angle measurements I want in consistent conditions, non-contradicting conditions, and it shows drop over distance.
Well, you make absolutely no considerations for the path of light, the exact same thing that you use to ham wave all the examples of there not being any observed globe geometry.
I can also then take those measurements and apply the globe model's claim standard refraction, and I still get drop over distance.
You can't.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
You can't do that.
I
So
can't.
that's what I was asking. You can't. No, you can't apply the refraction afterwards.
Well, we could apply his standard refraction to all the things that we show him, and that's not even come close to saving his globe. So why the double standard?
Also, remember, he did just say he's not a Glober anymore, so that's making progress.
If you apply the refraction afterwards, right, then you've assumed that your line of sight to begin with was curved, which would result in you being incapable of getting an angle measurement. So that's why I was asking.
Okay. Do you have an explanation then for why I have almost a half a missing degree when I shoot an angle to a 75 mile away mountain that's 2 miles tall.
You do. And that's what's on the table. And that's what we're here to test. Your explanation. This is supposed to be your evidence to support your claim. You're the one interpreting what you're showing us. What we're doing is holding that interpretation to task and seeing if it checks out or not. Of course, it doesn't, because it doesn't comport with literally anything that we show you. And ultimately, knowing you, it really is just a bunch of numbers on a spreadsheet anyway that you'll just edit whenever you need to.
Why don't you stop accusing me of editing numbers when all I changed was the title, because it was
Yeah,
not.
says you, a demonstrated fraud. You
Well,
already been exposed editing things mid-debate, so I mean, your credibility's out.
There, I tagged you with 2 videos from which 2 of the data points on one of my sheets was made from.
Plagiarist.
By the way, if anyone's actually interested in seeing the photos of all the data in my data sheet, I don't mind trying to round them up. It's just you take pictures and they're on your phone, and you pop them on your computer.
It doesn't even matter, Jesse. You're using a theodolite to shoot 109 miles.
What's your 105? What's your explanation then for almost a half a missing degree at 75 miles?
You're the one with the explanation.
I'm going to say a cumulative error.
Well, anybody
missing according, but wait. Missing according to what?
Trigonometry and an assumed flat, non-rotating Earth.
Oh, ideal geometry.
You're saying there's missing, right? Missing height or missing angle, right? Based on what? According to what?
Well,
what are you referencing it to?
Trigonometry. In other words,
yeah, reference to what? How do you know where it should be to begin with? Is what I'm asking. Reference to what?
Well, because the trigonometric function tangent tells us that a mountain that is 10,600 feet, whatever, higher than the observer, 75 miles away, should have an upward angle of about 1.5 something degrees, if I remember correctly.
So
right?
your expectations are based. I'm sorry. Go ahead, T-Dub. This is you. Go ahead.
Just going to ask him where the height came from. Where those measurements come from? How do you know that's reliable?
I think the same metric, the same way you measured it the first time with the theodolite.
I got the height for Mount Baker off of Google Earth.
Oh, and that's an accurate measurement?
Well, if it wasn't accurate, airplanes would be smashing into stuff because, small.
Every airplane,
Well,
it flies at 10,700 feet. Yeah.
It can have a margin of error of 10 or 20 feet, right?
I don't know. Is that your explanation for the missing 3,000 feet, though?
What do you mean missing 3,000 feet? I mean, you're trying to attribute this to the globe, which you've just presupposed and are trying to affirm the consequence of anyway. You've disregarded things like cumulative error that Timbo mentioned. You've disregarded the path of light through the air, which you use as a trump card every time we show you anything. So the double standards are blatant. It's obvious what you're trying to do. And like I keep saying, you're demonstrated fraud. So these are probably just numbers on a spreadsheet anyway that never came from anywhere.
Yeah, another important thing, the height of the mountain is according to sea level. And it is very important to know this. What elevation were you in the spot where you had your theodolite installed?
For the 75-mile shot, I was about 181 feet above mean sea level. The delta
About 181 feet above sea level. About. So you don't know precisely how much. Yeah. So you try to make a calculation with abouts, and then you say, "Oh, why don't I get a precise measurement?" Are you kidding me?
Well, the measurement doesn't differ from the flat Earth claim by just a mere few feet. It differs by more than 3,000.
When they measure the height of a mountain, are they assuming that there is a straight line from the bottom of their feet to the base of the mountain from sea level?
No, they assume that there is an equipotential level line from the
center of the presupposed Earth.
From the ocean to the base of the mountain, basically.
Yikes! A straight line, or a curved line?
No, they claim that the Earth is a ball. They're measuring it with
that's pre-assumed.
They're referencing it to what mean sea level would be if it was at the mountain's location. And in fact,
Are you claiming that? Are you saying that they measured it? They plotted it out, measured it, and put it on a map as a geodesic measurement, and now it doesn't match a planar measurement? Is that what you said? That they measured it with a radius and then told you that the height of the mountain was according to a radius?
No, they're measuring it with
Yes,
reference.
that's what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. So you're saying this is what it should look like on a flat Earth after I've accepted the measurements of somebody who presupposes that the Earth is a ball.
So what argument are you making? Are you saying that the mountain is actually 3,000 feet shorter than they think? Or
I'm not saying anything. I'm pointing out what you're doing.
I just made an angle measurement and calculated a delta height. What's wrong with that?
So, how much of that mountain should have been obstructed on a distance of 75 miles?
Well, that would depend on how high the hills were in between and their location of them.
So, just give us the answer. Account for those things it would depend on and tell us how much. Why do you have to obfuscate?
Yeah.
Crickets again.
How high was the mountain?
Hold on. It's over 10,000 feet. I'll get it's Mount Baker in Washington. I'll look it up.
Yeah, so that is 10,000 feet above sea level.
10,000.
And the sea level, listen, the sea level is the 3,959 miles radius. That's the sea level. You get that? On the globe model. Now, from sea level, you have 10,000 feet height. And the place 75 miles away from the mountain, the place where you put your theodolite, you were at 181 feet above sea level.
I believe so.
Yeah. Now, on that arc curvature of over 75 miles, how much of the mountain was supposed to be obstructed by that curvature between the two locations? There must be a arc curvature.
If there were no intervening hills and trees and stuff.
Yeah. Let's assume like a straight flat land, yeah, which is from your location all the way to the mountain. It's flat land, so it's 3,959 miles plus the 181 feet.
I'm not sure I'm following that, but the Earth curve calculator says that if I'm at 181 feet and the mountain is 75 miles away, the bottom obstruction should be about 2,300 feet, and that leaves several thousand feet left visible because the mountain is almost 11,000 feet tall.
2,300 feet was obscured from it.
It would be if there was no trees or
So
if there
you
was
will see
man,
only like
I gotta
7,700 feet of the mountain.
why do you cut me off? Do I cut you off? Why not be a grown up and just like let me take a turn? I
You
don't
made
want
a claim. You said the mount, according to your calculator, you gave an answer.
So if I
The
make a
mountain
claim,
should
that's
be up.
a reason for you
I
to.
didn't finish. You were arguing with me that I cut you off when you actually gave an answer to my question. Yeah, you said that the mountain should have been obscured 2,300 feet. Yeah, according to the calculator. You said you put that in the calculator, correct?
Yeah, the bottom 2,300 feet would be obscured by water
Good.
horizon if there was just
Good.
an ocean between us.
Now we have 7,700 feet of the mountain visible. Yeah.
Yeah, if there was no trees or ridges between me and the mountain, then we would.
So how much of the mountain did you see?
I don't know. There's trees and ridges between me and it. But did you see the video?
Isn't Mount Baker like a volcano with like heat coming out of it all the time?
Seems highly unlikely since it's always covered with snow.
Okay, it's not. So it's not. Let me look it up.
You could Google to see when it
Let me
last.
look it up.
Oh, 1880 is when it last went.
Mount Baker is the second most thermally active volcano. It says right here.
And when they take the height of the measurement through observation, right, the height of the when they calculate the height of the mountain through observation, sorry, is it possible that they could go back on a different day under different conditions, or even a different time of the day and get a different reading, a different observation?
Well, all non-integer readings have some margin of error. Maybe it's 1 part per million, 1 part per. There's always some margin of error. So a real number reading is not going to be the same thing every single time. So even though
What about you? Did you?
it's still going to be close, but it's not necessarily going to be exactly identical.
About you? Did you go back on different days, different conditions?
Oh yeah,
Make different observations.
Yeah, this one
Same spot.
This one to Mount Baker, I could see from my driveway. So I had a little spot right in my driveway where I set up the tripod every time, right in the same spot. And I did this shot 36 times over several different years using 11 different instruments and at all different times of day and all different times of year to get the most wild variations I could.
Well, you're probably going to get variations. I'm just reading up on it. It's really cool that you live so close to a glacier that's also a volcano with the second highest thermal activity from that area. That's pretty cool. You get to live right next to like a volcanic glacier. Like that's pretty. It's like almost like a contradiction, but it's pretty cool.
I used to live not too far from Mount St. Helens, which is the most volcanically active one. In fact, it blew when I was a kid.
Yeah, I saw that.
Get different results of those multiple observations.
What's that?
Get varying results with those multiple observations.
Yeah, all of my 36 observations fit within a plus or minus 100-foot bracket.
Yeah, you're right. It says it's erupted 13 times in recorded history, but not since 1880. So it's like just building pressure, heat inside of it, thermal activity. It's just this like thermally active mountain, like heat just coming off it, I guess.
I'm gonna miss it when it blows. It's a pretty mountain from where I'm at. Wouldn't want to live under it though, huh?
So, Jesse.
Yes, sir.
What will be interesting is if you can go to that mountain. There has to be some places, roads, like some locations, like tourism spots, yeah, on that mountain.
I've kind of looked briefly into the possibility of scaling it, and basically you need to be a high class ranked ice climber, which I'm not. And you'd want to go with a team of people, which I can't afford.
No, not. I don't mean to go at the top, at the base of the mountain, somewhere a little below the middle of the mountain. There has to be villages or whatever, something.
Oh, okay. So what do you want me to do?
A location, yeah. So there are roads on it, yeah.
I'm not sure about that. Not to the top.
Not to the top. I mean below the middle.
Let me look.
Below the middle of the mountain, there has to be some roads, houses, places, whatever, hotels. I don't know, buildings.
You mean like in the city next to it?
Yeah, but maybe a village like on the mountain.
I think they have exclusion zones on live volcanoes, don't they? How close you can build to a volcano.
Yeah, but okay, roads there definitely has to be.
Isn't it weird? We always get like the same type of effects at like wherever there's like extreme
No,
heat or like so like Mount Rainier, right? And then you got now Mount
these
Baker,
places, yeah,
and the
these
last one
places.
was going to be good in the middle.
So
There's
in these
also
places,
a phenomena, yeah, like so that mountain's called where you are is called Blue Mountain, yeah. Like,
Right,
do you know why it's called Blue Mountain?
Why is that?
It's because of the is that covered in pine trees? What kind of tree is that covered in that mountain?
I'm trying to remember. Evergreens for sure.
Evergreens. So they're either pine or eucalyptus, yeah.
They're not eucalyptus. There very well could be some pines up there, or it might be other mangrove trees.
So why regions are called blue mountains is because the trees that grow on them give off a haze, like a vapor of the oil that's in the trees. We have blue mountains here, as from eucalyptus. They have blue mountains in Portugal. They have blue mountains everywhere, and it's the reason why it is because it gives off a vapor from the oils produced in the trees and the leaves. Now, if you're, and I noticed in your video that there's a lot of wind as well up there. Now, in the theodolite handbook, it says not to use a theodolite during wind. So you've got wind, you've also got the vapor from the trees. You've got a lot of shit going on there that you're saying now you haven't accounted for any atmospheric distortion, and you have to. Like, there's so many variables. It's not funny, Jesse. Like, you're shooting 109, 105 miles through a valley which is called the Blue Mountains, which gives off a vapor. That's the reason it's called the Blue Mountains. It gives a haze. Plus, you've got wind swirling around as well. So you're way off, mate. Look at you, and you're saying you're measuring because you were measuring up 0.05. How many degrees? 0.05 what?
I'm not sure. Are you talking about the video I posted?
First video you posted, yeah.
Let me go look. It's been a while.
It's 0.05 something
Yeah, that's a good
degree.
point you're bringing up. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I mean, you get the same similar effects at like Lake Pontchartrain, where it's literally a dumping, like they dump sewage into that place with like gaseous sewage. It's it's lethal to breathe it in. They warn you don't breathe it in. Like, and you get similar effects.
It creates a thicker atmosphere and it's not just air. It's vapor from oils and things like that. It's
Right.
you know you.
Well, never mind all of that. It can only
Yeah.
be Earth curve.
No, but can I ask, all these variables, correct variables that you listed, that could be skewing his results. What do you think it's skewing his results from, as opposed to what he's measuring? Like,
From flat.
what would flat be in this case? What would he see if we were to remove these potential variables?
Well, you're talking about, so he's shooting a theodolite that's not designed to do that over 105 miles, and he's saying he's measuring drop of angle. Yeah. So all the variables have to be accounted for. So he's actually not applying refraction into his own model,
Well, this is the first thing that I
which
said.
requires refraction. So
because this is what he does: is he just grabs something that looks like it matches the globe's so-called model and rolls with it. That's good enough. If he gets a match, okay, good, job done. If he doesn't, then he starts going into things like atmospheric distortion, whatever he can use for an explain away. Double standard is so blatant.
And that's why I took the 36 measurements from
Well, actually, at that distance,
yeah, you took 36 measurements and you disregarded all these things that these guys brought up to you every single time.
at that distance, with the lowest refraction index of the air, 1.0036, yeah, the lowest, when the air is the most transparent and allows the furthest distance observations, visibility. If you apply that to that distance, yeah, it will obscure about 2,000 feet of the mountain.
How do you figure? What's the formula that I should use?
Well, I don't know what refraction index you had in the day you made your observation.
Okay, what index would be needed to cause the mountain to appear 3,000 feet lower than it is?
Anything above the
My
lowest
goodness.
refraction index
Look at the reset, though.
achievable
These guys
of
just
air.
spent the last
Yeah.
half hour naming all sorts of possibilities, and he just reset back to zero.
yeah, it doesn't matter, Jesse. You're using a tool that's not equipped to shoot 105 miles.
Yeah.
So the whole point is you're using. It's like using a spoon to cut a steak. You can't do it. So if you're starting with the tool that's not made out for that, then you're going to end up with results that aren't accurate. You're always going to end up with results that aren't accurate.
Look, I realize
So
that
anything you say after that, it doesn't matter because you're saying, oh, I measured this, but you can't get a measurement from that tool at that distance. So you're not getting a measurement.
You're taking inaccurate measurements and you're grabbing them when they match your globe and going, oh, look, that's got to be the curve.
For such distances,
And that's being
can't.
gracious.
Yeah.
That's being generous with you. I personally still think that you just put numbers on a spreadsheet after my dealings with you, but the people here can draw their own conclusions.
The type of theodolite he needs for actually doing such things on such vast distances is a theodolite that will be using infrared light optics, and that will be a digital theodolite.
Okay, so
that telescope, yeah, which you say the theodolite has, yeah, it wouldn't be just normal lenses, yeah, it will be a digital camera, infrared camera with special lenses, a lot more expensive than the theodolite. The theodolite is just an engineering tool, and I know they don't come cheap. Also, they are very good tools, but it's not designed for that. On such vast distances, you need to use infrared light. So
okay, so a bunch of things were just said. First of all, You guys are claiming that my instruments were not made for this. I know that's your opinion, but you've got nothing authoritative to actually support this, and you're not
No,
expert in
you
instruments,
come to
and you're
war.
agreeing with the
You
manual.
come to war. Listen, you come to war with what, chopsticks? I know chopsticks are good for eating in Japan, you know, and you could pull out someone's eyes with them, but they are not weapons to go at war.
Test. Yeah, that's your opinion, but you've got nothing to back your opinion up. I say they are, and surveyors have been using them for geodetic surveying for hundreds of years. But if you think there's
No.
that would give me
This
different
this
results,
geodetic surveying, you are doing areas like 100 square meters, yeah.
Mic check.
Yeah, we could hear you. Do
I
you think we
hear
could
you.
let Jesse finish his thought first before responding?
If whoever that is could just shut the fuck up since they're not a mod here. Thanks.
How old are you? Get
I'm old enough.
old enough to know that when someone lets you finish your sentence, you should let them finish their sentence.
Listen, I'm old enough. I have work experience with high precision measuring instruments, and a theodolite, yeah, for me is not a precision measuring instrument.
But did anybody ever tell you that it's very
You
rare
never performed ultra precision measurements.
So does that mean it's okay for you to cut me off mid-sentence?
Yeah.
Okay, move forward from
I'm
that.
older
Get
than
to the
you.
point, please. Don't argue about talking.
Yeah.
How old is he?
Who cares?
Old enough, he
To the
said.
point.
And he's older than you, so he wins and you lose, and now you gotta move on.
I'm old enough to be your inmate.
My inmate?
Yeah. You know, inside there we have a boss of the room, you know. So if you are coming and be an inmate with me, I will be your boss. I will tell you how to make your bed. I will tell you where to put your shoes, everything organized, nice and tidy, you know.
Starting to make sense to you, Jesse?
Get is correct, yeah. Like your standard theodolites used in surveying are meant to be used with within 100 meters or something like that. Beyond which they will advise beyond which if you're going to use it beyond those sort of distances, they will advise you to make corrections for refraction.
Yes.
So are you saying I'm using the wrong instrument?
Yes. I
What?
told you.
Okay, then
You need to change the optics, yeah? You need to switch to a digital infrared camera.
So are
And
you claiming
you will also be changing the lenses.
So are you claiming that mankind has no way whatsoever to accurately measure the heights of mountains?
Not you.
No, I mean anybody. The geodetic surveyors that surveyed the heights of the mountains, did they just make those up or what? How did they determine the heights of the mountains?
These things have been done with military instruments, not with civilian engineering instruments, yeah?
Okay, give me a model number for something that would do this correctly.
What do you mean model number?
Why are you sending him on a wild goose chase, man? It's the burden of proof is on you, man.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna be doing your job. No one's gonna do your job for you, man. You gotta go do your own job.
Well,
I can figure it out. It's just that your little toy total station ain't gonna work, man. The shit that you got is just for measuring outside in your house or for your garden or something. Not meant to distances of 105 miles.
So what
Crazy.
interest is?
And we've seen his tactic too. Like what he's going to do every single time is just reset back to, oh, well, how would you explain this? Even after these guys
Yeah.
take an hour or however long to actually try to explain it for him, give him all these possibilities of what could be skewing his measurements, it's just going to start over like he got none of that and just ask the same questions again.
It's the same shit with you, Jesse. It's never gonna change. I mean, it's a
Yeah,
futile pursuit, man. Honestly, I'm just saying it's futile.
just a quick search was saying like they're using helicopters and like 16 different benchmarks to measure the mountain, and he's using this is funny that you said toy theodolite that's made for gardening.
Yeah, that's what it's for.
And you know, if you had money to buy that theodolite, it probably cost you $20,000-$30,000. But listen, with $5,000, I can upgrade you that theodolite to infrared light spectrum, digital infrared camera, everything. But for that, you need to come into Romania because I don't know in USA if you can order this infrared camera from China because it's military grade and there are restrictions. You know, civilians are not allowed in USA to buy these kind of technologies. Neither in Germany, but in Romania, I can order it online and it will come there. And I can
I've got a
install
friend
it.
in Romania. Send me the model number, and I'll keep my eye out for it. You're just making this all up, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, sure, of course. I will give you a link with it, where to buy it. Yeah. But you need a custom made theodolite. It will be a custom made.
Just making that all up. The old accuse the enemy of that which you do.
That's okay. I'm a machinist. I got a lathe and a mill.
Well, that's cool.
He's a real genius for that stuff. But the other night there was a guy called I Am Correct, and he described a theodolite observation of over 100 miles by saying that it would be 20,000 degrees off. That would be the error. I was going to ask Jesse if he agrees with that. If the error from 100 miles would be 20,000 degrees off.
No, he was all confused, and that study he linked to wasn't about 100 miles. It wasn't even about 100 kilometers. It was about 100.00 meters, and they weren't even testing theodolites. They were testing 2 auto levels and a digital auto level, and they were measuring the accuracy of these 3 auto levels at a distance of 100 meters in 10-meter sections. It was totally. It wasn't. He just did a
Yeah,
word,
because
like a
yeah,
word
because
for-
he's worked with theodolites in the field, but you haven't. So you're correct. And
Yeah,
Coach is
and
going to
then-
believe you. He wants you to have some talking point on this because you have an expert knowledge about this. You don't fucking know what you're talking about, dude. You're talking out of your ass to Kosho. Well done. Well fucking done.
I read the article.
Yeah, well done. So have you used it in the field? Numbnuts? Have you?
Oh yeah, I've had my
Oh
theodolite
yeah.
in the field a lot.
Oh yeah. Professionally, I'm pretty sure.
No, it's all amateur.
Yeah, you don't know what you're doing,
Jesse,
bro. This is ridiculous. And then Kosho's asking you. Kosho needs to go ask an expert, somebody who works in the field, and then talk to them guys. Then them guys need to come in here, and then there need to be a little fucking powwow about like how all that works out. Because all this shit that you're talking about, it's bullshit, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. You haven't consulted any experts or went over any like long range testing. Nothing, dude. You got nothing. Only you and Kosho waxing yourselves intelligent in a fucking room full of bobbleheads who think they know what they're talking. Anti-flat Earth propagandists. This is bullshit, dude. And then Kosho's gonna ask you how the fuck everything works, like you know.
I had to ask him because that
Jesse,
guy I am
No,
Correct.
here's how it
Go
works,
ahead.
Kosho. He takes some numbers that he likes, he puts them on a spreadsheet, and he goes, "There, I measured the globe."
Well, I was
Jesse,
having a hard time understanding what 20,000 degrees off would even
Well,
look like.
ask I am correct then.
I
He will
did
tell you.
respond.
Not
yeah, you have
you,
to ask that
Kosho.
guy. Yeah.
I'm telling Kosho, ask him. Don't be asking Jesse. He doesn't know.
Jesse, I want to ask you a question, please.
Okay.
What make is your theodolite? What brand?
I've got several brands. I've got a Nikon, some Pentaxes, actually a couple Nikons, a Pentax, a Zeiss, and
Size. Yeah.
yeah, a German one,
Oh, that's
and a
Swiss.
Sakia, also a Sakia.
Yeah. Okay. You have quite a couple of them. Okay. Models?
Okay, the Nikon is a DTM 420. The Sakia is a Set 5E. Oh, and there's a Lietz, Lietz Set 4. There's a couple of Pentax ETH 120Fs with the dual display option. And
well, okay, yeah, it's many of them. So could you write me the brand and model in DM?
I'll do one better. I'll paste the spreadsheet link in the side chat, and it's got all the model numbers on the left side.
Yeah, and which one of them you used for that claim?
Which claim?
Where you said the mountain was obstructed and there was like 1 degree deflection.
There was almost a half a degree of missing angle, and I used all 11 of them on that.
With all of them,
Yep.
they all showed the same result?
Within plus or minus 100-foot brackets.
Yeah, okay.
There, see that spreadsheet? I tagged you in the side chat.
Let me check.
But so did anybody have any information on the kind of instruments that real surveyors do use to really measure the peak heights of mountains? I mean, obviously it's been done. You're saying I got the wrong equipment. I sure would like to know what the right equipment is.
Why don't you do a search on that? Why don't you do a search on that? It's not our burden, it's yours. Go figure it out.
Well, it's a straw man of what was stated to you that you do not use that equipment at that distance, and then you say, well, what's the right equipment that I use at that distance? You don't use that equipment at that distance.
Well, if
you can easily search for what distance do I use this instrument, and you won't find the answer to be 105 miles.
Well, if you look a little bit more about optics, you'd realize that these instruments simply measure the light angle as it enters.
They're not used for that purpose, for God's sakes. They're not meant to be shooting 105 miles, especially not your toy theodolite.
Hey,
I mean, it wasn't his. It was somebody else's toy first. He found it in the trash, cleaned it up. You know.
It's fucking nonsense. It really is. If you were gonna enter this arena, and what's his face, Ruhif, I mean, go talk to him, man. That guy got some deep pockets. He could probably lend you his.
Mine's as good as his.
Well, then you both have the same fucking idea, but allegedly he's got money. So do a GoFundMe or something. I don't know. Fuck it.
Well, that's not the problem. So far, not a single one of you has been able to actually name a make and model of a unit that use
It's
them and
not
get
our
rid of them.
fucking problem
cares?
that you can't find one.
Falsification is independent of replacement anyway. Go figure it out.
I think mine work just fine. There's no reason they shouldn't. The manufacturer makes no
Just
limitation.
whistle
You
past
guys-
everything everybody said to you, right? Just ignore all the pitfalls that they pointed out to you and just go, yeah, that's the globe. I'm good to go.
By the way,
So,
you guys have a flat earther to thank for me being here. It's a real life friend. He told me to check into flat Earth about 4 years ago. Actually, I've been checking in hard too.
well, thanks for
There you
being here
have
to
it.
snatch your wig off for us. Snatch the wig off the globe for us. We needed that. Thank you.
You're only
Anytime.
you're
So,
only demonstrating how cognitive dissonance actually is on these guys. You're living
How
proof.
many
Your friend
how
should
many
thank you
prisms
too.
do you got? How many prisms you got? I'm looking into this.
You mean like the little corner cube retroreflectors?
I mean, it specifies them as prisms in the technical book here.
I've got 20 of them, I think, roughly.
Mm.
But you don't need them to measure an angle. That's just if you're trying to use a total station to get a reflection off of the prism. By the way, what was the clown that said I had a total station in my avatar? Whoever.
so those Jesse,
Yeah.
those measurements, all of those are measurements you did, right?
Correct.
And have you taken any pictures through the lens of that theodolite? Like,
Yes. I'll even post a video of me doing the next to the last one. The one that has the note that says from a video. I got that one on video. I posted it earlier. I'll post it again.
okay.
Well, shit. He took a picture of himself. It's Facebook official now. Can't argue with this anymore.
I don't know if you guys are aware. He's got some nice videos where he actually has observations disproving the globe as well.
Well, that's trivial to do.
Just about all observations. Yeah.
He seems to be a real truth seeker. He's not only getting
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm starting to see why Mickey mutes you every time.
No shit.
There you go. You get I tagged you. That's the next to the last measurement there. That's where that one was done. And this unit has the level compensator in it. So even if the operator doesn't perfectly level the instrument, it compensates for that anyway. And if it's too far tilted in order for the compensator to accurately compensate, it won't even display you angles. It just blanks out the display.
Where did you set up your measuring stick?
I used Mount Baker as my measuring stick. I needed a really
shit.
tall. I needed a really tall measuring stick.
There you go. There you go. There you go. No tanks.
Well, thank you, Jesse, for posting the video. I opened it. I will watch it a little bit later. But yeah, from the first image in the video, I can see that theodolite is really not meant for observations at such vast distances.
That's your opinion, man. You got no
No,
documentation.
not my opinion. I'm telling you, you cannot get an accurate measurement of anything with that theodolite on a distance beyond 1 kilometer.
So what do you think the limitation of my accuracy would be? I mean, obviously it would be within plus or minus 90 degrees, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, do you work in this field?
No, but it's a
No.
fallacy to say
Oh.
someone's not good at something just because they don't make money.
Well,
Lots of perfect amateurs are very good at what they do, even though it's just a hobby. Is that right? Are you a professional? No, it's not right.
Listen, stop assuming what I'm thinking. What I'm trying to say is that you need to go to a geo these how are they called that take measurements with a theodolite?
Class, a school, get some lessons.
Geodesic surveyor.
Yeah, so you need to go to a surveyor that works for the railways or like these guys that they build highways. Yeah. And ask one of those guys, tell them that a theodolite model which you have, yeah, and ask them what's the maximum distance, and you can make a measurement, and what will be the margins of errors.
I'm on Team Timbo right now because like what he said earlier really just landed when Jesse stated like so what are you using to measure the accuracy of your tool, which would be the measuring rod, right, the stick to confirm the measurements. He's using the mountain top to confirm his measurement of a presupposed globe. So he's using the mountain, he said just now, Jesse, as a measuring stick to confirm the accuracy. So he's using the mistake to fix the mistake. It's weird. You can't do that. That's all wrong.
Yeah, I know that we've been on many levels. We've been telling him this whole time, but he just whistles past the grave and just resets every single time, and then asks us, "Well, what do you want me to use?" Not our fucking problem. We're not gonna be here telling you what to do. He admits himself that he doesn't work in that field. He doesn't. Many people who have worked in the field talk to him already on many occasions, many times, on many just different occasions on this server on the 24/7. He just resets. There's nothing to stop his invincible ignorance. He just resets and comes back in again with the same fucking spreadsheet, with the same argument, and he's asked the same questions. What do you want me to use? It's like the same fucking thing over and over and over again. It's futile, but it doesn't matter. He's gonna keep asking the question. He's gonna keep thinking he's right, and he's gonna keep getting pats on the back by his fucking anti-flat Earth friends continuously into oblivion, because we're never going to say that what he's doing is correct. That's idiotic. 105 miles? Are you kidding me? But whatever.
Well, I mean, anti-flat Earth friends, take notes from what he's doing if you think it's so great. Just take the numbers that you want to see, put them on a spreadsheet, walk in here and say, there, I measured the globe. I measured the drop over distance.
The drop.
Yeah, do it
over
repeatedly,
distance.
day in and day out, every fucking day.
Just the base, just the premise. I hand wave the entire globe. The drop of the horizontal to drop from horizontal over the distance. It's just a ridiculous premise.
But you're making claims about the equipment that I do have, which the manufacturer does not back you up on, by the way. Neither do surveyors back you up on it. I talked to Rock, and he didn't even know the difference between a theodolite and an auto level. He didn't know the difference. He's not a surveyor. He just talks big. Get him in here. Get him in
here. Did you ask that theodolite manufacturer, Nikon, yeah, for that specific model that you have, what's the maximum distance recommended to be used?
I got all of their recommendations from the manual that they published for it.
I know, but actually ask them.
Do you see the fallacy here?
Why did you obfuscate the question? There's a fallacy. Why did you obfuscate the question, though? He asked you what the max distance was. You said, well, I got the max distances. Just answer the actual question.
It measures an angle. What does it care how far the light is
Okay.
What
does it say? What does it say in the manual now? Because you said you have the manual. So
right, it says it's got the Nikon DTM 420 has a margin of error of plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
So where's the distance?
Yeah.
On what
He's not telling.
distance?
He's not
Over
telling
what
you.
distance?
He's hiding it. Say
It
it,
doesn't,
Jesse.
it doesn't list the distance.
Oh, fuck.
Bullshit.
Fucking weasel, dude.
Well,
You
go
just
get
said
it.
that they give you the distance, and now you're saying it doesn't give you that.
No, I didn't. I
This
said
is
it.
Maybe the guy
bullshit,
got
dude.
rocking gave you the
No,
benefit
no,
of the
I
doubt,
said
thinking you were using an auto level because an auto level is used to measure a longer distance, and you're claiming to measure ridiculous distances. Not that he's not qualified. Maybe he just gave you the benefit of the doubt, not thinking that any moron would use a theodolite
he-
over the auto level.
He did just say that the manual gives him the distance, did he not?
Yep.
I did not.
Yeah.
Okay, quote me. What did I
Now
say?
he's
Said
gonna
that.
pretend he didn't.
And then he said no, only plus minus 4
4
arc
arc
seconds.
seconds. Yep. We all heard him.
4 arc seconds is not a distance. That's an angle.
Yeah.
You're damaging
No
the
shit.
credibility of your spreadsheets
That
with every word
angle,
that you say in this VC, man. Just so you know.
that 4 arc seconds plus minus is on a distance of approximately 100 meters margin of error.
Subdued. Look at Subdued in the text chat. He's even saying it too. Fucking dude, there's nowhere you
So
can hide, man. That's
on
fucking
75 miles, every 100 meters you have a 4 arc seconds error of the angle. Multiply that and
That's why the
add
guy
it.
said 20,000 degrees.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, because that guy was a professional guy. The guy who said that, right? He was he usually professional.
Breaking up.
And he said after 100 miles, it'd be 22,000 degrees off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Subdued's not a surveyor either.
But
'Cause
you are.
Well, geez, if that's the standard we're going by, then just shut up right now.
Yeah.
He just miscalculated the amount of error that 4 arc seconds.
Yeah. You're the
so
only
it says
one.
2 millimeters.
You're the only one that knows, bro.
Not
You're
12?
the only one. You have the you're the author of this fucking whole theodolite business here. You are, dude. You're the pinnacle of the knowledge. Nobody, fucking people that use this in industry, fuck them. You're the one that knows. Fucking amateur. We gotcha. Yeah. Anybody that disagrees with you is a fucking idiot, and you're the supreme knowledge right here. Yeah, for sure. You got this. Secret key.
No, he gets his altitude from a GPS off of Google that tells him he's at 8,000 feet. Then he points his frickin' laser up to 14,000 feet and gets that elevation from fucking Google and says that this is fucking accurate over 105 miles. What are you, fucking on glue, dude?
Yeah.
Well, Subdued, how did you miscalculate a simple thing like...
Bro, I didn't miscalculate anything, I guess, dude.
No, bro, kill all gay people. That's the real facts, bro. Kill them.
Oh, you guessed. So you're just a guesser. Okay.
Nah, he's a nigger. That's the difference.
What?
I got him. It's AZZET.
Can I submit? Can I submit something just for your thought? If the theodolite was off by 22,320 degrees, that would mean that the theodolite was not off. All right, because if it's 360 degrees off, that means that there's 0 error. So if it's 720 degrees off, there's 0 error. Any number divisible by 360 is 0 error. 22,000 degrees doesn't make sense. The guy doesn't make any sense what he's saying, and you guys all ate it up.
Yeah. Go ahead and you and Jesse go to another room and talk about all this fucking idiotic ideas that you have that you're gonna be able to measure curvature with that toy theodolite. Go to another room, man. Get a fucking room. You don't need to be in here proving. You're not proving anything to us. You're just showing idiotic that he's trying to prove with his fucking Google spreadsheet, and he doesn't let go. Go to another room, Coach. Take him with you. Fucking go wax yourselves intelligent to each other, because there's nothing you can do here. So stupid.
Yeah, like to your point earlier, I mean, like Jesse, it's got to hit home for you at some point. Like every room you go, to Miggy's point earlier, he said, I see you in this room, that room. Every room you go to, the first thing people say is, "What the fuck? 100 miles? You're looking through this 100 miles? What do you think is gonna happen?"
Well, that's
You
an
know?
argument from incredulity. You've got no
Yeah,
actual
yeah.
evidence.
So just ignore what was actually said to you over like the last hour and a half. You got cumulative error, you got weather, temperature changes, you're on a volcano, you got all kinds of things, the trees and whatnot. I mean, these guys belabored it for you, and you just reset to, oh, well, it's just plain incredulity.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all just spreading uncertainty and doubt. There's no actual evidence that you have that my measurements shouldn't work.
He just whistled past every fucking thing. It's like he didn't even hear you, Heretic. You might as well
Yeah,
not even
it's
have
just
spoken.
been like that ever since he got
Fuck.
it.
Are you claiming to have measured the height of the mountain?
Yes.
So,
Or the delta.
okay, but if you're so sure that what you are looking at is curvature, why don't you just go measure that?
Well, what do you mean? How would I go about it?
That's your
What
problem.
the fuck?
I went about
You've
it.
been no, fuck that, dude. You've been in this argument for how long? Almost a year, probably more. And you're asking that question now?
I went about it the way
Seriously?
that I think is the best way to go about it. If you don't like that and you think I should have done it differently, then I'm all
You have all
ears.
these confounding factors involved in your measurements that you don't want to account for, that you hand wave every single time they're brought up to you. So it's not really a very good way to go about it, but delude yourself all you like. Whatever helps you sleep.
Thank you.
You're just a clown at this point, dude.
Yeah, and if your angle measurements do result from Earth curve and not all these various things that have been listed to you exhaustively already, go fucking measure that directly, like she said. If you can't figure out how to do it, then yield to the next bozo who can, because you're not the one.
I vote that he isn't the one. You might as well just yield to the next fucking bozo.
I love it when they gotta ask a flat earther how to do their job.
Yeah,
Well,
he's like, well, how do you want me to do it? Like, fuck, dude. Wow. He's been in this fucking arena for as long as he has, and he still doesn't know.
Well,
Fuck
we're
me,
Yeah, I mean,
dude.
you gotta ask a flat earther how to measure the globe. You're not the one who's gonna get it done. Sorry. You might as well just quit while you're ahead.
but we're all over here seeing that it's never been done and never been documented. So, and every time, we try to go do it, it's not there. So, if it's supposedly there, why hasn't anyone ever measured it? And if they have, go figure out who did and then do what they did.
well, actually, a level earther and a flat earther have measured and got measurements that fit in with my data very nicely. And I've included
Determine the consequent.
Well, no, it's not that flat earthers haven't or have measured and not found it. It's that they haven't measured the most of them. The ones that have found it.
Have found what?
Earth curve dropped from the horizontal.
What did they directly measure?
The angle to the top of a mountain or a tower.
Not Earth curve then. Okay, so they measured angles, and from that, Earth curve was inferred, not measured. You've played this game over and over. This trick doesn't work. I don't know why you keep playing it.
Now, there's a difference between a calculation and an inference.
No, you're interpreting it as if it's due to Earth curve. Not any of these other things that these guys have pointed out to you over and over for like the last hour and a half.
Well, they haven't pointed
Confirming
out
the consequent fallacy.
And on top of that, Jesse, just like you said, it's a calculation, not a measurement. So you're just compounding your problems even more. Thank you.
The calculations don't invalidate measurements.
It's not a measurement of the thing that you said you measured. You have to interpret that thing from what you actually measured. You have to interpret the angle as being due to a physical Earth curve drop. You don't know that, and you just hand wave away all these other variables that we've been talking about. But yeah, respawn. Yeah, maybe it'll work this time after it didn't work every other time.
But you actually haven't shown an actual demonstrable cause that would affect
That's a birth reversal.
Well, you're claiming that somehow, are you not claiming that somehow it's possible for me to measure 3,000, the angle equivalent to 3,000 missing feet on a flat Earth? Do you believe that's possible to measure 3,000 missing feet on a flat Earth.
105 miles away?
At 75 miles.
Still, fucking 75 miles. Who's doing that? Who's done that? Who's ever done that with your equipment? Who's done that with your equipment? Name one person. Outside of you, numbnuts. Who's done it?
Oh, probably Kozlowski, probably the main surveyor. I don't know all who, but anyone.
All the anti-flat Earth types. All the anti-flat Earth types.
Well,
you just naming every circle jerk buddy that you got, right? How about Kosho? Did he do it too?
Ruhif did it. He's got a theodolite.
Okay.
And
wow.
Jay Tolan did it. He's a flat earther. Bev did it. He's a level earther.
Yeah, are they measuring for curvature? Like the drop over the distance?
They were measuring for drop over distance, yes.
And what was their result? They found it?
Yep.
How much was it? What was the outcome? What was the outcome in the direct measurement of the curvature?
Hold on, let me bring up my chart. It's all in the data I've been giving you guys.
It's all in the data.
So if the angles that you measure are due to physical Earth curve drop because the Earth's a sphere, then that Earth curve drop must exist everywhere on the Earth's surface, right?
It would have to be, yeah. Blade spheroid.
You agree, Jesse?
What's that?
Oh my God. Nice try.
I was looking for the data you asked me for. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so Jay Tolan measured, it looks like 160 feet of drop over distance, and Bev
160
measured,
feet.
And Bev measured, it looks like 346 feet of missing height. Yeah, of drop over distance.
That's missing height, not drop over distance. Drop over distance is the point of observation to the target distance. How much is it slope? The rate of change of slope. What is the rate of change of slope from the point of observation to the target distance, Jesse?
I measured about 7 inches per mile squared.
7 inches?
Approximately, yeah.
And is that understood every single time you make your quote unquote measurements?
Is what understood?
That drop rate, the slope.
Pretty close. I mean, you've seen my data. It follows the same line. It all falls along this curved line, right?
So pretty close is not. It's not the exact amount, and plus you still haven't gotten what exactly the 3959 radius. So
remember, I'm not a globe. Hold on 1 second. You mentioned the radius and Jay Tolan. Here's a video, and here's a screenshot from that video, where here's 5 measurements he did. The lowest radius he got was 1,800, and the highest was over almost 4,300. So none of those conform to your globe. So do you think the radii shifts from 2,000 to 4,000? Like, how does that work?
that's what I've been telling them, box ops. I've fucking been telling him that, and he thinks that it's just because he's gotten close to it. It's fine. It's fine. You can just go with that, right, Jesse?
Yep.
Well, remember, I'm not a glober. Don't tell me about no 39.
Yeah, you fucking are, dude. Don't even say that shit, dude.
I think he's coming out right now. I think he's secretly a concave earther who would claim 8 inches per mile at sea level and then 7 inches per mile as you go up in altitude. He might be a secret concave.
You just never know, dude. Fuck.
Hey, they all jumped all over me for calling Bev a flat earther earlier, even though he argues for all the same things flat earthers argue for. So they said I could be not a glober and still claim that it's curved and rotating and all that stuff.
Who said that?
Who was that said that? Someone here just before you came in. They
I don't know.
I called Bev a flat earther and they all jumped on me because said but Bev says he's not a flat earther, so he's not. So I says I'm not a glober.
Well, what Bev does is he does what everybody does, right? And he uses the change in the vertical measured from the horizontal to show that the Earth itself changes in that measurement. Yeah. So the Earth, the physical Earth, is not flat, provably, by using a water level and horizontal water.
Are you talking about land topography or the oceans? What the?
No, the land, the topography is measurably not flat. That's how we know. That's how we know by using the water
Yeah,
level.
that's understood, but we know that. That's not a no mystery there.
So Jesse, if
No,
there's
it's the
Earth
whole
curve drop
world.
blocking a mountain or what have you in the distance, that means a geometric horizon is actually blocking that mountain. Can you show me that?
What was the question?
This is what he does every fucking time.
Yeah, every single time. Yeah.
Yeah. So if Earth curve drop is getting in the way of a mountain or what have you in the distance, that means there's a geometric horizon blocking that mountain. Can you show me that geometric horizon?
How would you like me to present that to you?
Any which way you can.
Would you like a photo of a 50-foot high hill that's...
No, I would like a photo of a geometric horizon, the thing that you say blocks objects in the distance.
What exactly do you want a picture of, though? I mean,
I just told you twice, actually I think 3 times, the geometric horizon that you think blocks mountains and other things in the distance.
Let me think about that. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Oh, really? Yeah, such a tough question. Me no speak no English all of a sudden.
Yeah. Como se dice?
Do you say you're not a glober because you don't know which radius to subscribe to because you're going to get a value that's different every time?
Well, glober is just a title. I'm a researcher, and they said They said that it was okay to say you're not whatever everyone else thinks you are, and because they said because Bev says he's not a flat earther, therefore they're not going to let me call him a flat earther. So I says I'm not a glober. Then I still think it.
Yeah, talk about titles and labels instead of that geometric horizon you can't show. Yeah, good deflect.
So if you did have a geometric horizon, you would get the same radius every time. That was like a maximum radius instead of like way below and way over, right? So if there was a physical limitation, right, and line of sight is a straight line, how are you seeing down and around a curve that the over a apparent horizon, but not a line of sight? So you're kind of in a contradiction.
I'm not sure I understood what you're asking.
I've been telling them that box ops ever since he came into this arena with his bullshit. He knows. He deflects.
Right. So do you say, like we've argued about this before, do you know that line of sight is a straight line? Jesse?
Are you playing word games?
No, is line of sight a straight line?
It depends on the context. Do you deny that light curves in a density gradient? Yes, no, or don't know.
So it's not a straight line, so not a straight line to a geometric horizon as per geometric limitations? So you're seeing down and around, so not a curved line, no geometry. I would accept that.
Yeah, but if he doesn't answer this correctly, he's going to sabotage the Glober's position when they come in here and talk about celestial navigation, tangent line to the horizon. He's going to screw them once he answers this.
What's obstructing Jesse? Go ahead and answer his question.
He didn't answer mine, so why should I answer his?
Because he's older than you and he was first.
Okay, so you also said something about you get concave results when you do measurements. So do you think Earth objectively shifts from being concave to flat to convex? That'd be a contradiction. Is the surface of the Earth objective or subjective, Jesse?
I still don't know about this straight line of sight. Like, is that the definition of it?
Yeah.
Line of sight being a straight line.
Yeah, hang on, no tanks.
In surveying in the military, says it's a straight line. Yeah.
Let's no tanks. He's asking Jesse a question. And Jesse just clammed up,
Hey,
so he's not talking right now.
Well, he's interested. He's not interested in an honest dialogue. He just wants to.
No, dude, you brought up concave in the text chat, so I'm saying, well, is it subjective then? Because I thought the surface of the Earth would be objective claim, because it can't shift from a concave to flat to convex, right? So if you're getting measurements from a theodolite that's giving you different shapes, then you're self-refuting your previous points about it's aligning to a globe earlier of your spreadsheet.
No, my statement was that when you make measurements in a situation where you don't get contradicting measurements, that it matches the globe model claims.
So that sounds like a Texas sharpshooter's fallacy, where you're selectively picking out which results you want to match your presupposed conclusion. So if Jay Tolan did 100 measurements and only picked out the radii that was within 3959, you would say that those are all consistent.
Yep. You just described him to a T, Box Ops. That's what he does. Exactly that. Exactly that.
That's you think that Jay Tolan cherry picks his data?
You. Talk about you.
Oh, well, that doesn't explain why all 36 of my measurements showed the same excess of 30 or 3,000 missing feet.
Are they always the same?
What's that?
Are the measurements always the same? So, allegedly measurements. Are they
No,
always the same?
like I
Okay,
said
then.
15 times already, that was within a plus or minus bracket of 100
See?
feet.
There you go, Box Ops.
But
So
there are
were these measurements
3,000
peer
missing.
reviewed at all, or do we just have to go by the word of a demonstrated fraud for all of this?
So whenever you're looking over Cheapskate Bay and the horizon fluctuates throughout the day, and you don't see the bottoms or the buildings at all across that bay, would you count that missing height as drop over distance or like optical phenomena?
Well, if it gives contradicting results, then you can't depend on it, right? Right?
So we can toss your shit
So
out
you
then,
can't look. So you can't look over distances because you have an optical horizon, not a physical geometric limitation. If I don't see the bottom of something in the distance, the only cause cannot be geometry. So would you agree that there's other causes for not seeing things in the distance?
Of course, there's other causes for not seeing things in the distance, including putting your
Okay,
eye.
great. So when you say that there's only one cause, that would be either affirming the consequent or a false cause fallacy. And knowingly, because you know that there's other reasons why you don't see things in the distance.
Non sequitur.
How's that? If you're thinking you're measuring drop over distance and you're attributing geometry as the cause, whenever there's other possible causes, that would be a false cause fallacy. How's that non sequitur?
It just has nothing to do with explaining why I'm getting a 3,000 foot missing angles worth at 75 miles. No one can give a single actual demonstrable phenomena that would cause that.
Well, if you think that the cause would be geometry, you're going to need a geometric horizon, right? That would be the premise that you would have to prove going forward.
Why do I need a geometric horizon to measure the angle?
For geometry, it's in the name, right?
Why do I need the...
Is geometry the cause, or is there other causes? Because you just agreed that there's other causes, so now you have the burden to prove that it's geometry is the cause.
Why would I need a geometric horizon in order to measure the angle to the top of a mountain?
Why would you need geometry for drop over distance? Well, things get smaller and lower with distances on flat surfaces, unless you would say like hallways are curved because you know how the linear perspective. Are you going to say that's a non sequitur too?
Do you know any math at all related to geometry or trigonometry? You could.
Let's see, trigonometry, triangles, three straight lines, right? So where are you getting like curved trigonometry from?
Let's assume for the sake of discussion that the Earth is flat, stationary, and non-rotating. I measured.
Well, that's axiomatic, right? So you're going to have to prove it's not.
Okay, fair enough. So let's say I measured 1.0701 degrees high level to a mountain 75 miles away. How high would I calculate that mountain to be?
Who cares? If you think the cause is geometry of the Earth curving down and below you, you're going to have to prove that is the cause because you already agreed there's other possible causes.
Well, why do you keep bringing up the globe? I'm saying let's talk about the flat Earth. If the Earth was flat and I measured at
Well, that's the observation. I have to prove to you your senses are correct. Like, why? You can just go outside, right?
Looks like you're having trouble overturning the axiom here, Jesse. Guess that's another wrap.
I think people should do their own experiments.
The issue with that, Zoidberg, is you have people like Jesse that lie about their experiments.
Hey, wait a second. It's good to see you there, correct? But please don't accuse me of lying unless you've got evidence of it. That's not nice. You
What is this passive aggressiveness? Seems so.
All we have to do is listen to you.
So,
I mean, you obfuscate, you deflect, you pretend you don't know what we're talking about. You make claims that you can't back. You get caught red-handed doing that constantly. You edit your shit in the middle of trying to use it to support an argument that you need to change. I mean, you're as disingenuous as anybody I've ever seen.
So you are correct. Am I correct? I am correct. Whoever you are. That article. That article you posted the other day. Did you realize that wasn't about testing theodolites at 100 kilometers? That was about testing auto levels at 100 meters.
And what happens when you multiply the distance?
What does that have to do with anything when it wasn't even
How
about?
about you just answer his question, Mr. Honest Guy? You know, that's not a direct, honest answer to what he just asked you. So try again.
He didn't answer mine. And how did
you do that every single time? You deflect from a question that's asked of you every single time, and then say, "Well, he didn't answer mine." So I mean, that's a concession of your own dishonesty. Why don't you be the better person if you're the honest guy here, instead of sink to our level if that's what you think we are?
He's a grown-up. Let him respond for himself.
No, yeah, you respond. You're the grown-up, right? Or are you not? Ask your question again, correct? Let's see if he can do it.
No. You said it was at 100-meter distance. What happens when you multiply it multiple times?
Multiply.
Does the angular error stay the same?
Multiply what?
The distance, right? Because you measured over 100 miles, not 100 meters. So there's a big discrepancy between the distance. What happens when you multiply the distance?
Times what? You need two numbers if you're going to multiply them together.
So well, you want to measure the distance of 100 miles, right? The manual for your thing's not even a theodolite, it's a total station, right?
Yeah.
So why do you call it a theodolite, first off?
It does all the same functions as a theodolite. Does it not? Tell me, does it not? Does it?
Well, when the manual
He's
calls it a
getting
total
away from the
station,
topic. He's getting away
Getting
from
away
the topic again.
Yeah, he's
Anyways,
getting away from it.
when we
You
look
know what he's
at
trying to do? He's trying to sneak away. You asked him what
when
happens when
we
you multiply the distance, and he's trying to get away from it. Don't let him.
when we look at your total station instruction manual, it gives us a margin of error per 100 meters, right? What happens when you get multiply that by a longer distance? Does the margin of error stay the same, Jesse?
The manual lists the margin of error as plus or minus 4 arc seconds, right?
Sure. Per what distance?
It doesn't specify a distance. It just says that the margin of error is plus or minus 4 arc seconds. That's an angle, not a distance, and not a height.
Per arc seconds, that measures into radians, no?
Yeah, how did you come up with
For
what
what
3,000
distance?
degrees?
Stop. What distance, Jesse? For what distance?
What do you mean, what distance?
What distance? What's your maximum distance on your total station? That'll give you your 3 or 4 arc seconds. Yeah, and you're measuring 105 miles. So what's the maximum distance for your total station?
The manual puts no maximum distance. It simply
Have you
gives.
read the manual?
I've read the specifications, and I've read significant parts of how to use it too. And I've got it here. If you want me to read something in it, tell me the page number. I'll go read it.
Hold on, let me open this and find the distance. While I'm looking at this, can you explain to me how you found the margin of error?
In the manual, it's in the on the specification page.
How did you account for the margin of error?
I just made a measurement.
That's not an answer.
You don't account for a margin of error when you're just
Yeah, you
making
did.
a measurement. You just
No,
measure
just
an
took
angle
the
and you
machine.
realize.
So you just took the machine, measured 100 miles, and ignored the fact that it could have an error. Is that what you did?
What should I do?
But we should, with theodolites, sorry, total stations, is the one you're using. Usually the margin of error is between 8 and 12 millimeters per 100 meters, right? Would you agree to that?
Mine listed as 4 arc seconds. That's what I'm going to.
And how do you convert 4 arc seconds?
I just put something in the chat.
Hey, 4,900 feet's a lot more than that 100 feet y'all are talking about.
Okay, a typical total station can measure distances up to 1,500 meters, 4,900 feet with accuracy. Yeah?
Of 1.5 millimeters.
Yeah. So how do you take that? So a typical total station measuring distances. Yeah. So how do you take that 1,500 meters up? How do you take that 4,900 feet to 105 miles?
You use the tangent function, right?
It's not made for that. They're telling you what you need for accuracy. It's not my opinion. I just grabbed it off the internet.
You've got no evidence, though. You're just saying that, but you don't have evidence of it.
So can you prove that for 105 miles that you're going to be accurate? Can you prove that then? Because everything else is telling us it's made for shorter distances. So can you prove that the accuracy of a total station over 105 miles is what you're saying it is? You're the one giving us the readings. Can you give us some evidence that says that you can use a total station that you've got over 105 miles? Can you do that?
Oh, burden reversal fallacy.
It's not. You're making the claim. It's your claim. You're giving us the readings of 105 miles. Now give us the evidence that you can use this machine, this total station, over that distance.
Well, how about the fact that the surveyors who did the great triangulations used them over those distances?
Are they accurate?
Well, they surveyed great parts of the world.
I'm asking you. You're making the claim. So do you have any evidence showing us that you can use the total station that you have over 105 miles? It's a simple question.
Well, it's a fallacy question.
It's not a fallacy.
The instrument strictly reads the angle. Do you agree that the instrument just reads the angle of the light entering the lens? Yes or no?
Yes, at close distances, yes.
And what angle does it measure of the light entering the lens?
No, you're getting away from it. Provide the evidence that you can use a total station that you've got over 105 miles, please.
Well, how's this? And this is really what you have to explain to your constituents. I took 36 measurements with 11
I don't
different
care.
at all
I don't
kinds of
care.
conditions,
Jesse,
and it
Jesse,
matches the
I've got.
global claims
I've
very closely.
been listening the whole time, and I've just asked you one question. Can you answer that question?
It's a fallacy question.
Not a fallacy. You're making a claim that this distance, 105 miles, you're getting accurate readings. Now, if you can provide something that says that a total station that you have provides accurate readings over 105 miles, that would be great. I'm not going to ask you again. I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
It's irrelevant. You know that it measures the angle.
Not irrelevant.
It's relevant. That'll be a nah. You can't substantiate the accuracy of your readings over those distances.
I know it's irrelevant when three of you jump on the.
Yeah, when you say it's irrelevant, you're telling us no, I can't substantiate the accuracy of my readings over those distances and providing an excuse. Thanks. That's all we really need to hear.
That still doesn't answer the question, though, why it doesn't work.
That's a weird thing to say while you fail to answer the question that Timbo just asked you like 7 times. You haven't shown that it does fucking work, dude.
Okay, can you prove that the only conditions that would allow black swan conditions is a flat earth? Can you prove that? How can you prove that?
What the fuck,
Black
dude?
Swan is about, dude.
So you got no proof that there's not other possible causes, right?
You're making our point for us. That's the whole point of the Black Swan, dude.
So you got no proof that the black swan.
Proving our argument. Why are you making our
Are you the
argument
one who's
for it?
supposed to be proving that there's not other possible causes? What are you talking about?
The black swan was to disprove the radius, not to prove flat Earth.
But in order for that to disprove the radius, then you have to prove that there's only one cause for the black swan, and that is the radius.
No, you have to prove that there's only one cause of what we're seeing there, which is a geometric horizon refracted to appear like it did instead. So light has to be taking the exact specific path that it must have in order for that further than 9.4 mile horizon to actually physically be at 1.2 miles. You are the one who has the specific claim about the optics, not us, because we just go out there and say, we don't see this geometry that you say is there. You have to reify it with this very specific claim of what light can be doing or must be doing. So, got any evidence that it did do that, Jesse?
I'm going to ask you again. Can you prove that light cannot bend equal to or greater than Earth curve? Can you prove that?
Okay, so that's a burden of proof reversal. I can prove that we didn't see the geometry that you say is there. All I have to do is post the black swan picture again. If you want to say, hey, prove that light didn't take this weird path from a 1.2 mile geometric horizon, that sounds like a burden of proof that's on you.
But you're the one that makes the assumption and the claim that the light cannot bend.
No, I don't make any assumptions. I go out and look for this geometry that you say you measured with a theodolite, don't see it, and just point that out to you. I didn't make any assumption. I'm just looking at that geometry not being there. So show us that it actually is there. Show us that light took whatever weird fucked up path it must have in order for that geometry to be there, even though you and I both know we didn't see it. Got anything like that for us?
Yeah, I know that you're used to hearing this, Jesse, but falsification is independent of replacement.
Yeah, so now imagine how crazy and fucked up this is. He says that he measured the Earth to be something that would have a physical geometric horizon in that picture at 1.2 miles. We don't see it, and then he puts the burden of proof on you to prove there isn't a physical horizon at 1.2 miles in that picture that none of us see it in. You're fucked in the head, boy.
Are you claiming that the black swan conditions are impossible on the mainstream globe?
Are you claiming that it happened on the globe?
I'm going to ask you again. Are you
No,
claiming?
I'm going to ask you again, you piece of shit. Are you claiming that it happened on a globe?
So you've got no evidence.
No, the evidence is the black swan picture where we don't see the geometry that you say you measured with a theodolite. Is it in fact there even though we don't see it?
When you want to have a conversation, let me know.
I'm trying, and you're just obfuscating at every turn. Is the geometry that we don't see in that picture that you say you measured with a theodolite actually there, yes or no?
Actually, you were monologuing every time I opened my mouth.
No, actually, every single time I give you a chance to answer, you can't. Is the geometry that you say you measured with a theodolite that we don't see in the black swan picture actually there, yes or no? So he's going to put it
He
on
must
to
be
me to prove.
monologuing because the long periods of silence you're giving him, that's his opportunity to respond, but he's still going to just say you're monologuing like every time.
Yeah. I'm giving you all the floor space that you need here to answer the question, and you just can't do it. Obviously, I don't have a burden of proof here because I'm just pointing at the ocean and saying, hey, we don't see that physical geometry that you say that you measured. You know that we don't. So it obviously isn't on me to prove that there's something there that we didn't see or not. It's on you. You've got the geometric claim about what that ocean should be doing that we don't see it doing.
And he agrees there's other possible causes of why you don't see things in the distance, yet he asserts geometry without a geometric horizon. So it's another self-refuting claim.
Also, he's measuring the height of a mountain from a very far distance and just saying that he's measuring Earth curve.
Well,
Yeah, but look
apparently every surveying book is going to tell him that mountains are stadia sticks. So I'm waiting to see that.
Over a short distance of only a mile to 10 miles, we're seeing such crazy distortions that this ball is looking 2 orders of magnitude bigger than the one that he says he measured it to be over 75 miles. How'd you do that? If over only a short distance, light interferes with what you're looking at so badly that you can't actually tell what geometry this thing has at all, how come over a much greater distance you were able to discern that geometry? Why is he
It would
going
quite
quiet?
literally go. It would go quite literally from 200 times larger at least, and then also flip back to like a quarter of the size. So tell them to retract all the bullshit, the rubbish in the books, because they're telling us exact amounts. Where's the
Did you hear what he
refraction in
was?
that?
Do you hear what he was doing just now? He was trying to put it on to me to prove that in the Black Swan there isn't, in fact, a 1.2 mile physical horizon that isn't seen in the picture. I mean, that's
Yeah,
what the
that isn't.
picture already
Yeah,
does,
that.
unless you can prove that there is one there somehow, fool.
Yeah, it's being blocked by something at whatever, however many miles. Yet it's still there at 10 miles.
Yeah. Prove that that couldn't have happened on the globe. Prove that it did happen on the globe. That's what we're trying to do here.
So just so we're on the same page, your globe cannot predict our observations, because when we try to go see the geometric horizon that your radius delineates, it's never where it's supposed to be. But yet globers all the time, they'll say, oh, predictions, that's all of science. And they conflate that with geometry. Not only that, when it doesn't fit their predictions, they just already assume their model, reify it again, and assume the radius and a refraction value so they could basically see infinitely far, changing their radius at will, just multiplying it however they want with a slider, right? So they try to make it unfalsifiable while agreeing that you don't see a geometric horizon. right? So it's just like it's endless.
Yeah, and I guess to answer his question, personally, no, I don't think that you would be able to see what would be an apparently flat ocean like that, as we see in that black swan picture on a ball of the dimensions that you claim that we live on. No, I don't. I don't think that that image would ever arise on that ball. Personally, can you show otherwise?
Yeah, because anyone with common sense and two eyes we know what we're seeing in that. So don't try to diffuse the point.
Yeah, we're just looking out at a flat ocean, flat water. That's all we're looking at. If that's actually a distorted picture of curved water, why don't you prove how that's the case? Instead of putting the burden on us to demonstrate what we already have, dummy.
Jesse, I don't think you would ever see a geometric horizon because the Earth doesn't have a geometry of a ball. Does that answer? I don't ever expect to see a geometric horizon. If you think you would, you should prove that's the cause.
Well, that's exactly what he's invoking with his theodolite measurements. The distant mountains and things is a geometric horizon. That would be the thing that would obscure these mountains in the distance. Can you point to that? Oh, now he's going to pretend he doesn't understand what I'm saying again. Simultaneously refracted so that it doesn't appear and you don't see it, but then you see it blocking things, right?
Well, the whole giveaway here is they use planar serving in the first place, and these anti-flat earthers are using a geodesy. They're using the wrong equipment. They're trying to claim that they're navigating. All kinds of crap. Show me somebody navigating with a theodolite.
This guy is such an asshole, dude. He's in the chat now saying we cut him off every single time. No. We gave you all the floor space you needed to answer. Usually you chose to use your airtime to not answer and to deflect and to get out of it, and we're not here for that.
It was the long periods of silence that was rumpusing him, clearly.
Yeah, the silence overtalked him.
Well, my question is still the same. Do you believe that you would always see the geometrical horizon if...
asked before.
See, he cut me off again. If the Earth was a globe, do you believe that you would always see the geometric horizon?
Who cares?
You just debunked the NASA distance to the horizon.
You have to prove that the globe exists in the first instance, and then we can move on from there.
Yeah, that's right. You haven't demonstrated this globe we supposedly live on, so how would I know what I would see on the globe? I would expect to see the geometry of it. Yeah. You're telling me that we don't, and out of the other side of your mouth, you say that we do. Which one is it?
Yeah, do you have a reference point we can go by, a reference table that we can use for this, where it's been proven at each distance? The vertical drop would have to be there. That's what we need to see.
Even NATO cannot find the geometric horizon. NATO has a paper out where they said in none of their observations they didn't see a geometrical horizon. So if NATO can't find it, sure as hell, I don't think Jesse, guy on Discord, is able to find something no one could find.
Then why do we have all these globers insisting it's a globe, yet wavering away from their own claims? Like this guy.
So NATO can't find it, but this guy on Discord with a total station over 75 miles can.
Oh yeah, he's going crazy, I tell you.
So I'll take that as no, you can't prove that you would always see the geometrical horizon on the planet.
Show us this ball, all right, and then we'll take
always
a look
or never.
and see or not see on it.
Because NATO said they could never see the geometric horizon, not that sometimes they couldn't. They said in none of their observations they could find the geometric horizon. So do you think just because something like the horizon appears a certain distance, maybe 1 out of so many times. You go with the one time that you think it aligns with your radius value, and you would use that one and then say it's consistent.
Amongst millions of black swans. It's actually flipped over. All the observations are freaking black swans. We're looking for one white swan. We've never found one.
So what's he arguing for? That he lives on a ball that you can never discern the geometry of? Well, then what's the point of your theodolite measurements where you claim to be doing just that?
Why can't you just admit that you have no evidence that the geometric horizon would always be visible on a globe Earth?
Always, it's never visible. What do you mean? Let's see, let me read this. Unfortunately, in none of these occasions, information was collected on the position elevation of the geometrical horizon, defined as the direction of the tangent to Earth at 0 level. Right, so I don't know why you keep trying to be ambiguous, and do you expect us to always see it when it's the opposite? We don't ever see it. And then yet you assert it's a cause for something, right? And after agreeing that there's other possible causes of why you don't see things in the distance, you've just trapped yourself.
But the assertion he made was that the Earth cannot be the globe of the claimed size because of the black swan observation.
Listen, dummy, that's actually not what I said. What I said is we go out, we look for this geometry that you claim that you measured with your total station, and we don't actually observe it. So how do you know that it's actually there? And then I just got this sophistry from you over and over again after that. Any evidence that the geometry we don't see is actually there? Any at all? Or are you just going to put it on me to prove that what we see is actually what it is? Gone quiet again.
Which day is the horizon actually at its geometric location? Which days are those?
Well, never, because the horizon is not physical to begin with. So how is it going to be geometric when it's not physical?
Well, if we don't see the
I
physical
totally
horizon,
agree. I'm just.
Why is he claiming he's measuring it with theodolites? We don't see it. The thing that he thinks blocks mountains, he's telling us we don't even fucking see. So what are you doing trying to measure it?
Hey, it's been good, everyone. I got to get some stuff done, but thank you so much.
Get out of here.
Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, we really
Take care,
enjoyed the chat,
Jesse.
bro. We
You have a
learned
good
so
night,
much.
buddy.
Take care, Jesse. Fuck off, Dante.
Yeah, why don't you sub in from
Having a
Dante?
rough night, Alpha?
I just call like I see it.
Yeah, you do.
What up? I am
Jesse
correct.
failed miserably, so maybe you can take inform now.
Oh, did you tell Heretic? Did you tell I am correct what he was saying when he was I am correct wasn't here?
What happened?
They were clowning on you, bro.
Who was clowning on me?
No,
your buddy Jesse.
Oh, Jesse.
He's like that guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh yeah.
I was like, oh fuck, dude.
Oh
You
yeah,
should
the
have
guy
heard.
thinks he has a theodolite. So, look, I'm props to him, right? A total station is a lot more accurate than a theodolite, but the guy doesn't know what he has.
Well, he said you're full of shit. So okay, I was like, whatever, dude. He's not even here.
Yeah, but then when correct asked pretty straightforward questions, he just tried to get out of it every single time. So who's full of shit?
Right.
I don't think Dante can decide, but the rest of the audience, I'm sure, shouldn't have too much trouble.
Oh, the votes are in. Yeah.
Okay, can you show them to?
5 guys crying.
Oh yeah.
Okay, show us the tally.
Laughing.
Are you sure you can count that high, Dante?
a lot of numbers.
Quite sure. Yeah. It took me a while because they came in so slowly and hesitantly.
But eventually got there, huh?
Trying to find the confidence to even speak.
What are you talking about? Another one short-circuited.
Yep.
Jesse's gonna keep talking in the text chat. Looks like he sure is in a rush to leave, but he's going. Chat's king.
He didn't want to tell.
Weeks ago.
He didn't want to tell I'm correct on the voice.
No, I'd be glad to.
Well, tell him then
Oh, you're
how
back.
wrong he was. Tell him.
I thought you were busy. What happened?
I got to take off and do some stuff here, but I'm not gone yet.
Yeah.
What was that you were saying the other day about 333 radians of error? What was that?
So that was my calculation of a theodolite, right? Not a total station, based off a distance of 100 miles with an error of 10 millimeters per 100 meters.
10 millimeters per 100 meters?
Yes.
What has that much error?
A average theodolite.
Did you say 10 millimeters? What did you say?
10 millimeters margin of error.
In 100 meters, 10 millimeters in 100 meters, right?
Yes.
300 feet.
That's the standard margin of error for a everyday theodolite.
No, it's not. They're normally rated in like, well, okay, so that's 20 arc seconds.
Citation, please.
I've got a 1 arc second theodolite. It's not a total station, but it's a one.
Citation.
Where have you separated the machine tolerance versus your site tolerance? Please.
I thought you had to go somewhere.
I didn't separate anything, but I do need to go. But I do want to talk to. He is correct, because he's here and I'm here, and I've been waiting for a day for him to come around. So
you've been waiting for me that long. How cute. So do you have a theodolite or total station? Because they both have different margins of error. And your one, when I went to manual, has you said 3 or 4 arc seconds of error?
4, yeah.
4 arc seconds per what distance?
Any distance. It's an angle.
So there's no margin of error that increases by distance?
The linear margin of error increases by distance. For example, it's 2 millimeters at 100 meters.
So if I measure 100 meters versus 1,000 meters, is the margin of error the same?
Angular, it doesn't list the distance where it doesn't list the maximum distance or.
So you didn't find out the angle of the margin of error before you took that measurement?
What's the question?
So you didn't find out the margin of error before you went and measured your distance?
I mean, I knew what the manual said, but
you just said the manual doesn't say it.
It doesn't give the angular margin of error in linear units because it's an angular unit, right?
So
and it's an angle.
If the manual for your specific total station doesn't give us a margin of error, do we just use the average margin of error for a system similar to yours, or what do we do?
It gives 4 plus or minus 4 arc seconds. So you can use tangent of the angle times the distance to get the linear vertical displacement due to the error, right?
Okay, but my question is, does the margin of error change for the further distance you measure?
The manual doesn't say anything about it. The instrument's
so it doesn't say it, right?
The instrument's margin of error does not change. It's simply measuring the angle of the light that enters the lens at the point that it enters the lens, right?
It doesn't change by a distance, is that what you're telling me?
The instrument's own margin of error for its own ability to physically measure the angle of its telescope does not change with distance, right?
Okay, you're complicating the question. Does the margin of error change by a distance? For example, would the margin of error be the same if I measure at 1 meter versus 100 meters?
So 4 arc seconds. 4 arc seconds is 0.02 millimeters at 1 meter.
Say it again.
4 arc seconds is 0.02 millimeters at a distance of 1 meter, right?
I'm not sure. I haven't read the manual fully. Can you explain to me what the margin of error is by distance? There has to be some sort of margin of error per distance, right? It can't just be this is the margin of error, whether it's 1 kilometer or 1,000 kilometers.
Look, all the manual says is that it's within plus or minus 4 arc seconds, okay? So give me the distance, and I'll tell you what 4 arc seconds is at that distance. So just give me any distance, I'll tell you what the margin of error is at that distance due to instrumental
Your
error.
manual only, if your manual only says the measurement error is 4 arc seconds, it doesn't give you a per distance measurement, then we can just use the average measurement for any other total station, right? Doesn't need to be the exact machine. Would you
Okay.
agree with that?
I'm not sure what you're saying. I don't know why you wouldn't use the margin of error that the manual for my unit gives.
Because it doesn't provide us with specifics, right? It doesn't specifically tell us the margin of error per distance, because we're not trying to measure 100 meters or a kilometer. We're trying to measure a long distance. So it needs to come with a margin of error per said distance. Because the average for theodolite stations, I think it was 3 or 4 millimeters per 100 meters. If we go on Google, we go on any other theodolite specialist, they'll give you this margin of error.
Okay, so at 100 meters, my browser's locking up on me. Hold on. At 100 meters, it would be 2 millimeters. Okay, so let's say it's
comes out by 160,000 meters.
So 75 miles would be 120,000 meters.
You sure about that?
75 miles.
Will be 100 and how many meters?
75 miles is U.S. miles is 120,701 meters.
Sure.
Right? Okay.
Okay. Are you doing the measurement?
No, I'm doing calculations.
Okay, calculate.
So about a quarter of a mile.
That's a lot of error.
That's because I don't think you can extrapolate out from what you're using the margin of error. Have you separated the machine tolerance, or are they talking about the machine tolerance? The specifications for the unit. You're gonna have to separate that out, or you have a tolerance in any kind of machine. You're gonna have a tolerance. In something like that, it's a protractor. You're gonna have an angular tolerance and a zenith tolerance. Just like in a sextant, you have to adjust for variations in your equipment.
Well, this guy hasn't adjusted anything. He just took the machine and measured. I don't think he even read the manual. He only read the manual when I sent him the manual yesterday.
No, I didn't. I wasn't privy to that conversation, but
Not you. So Jesse,
yeah.
when I first asked him, "Have you read the manual for the machine?" He said, "No, it didn't come with one because I bought it second hand." So I went on Google, found him the manual, sent it to him, and that's the first time he ever read the manual actually.
What's the first time? Whoever read which manual?
The manual for your device, Jesse.
Who hadn't read it until yesterday?
You haven't read it till yesterday.
That is incorrect. I downloaded the manual years ago when I got the unit.
You told me you didn't get a manual with the unit.
Well, it didn't come with a printed one, but I downloaded the PDF one. I can Google stuff as good as the next guy.
So you told me. So when I asked you, "Have you read the manual?" you said it didn't come with one. What assumption do I get out of that?
I don't remember the conversation. I don't know who actually said what. I always tell people I got the manuals and that I read them. I don't know why. I don't know why I would even. Is it
I just
possible?
asked you a simple question. I said, "Hey Jesse, did your machine come with a manual?" You said, "Sorry, let me rephrase." I said, "Hey Jesse, did you read the manual for the machine?" You said it didn't come with one. So it was my assumption that you didn't read it, right? I think it's a very fair assumption. So I asked you for the machine name, and I went on Google and found the manual, and I posted it in chat. And now today, the first day, you actually respond via the manual. You said, "Oh, it doesn't have a margin of error in it."
I did not say that.
Word for word, you said that, Jesse.
I did not.
I think someone else in the room can account that you said you bought it secondhand and it didn't come with a manual.
I did buy it secondhand, and it did not come with a printed manual, but I never claimed that the manual didn't list an angular margin of error. I've
Well,
told
no one said you didn't say that. I'm saying you didn't read the manual until someone sent it to you.
that is
Yesterday.
correct. I mean, if there's a live stream, go back and show me, but I'm saying it's incorrect.
So how did you account for the margin of error when you tried to measure 100 miles?
Well, the 4 arc seconds at 100 miles is about
I don't
3.
think it works like that, Jesse.
What?
I don't think it works like that.
Oh, really? Does tangent not equal the slope? The tangent of the angle does not equal the slope?
It's almost exact. It's almost precisely 8 inches per mile square. It's almost the same thing.
Well, tell me, is the tangent of 4 arc seconds times 100 miles 10.24 feet?
1 second, Jesse. Let me just find your more accurate measurement since your manual doesn't specify it.
Sure. As soon as you show us angular difference over distance in the horizontal, then yeah, we'll go along with that conditionally. You heard the conditions.
So long as they show a flat Earth.
No, so as long as you show that there's an angular difference to the vertical and horizontal, that there's an angular difference over distance, you would have a reference table, you would have a reference and how that reference was obtained in the reference. It would be a standard and it would be used for anything that you did on or close to the surface. So as soon as you show us that data, we can move on with the conversation. Otherwise, it sounds like it's a stalemate because you're just resistant to reality.
So just really quickly, Jesse, you said your account for margin of error was just 4 arc seconds. That's it. Over 100 miles, right?
Well, I don't know what you mean by account for. I simply took an angle measurement and recorded my measurement.
Are you claiming the measurements to be accurate?
I'm just saying, here's what I measured.
Are they accurate or not?
Well, that's what I'm asking you guys. I'm saying if these are, how did I get these measurements on a flat
No one
Earth?
is saying that your measurement is not what came out to be, right? We're just saying it's not accurate.
If the Earth is a globe, they are pretty accurate, surprisingly accurate. If the Earth is flat, then there's some huge error, which nobody can explain to me how it actually happened, how it physically happened.
How there was an error?
You're telling me that it isn't possible you're affirming the consequent with angular size change?
So, Mr. I am correct. Is it true that 4 arc second angle at 100 miles is 11 feet or whatever, about 3 meters of height?
It could be. I haven't done the calculation.
Okay. Well, let's say for the sake of discussion that it is. Do you prefer meters?
The most commercially viable total stations provide measurements of the 1, 3, or 5 second accuracy. That's 1 of 3,600, 1 of 1,200. Okay, now that I have the formula, we'll just use the average between the three, 1, 3, or 5. So every 1,000 meters will be 40 millimeters of error, 4 arc seconds per 100 meters. That's the average total station, right? 3 times more accurate than a theolite. Would you agree to that?
Oh, say that last thing you said. You said at 1,000 meters?
At 1,000 meters, will be about 40 millimeters of error based on 4 arc seconds per 100 meters. Would you agree, or do you think that's not accurate?
I'm getting that 4,000 or 4 arc seconds at 1,000 meters is 20 millimeters.
Say that again.
I'm getting that the tangent of 4 arc seconds times 1,000 meters is 20 millimeters. So you must have doubled it.
1 second. 4 arc seconds per 1,000 meters.
You know, you can go to Google and they have a really cool math thing built in. You can literally type tan opening.
So 4 arc seconds is roughly 35 millimeters.
At 1,000 meters?
Yes.
How did you calculate that?
With the formula.
What formula?
Do you want me to post the formula for you?
Please post the formula, yes.
Do you know the formula to find arc seconds?
What's that?
It's distance equals angle times radius.
Radius of what?
I'll post the formula for you. So
I don't think that's the right formula.
the angular measurement, what would that be? Jesse?
What's the times
What,
1
what's the angle? What's the angular measurement?
Where? In your formula?
Yes. What's the angular measurement in the formula?
I mean, it looks like you got 4. That must be my 4 arc seconds. Then you're converting it to
Jesse,
radius.
what is the angular measurement?
I don't understand your question.
What is the angular measurement in the formula?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Just say I don't know and I'll tell you.
I just said I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you don't know what the angular measurement is, not what I'm talking about. Just say I don't know. Anyhow, the angular measurement in the formula is the arc seconds, right? So in this case, it would be 4. That would be the angular measurement. Now, how do we convert that into a linear measurement, Jesse?
I would use the tangent function.
How about we use a formula?
I think your formula is wrong. That or the tangent function is wrong.
Jesse?
Yeah?
When we're trying to convert arc seconds into millimeters over a distance, how do we do that?
I'm telling you, I use the tangent function in
Show
trigonometry.
me how you do that.
Okay.
Because this is a mathematical equation, not a trigonometry equation. I would like to see how you did it though, because if you show me the errors of your calculations, that might be the biggest issue here.
Yeah, put the first part of that into Google Earth. Tangent of 4 arc seconds times 1,000 meters in millimeters, and it will tell you that it equals about 20 millimeters.
Where do you get that from?
That's the tangent formula, right? Well, let's start real simple. If you're looking at a tree in your yard and it's 100
We don't
meters
need to
away,
talk about trees right now, buddy.
it's 100 meters away.
10 4 arc seconds. Let me see this equation.
Why won't you work with the math? This is simple.
This is not the accurate maths.
You can do this. The tree is 10 meters tall, 10 meters above your eyes, and 100 meters away. The slope.
Jesse, what are you talking about?
Okay, just let me try your formula on some test cases. Okay.
Sure.
Something's not right here. The rise over run of 90 degrees is not a number. And your formula is giving a number. Something's wrong with your formula.
Something's wrong with the formula. This is not my formula. This is the formula.
Well, you're using it incorrectly. I think.
Mate, you inserted it into a rise of a run. I'm not using it incorrectly. You just used it incorrectly and didn't give you an accurate number. You can see Africa from Spain. It's interesting. So Jesse, can we just go back to the simplest of simples? What equation did you use to account for the margin of error when you measured 100 miles? Did you use any sort of account?
I simply recorded my measurements. What do you want? I simply recorded the numbers I measured. What do you want me to do for the margin of error? Okay.
I want you to show me why they're accurate, because you just picked up a machine, measured 100 miles, put the numbers there, and you said these are accurate.
Well, I used 11 machines, and
11 machines?
And I measured at different times of day and different times of year, and even across different years.
What type of machines are we using now?
What's that?
You're using 11 different types of machines?
Well, no, 11 different units. Some of them are the same model as each other, and some of them are the same brand but different models, and then some of them are totally different brands even. But
and they all had the same measurement?
I tried your formula on 45 degrees, and it gives some number that's wrong. We can agree that at 45 degrees, the rise equals the run, right?
Sure.
Was that a yes?
Sure.
Okay, so why doesn't your formula work at 45 degrees?
My formula simply converts arc seconds, a angular measurement into a linear measurement. That's the whole purpose of this formula.
Okay, so what does your formula? So how do I use it? Okay.
Distance in millimeters will be your angle, right?
Say that again. It sounded like you said millimeters was going to be my angle.
Distance in millimeters.
Okay, where do I put the distance in millimeters?
Here, I literally posted the formula for you.
Oh, so the 100,000. That's 100, or that's 1,000 meters.
Millimeters.
That's 1,000 meters in millimeters. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
So we've got 1,000,000 millimeters for the run. Okay. And we've got an angle of 45 degrees. Okay. What will the rise be if we've got a 1,000-meter run and a 45-degree angle? What will the rise be?
Say it again. Let me calculate it for you.
Okay. What will the rise be at 45 degrees for 1,000 meters?
1,000 meters.
Well, then your math is wrong. It's saying that it's going to be 282,743 meters.
Here it says 1,000 meters. Yeah, I don't know why. Let's see. Jesse, I'm just gonna say your measurements are all wrong, and that's it because you cannot account for them to be not wrong.
But you're using a formula which is invalid.
I'm using a formula which is invalid. You're using measurements based off of machines that you haven't calibrated or accounted for error. It's hard to argue with you beyond that, right? You're using a dozen machines which are not calibrated or accounted for error. You put them down, you press start, whatever number came up, you took it, and you said this is gospel, right? You didn't measure for any error. You said you had multiple different machines?
Yep, 11 of them.
11 machines. Do you know the error for each one? Or are they all just performing just as well as each other?
Oh, I've looked it all up. They range from 1 arc second or maybe half an arc second to 20 arc seconds, I think, is the sloppiest
So
one.
why haven't you accounted for those errors? You just said I measured, I took down the measurement, that's it.
Well, what you tell me how I should account for an error. Let's say I take a measurement.
I don't know what machines you have.
What?
I don't know what machines you have. I don't know the conditions that you're at. I mean, even the temperature of the condition of the machine matters, right? If you're in a really cold climate, that machine will give you different results. Like, there's so much margin of error which you haven't accounted for. Like the climate, the heat, the coldness, snow, you said it was snowing. I mean, you think these don't give you different types of errors? Your manual literally mentions.
Did you see the spreadsheet correct? Where it describes the weather?
I haven't, no.
Okay, yeah, you
Well,
should see it.
And my goal with the 36
He
measurements.
mentioned the weather, but he didn't change his formula, his methodology to measure. Is that what you're telling me, Dante?
Someone got a message.
I provided as varied of conditions as I could get. So I wanted to find out what my
You mentioned the condition, and then you just took the measurement anyways without changing any variables. What does that provide?
Were you trying to use the small angle approximation in your angle calculation there?
What?
Your formula you used. Were you trying to use the small angle approximation?
My formula was simply to help you understand the margin of error that you can account, right?
Your formula is wrong.
Doesn't seem to be wrong to me. Angle measurement. Have you seen the angle measurement on the manual? Do you know what it is?
What do you mean that angle measurement?
It gives you angle measurement accuracy to 500 meters.
For which unit? The Nikon?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it was plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
Are you sure?
In the manual?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sure.
Initial. It gives you other responses as well, no?
What's that?
Yeah, let me post a screenshot for you. I think that was to 500 meters. I kind of found out the distance it evokes. You see at the top where it says to 500 meters?
Okay, is this in the distance measuring section? Is this the distance accuracy you're giving me?
It's just on page 70. What page is it on?
Well, I looked at your screenshot. It says
page 80.
It says measuring
measuring distance.
It's least count display unit. 999.9998 meter. This is the or are you talking about the lower part there?
See where it says 500 meters? I can only assume that means it's only accounting for a measurement up to 500 meters because it doesn't really say otherwise anywhere else.
Well, that's for the rangefinder. That's not for the angle. That's for the range. It's in the rangefinder section. The rangefinder has its own specifications.
It says angle measurement right there, bro.
You mean that's a new section? And look down there. It doesn't give you linear. It gives you 4 arc seconds. Do you see under where it says DTM 420/410? That's not a 4 inches. That's a 4 arc seconds. That little quote means arc seconds, right?
What does it say at the top? To 400 meters. To 500 meters, sorry. What does that refer to?
I think that's part of the previous section that you didn't copy and paste. That's the tail of the previous page.
That's a header, bro. It's highlighted and everything.
No, it's not a header. See how there's it's a little note. See how there's more little notes with the pencil? That means it's a little note. It's an extra.
That means the header. Under every header, there's a count referring to it, bro.
Okay, let me bring up the manual. Or can you just paste the page before this, or whatever was above that pencil you cut off?
I didn't cut off the page before that. Mentioned the whole complete other thing.
Oh no, it didn't.
That's the specifications page. Page ends because it has a 56 underneath it, bro.
Okay, hold on. Let me bring up the manual.
Sure. This is so pointless. Can you post a spreadsheet for me one more time? I want to have a look at it again.
Let me bring up the manual first. Sure. Or just search from Jesse. You can search for from people.
No, I'm okay.
I've posted it like 5 times today, I think.
From what I can gather, it gives you the measurement based on 500 meters. It's not giving you an infinite margin of error. Platts level vial, circular level vial. So tell me, what other machines do you have? Any better than this one?
I'm busy looking for the manual here. I got it on my hard drive somewhere.
You got it on your hard drive? You can just Google it, right? You're putting me to sleep, Jesse. Come on, you have to entertain.
Okay, I found the manual. You wanted the spreadsheet again?
Sure, I don't mind having another look at your spreadsheet. You've shown us that spreadsheet is totally inaccurate, though.
Well, that's your opinion. You haven't actually shown evidence of that.
Do I have, right? We came to the conclusion that your device has margin of error. What that margin of error is exactly, we can come to a rough estimation of it. And what you've failed to show is that you have accounted for that variable. You've told us, I just took the measurement and wrote it down. I didn't have any variables accounted for. What does that show us, Jesse?
And you've also refused to tell me how I would account for a margin of error other than telling my readers that it has a margin of error and what that margin of error is, right? How do you account for a margin of error? Let's say you have a fruit scale. You weigh an orange.
We use the formula, right? We show what the margin of error is per distance, and then we multiply it by the distance you're measuring. That's how.
You get a measuring stick, you use the tool at the distance it's supposed to be used for to ensure the measurement.
Say that again.
Things we didn't do.
No thanks, mate. Can you repeat yourself? You cut out.
Yeah, I'm gonna defer to you guys because you guys know more about this stuff than I do. But I was just gonna ask, if you were to use a theodolite to take like the angle of the sun, like while it was near the horizon, what would be the error, the angular error that you would expect? Like, what's a range, I guess, of the error that you would expect?
No
Because I
clue,
mean,
buddy.
that's extremely far away.
A theodolite isn't really made to measure that far away, man.
But you
Like
could use it, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
I don't know, maybe. No one would
Well, I mean,
actually
you could
respect
just
your
point it at the
measurements, right?
sun. Yeah, but you just point it at the sun though, and it would give you some reading.
It's too much
So it's
heat,
like,
bro. Especially if it's a hot day out, it won't even give you an accurate response. It won't give you a response. You need like an additional tool if it's really hot out.
Okay, are you still there, Mr. I am correct?
I'm done speaking to you, Jesse. You're a waste of time, bro.
Well, I just found the page in the manual. I guess you did too, and you found out I was right, didn't you?
Okay, let's go back to the manual, but this is the last time. Page 80, as I told you, right?
Yes, that little pencil note is is the continuation of page 79. So, for example, see it says
No, bro.
is measuring distance. Where do we see D on page 80? Tell me that. Where is D on page 80?
D is measuring distance, right?
What's that?
D is measuring distance.
And where is D mentioned on page 80?
Where is D mentioned on page 80?
Yes.
Let's have a look.
This is the footnotes for 79. Page 79 mentions D. It has an asterisk, and it references D in a formula. And this is the footnotes to page 79 where D is measuring distance in that formula, right?
1 sec. Let me open that back up. Page 79, you said?
Yes.
One second, it's loading up.
Unfortunately, this page 79 is actually an updated page but I got this right from Nikon themselves. I contacted them and they sent me this. So evidently they updated one page in their manual.
Show me. Page 79, I got it here. It's talking about specifications, main unit, image, magnification, effective diameter of objective, field of view, distance measurements.
Uh-huh. And do you see in there it's got two little
400 meters with mini prism, 1,000 meters with single prism, 1,200 meters or longer with triple prism, with visibility, 40 kilometers, 5 millimeters with accurate measurements.
Right. Do you see where it says plus or minus 5 millimeters plus 3 ppm times D?
Yes.
Okay, that D is the distance measurement. That's what the footnote is for.
So why does it say 500 meters? Where'd that come from?
I'm trying to figure that out. That's another footnote for that same section, presumably, and I'm trying to make sense of that. And there's two asterisks there. Oh.
If it says 500 meters, would we assume that that's the distance it goes up to?
No swearing.
Who sweared?
You said asterisk.
Yeah, you do know that's an English word, right?
It was a joke.
Oh, good, good. Okay, just making sure.
Jesse doesn't understand jokes.
I'm joke dense.
Just verbal issues. Anyways, if it says to a distance, would we assume that's the distance it goes up to or no? Jesse?
What's that? Oh, with accurate measurement mode. Do you see that asterisk? Accurate measurement mode?
No swearing.
Where does it say that?
On page 79, under distance measurement, under precision, it says with accurate measurement mode, because there's two. You can put the rangefinder in two different modes: fast mode and accurate mode. And it looks like maybe accurate mode only goes to measuring 500 meters.
That's a big assumption, bro.
Well, I don't know what to say. It's a footnote.
For me, in the English language, when we say up to a distance, it means up to a distance, right? Up to 500 meters is what I can see from this.
Well, that's a footnote, though. What's it a footnote to?
Bro, it can be a footnote, a stub note, it could be a toe note for all I care, right? It says to 500 meters, and from what I can see from here, it says to a distance of 500 meters. Anyways, this is pointless. You have no idea what you're talking about. Your measurements are all wrong because you didn't account for error or any variables.
Well, it's easy to say, oh, account for error, but you can't even tell me how because you're
I've
just.
told you many times, but you refuse to listen.
Okay, good. So, but I've got the raw data. Let's say I took these 36 measurements and I measured, and I recorded them. How would
Jesse, speaking to you is like speaking to a brick wall, bro.
how? That's because I got the answers. How would I then account for error?
The answer for what?
How would I account for error? Now that I have these raw measurements, how would I account for error? You tell me.
Well, it's a bit late now because when it comes to accounting for error, there's a lot of variables.
Can you name some? So, I'm stuck on these confounding variables. Like, what formula might he use to then account for error with the data he has?
It depends on the machine he's using, right? The machine he's using doesn't actually specifically tell us what the error is up to a distance. He can't even figure that out. I saw a part in the manual where it says up to 500 meters or something like that. But if we use the average margin of error for a total station, then it will give us a rough estimate of the margin of error per 100 meters in arc seconds. And if we want to measure 100 miles, you just multiply the 100.
Wait, okay, so he needs to tell you what the machine he used, what kind of machine he used.
He told us what machine he uses, but when we read through the manual, it doesn't give us an accurate margin of error.
Well, I got an idea.
He says, I don't know.
Obviously, we're getting confused by the distance measuring section in this manual. I also used plain pure theodolites that don't have any total station stuff in them, no rangefinders, no nothing. Why don't we pick any one of the pure theodolites and use its manual and look at that? Because I use those too.
A theodolite?
Yes, I used a bunch of theodolites.
That wouldn't work in your favor either, Jesse.
What's that?
A theodolite is like 5 times less accurate than a total station.
Fair enough. We can. Why don't we use my Zeiss ETH2, for example?
Sure. Post the manual in chat.
All right. Give me a second. I gotta find it and then drop it.
I know you guys. I know you think I am correct that this is boring, but I'm like nail biting to find out if the Earth is a globe or not right now.
Brit, lick my balls, bro.
You gotta, you gotta prove it's flat, right? Okay.
This is not proving it's flat or not, Brit. He's trying to argue that his measurements are accurate, right? He took a total station, which is used for. Well, first off, I was accounting for a theodolite, right? Which is 5 times less accurate, and I came up with a little formula that measures how inaccurate it will be, roughly over 100 miles, 160 kilometers. Incredibly inaccurate, right? Then he tells me it's actually a total station. So now we have to recalibrate the formula based off a margin of error based off whatever Nikon's manual tells us, but it doesn't tell us anything. But, I mean, if he gives us the manual for this other theodolite he posts, I guess we can show that his measurements are completely off. British nationalist.
They're still using a geoid. They're still using the geoid, aren't they? As a reference. So whatever they're doing in the calculations that they do after they do planar surveying, nobody uses this theodolite or total station like they're saying to use it. It's almost useless in anything more than a quarter of a mile. You're
They're not. Theodolite's not made to be used for more than a quarter of a mile. They're just made for local land surveying, right? This guy's using it
And you
over
lay them-
170 kilometers.
and you lay them out, and you can make terrain differences. You can make terrain maps with that information. That's about all you're going to be able to do.
This guy came up to me and said, "I just measured 170 kilometers with a theodolite."
Okay, check that out.
That's why we don't do measurements over terrain, because terrain can be tilted, it can be shifted, it can be curved.
I got you I got you a spec sheet and the maintenance manual for the Zeiss, whatever, ETH2 that I got.
Yeah, I'll have a look at it later.
I actually got 2 of those.
Congratulations. We'll have a look at it later.
Okay, it claims an accuracy of plus or minus half an arc second in both vertical and horizontal.
That's the machine accuracy.
Right. So, how much is the machine accuracy gonna throw me off at 75 miles?
We'll figure that out later, my friend. We've had enough Jesse time for one day.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. I do appreciate it.
Well, if you said it was 2 millimeters per how many? 60 miles? No. 1,200 and something millimeters, 1,200 meters per 60 miles. Those are only machine specifications, tolerances for the machine to be able to be accurate to those dependents.
What's the max distance, Jesse, for that theodolite you're posting?
Because otherwise you're begging the difference and you're using the tolerances that are the machine specifications, the equipment specifications. You're using them for the wrong purpose. You're using them out of context, actually.
What's the distance, Jesse?
I think a brick wall will give you better answers than Jesse.
Yeah, he's just going to respawn.
Jason Bourne, I thought you said. That makes sense, though. He's off the reservation again.
Are you editing spreadsheets, Jesse?
Who knows what they would... This far into the game, wow. But I would say that the theodolites are a good distraction.
Yeah.
For them, it actually helps their side, us getting into the weeds with that. It's kind of useless, but a lot of glaring difficulties or challenges with that system can be brought out, though. It shows that there's even more presuppositions with that.
Yeah, because if something you're seeing is due to Earth curve, then just go measure that to prove that it's because of Earth curve.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You know, us flat earthers, we're just sitting here looking pretty, waiting on that Earth curve measurement because it's never been done. And people want to just, presuppose it with everything that they do to discredit flat earthers. So we're just going to sit pretty.
Yeah, but it won't work because it's brain farting the word no. How you expect to get anything from somebody who can't even understand the word no?
Yeah,
And then when that
exactly.
logic, and then when he followed that logic that no means no, he ended up with saying, "I'm no longer a globe earther." He said, "I just identify with someone who describes the surface as curved." Wow, dude, that was easy. All like easy day, easy money.
Yeah, then maybe from curve we can go undulating, and then maybe eventually we can go to over water. And graduate up to looking over water, because looking over the terrestrial isn't doing anyone any good at all. All you can go is, that's interesting. Okay, it goes up and down, it bends around, it curves, it cracks, it undulates. What are you going to be able to do with that?
Amen, brother. Oh, Jesse swiping again.
Was his mic off?
So Jesse's on the team of people that say that the water's flat but the earth curves.
Jesse's on the team of people that believe in brick walls, right?
Who knows? We haven't even gotten to water with this one yet, I don't think.
Is it all single observations, or does he have like two known heights in a row, like something of a known height and then another thing of a known height, to make sure that there's some sort of consistency going on with his
That's what I would like to know,
observation?
because I still don't know what it is he actually observed. If there's landmarks, if there's distances, if he has any of the elevation differences, if he has any of that. I'd be curious to know what he does have. I haven't seen it.
We're all curious, bro. We're all gonna stay curious for a very long time.
That sounded like a very prophetic words. We're all going to stay here for a very long time.
Yeah,
I
we're
can
never
believe
gonna get
that.
the answer. I don't think we're ever gonna get the answer we want from Jesse.
Or any of these answers, really, of the real questions. No, to the actual questions that we ask, yeah, we'll never get the answers. Exactly.
I've heard the question asked to him like for the past maybe hour and a half. What's the maximum? What is the distance that is suggested on that for that tool? Max distance. I haven't heard that one answered yet. Like my camera tells me like how far I can see.
It was something like 300. It was something like 300 meters, 2 millimeters, and 300-meter distance. But they still haven't told us that that the honest part about that would be that's the equipment tolerance. So they're using it out of context. They would have to separate the equipment tolerance from their site tolerance, like the tolerance that they hope to achieve in sighting things at distance, I guess, because they're using this equipment for the entirely wrong thing in the first place. When we're talking with them about it, we're kind of like aiding and abetting. Because otherwise we could just go, honestly, we could just go to triangles and talk about how we celestial navigate and thread the eye of a needle thousands of miles over open ocean.
Out of curiosity,
Finding little tiny islands with right triangles.
What would be the correct instruments to use then?
The right triangle, using a sextant to attain elevation angles.
Oh, you want to get into sextants?
Exactly.
Like somebody just tickled Kubernetes balls. I was quite hungry.
Oh, I love it when people bring up sextants as if they know what they're talking about.
That was so
Yeah,
funny.
me
I didn't
too.
even know he was there.
From people that have never done it before. Yeah, I laugh myself.
So you've used a sextant?
Sure have.
And you're still a flat earther?
Yeah, because you use the right because you use right triangles. And I didn't use the sextant as a flat earther. I was a glober at that time, so there's
Craig,
that.
did you mute your Kubernetes?
Yeah, he's
Pardon me?
done.
He didn't even say anything.
I got a question for you, Sonny.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say is the difference between a theodolite and a bubble sextant?
Are you talking if you're talking about bubble sextant, are you talking about an aviation sextant?
Well, I always call them bubble sextants. Let me look and see if that's what they're also called. What did you say?
One used for aviation. No, I use a handheld sextant.
Oh, right, aviation. Yeah, okay. What would you say is the difference between an aviation sextant and a theodolite?
I would say they're much more accurate in measuring elevation angles. And I would leave it at that.
The aviation sextant is, or the theodolite?
No, I would say any sextant, even a handheld sextant, is more accurate than a theodolite, even a total station, because you can double check your work using circles of equal elevation. It's not entirely up to the equipment. You could double check your equipment and recheck and see if it's correct.
So what's the margin
you
of
do that-
error of an aviation sextant?
I don't know. I've never used an aviation sextant, but
Okay.
regardless, when you set your mirrors, you set your mirrors to be See, when you're using a sextant, you have temperature changes. Depending on the material that your sextant's made of, you have variations. So you mostly are adjusting for the variations in your equipment. And you do that very accurately with mirrors and a veneer graduated protractor. So some of them are very accurate, like to micrometer type specifications. The ones we used back in the 80s when I was sailing, they were plastic. Most of them were plastic. Most everybody used those plastic ones. And you can still find your way. Like, they're still very good instruments, but if you go with a brass instrument or something like that, you're still going to have variations. Metal contracts also. So that's what I remember mostly doing as far as the variations of the equipment is you're setting the mirrors. so that your vertical is correct, your horizontal is correct. You're adjusting those. You basically you can line them up. There's a way to line them up. You can tell when it's off because the mirrors will be off. So you just do that, use right triangles. That's the simplest way I can explain it. The whole thing that bludgeons the globe Earth is that those elevation angles and the GPs of those stars are printed in big books that you carry with you. They're volumes, the nautical almanacs. If you don't have those memorized or some of them memorized and you lose those books, you're going to be lost for sure. You're going to run into the rocks. Or if you're navigating using right triangles and you think you're actually on a sphere and adjust for a sphere, can you see how you'd be in the wrong location? Because the Earth's waters are actually horizontal. If you put the straight line and a curved line right next to each other, you can see how what I'm saying is correct. Your location would be wrong, and you'll run into the rocks. So what I learned to do on the way down there, 6,000 miles to Martinique, is how not to run into the fucking rocks. That are printed on charts, by the way. Flat charts. Sounded like a globe nosedive.
Well, it might. I'd say it might be, but I don't know. You could be not was muted very quickly. So look at the side chat. He's talking about it there. Not that I know anything about celestial navigation, but I feel like the only person in here who's a glober who knows anything about it is Yakubian Knight.
Where's the side chat for this room? I can't find it.
Are you on your phone or on your computer?
Computer.
If you look at the top of the room where it says 24/7 Flat Earth, there's a little speech bubble. Just click on that and open chat.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of difficulty. My phone's not. A lot of times when I hit that, it's not coming up.
If you're on your phone,
It's a
you can
guy
just
who's
swipe
showing.
to the left.
Yeah, somebody posted a photo of what of elevation angles from the side orthographically, and they're saying, "Look, it doesn't work on a flat Earth." So if you get what I'm saying, so you got an angle. You're taking a sight, straight on it to, I don't know, celestial object, straight on, looking at it. But what they did is wrote it down on a piece of paper, turned it to the side orthographically, and said, "Look, it doesn't work on a flat Earth." Yeah.
Do I need special permissions to write anything in the chat or something?
No.
Yeah, you do. You need to get up to, I think it's level 3 or something.
Okay.
Server rules, dude. Just because it's a guest room and so on stops trolls coming in. If you hang around for a bit, I'll see if I can have a go at one of the admins for it and see if we can get your chats. But stick around for a bit, bud.
Crit, did you ban Yakubian Knight? What's going on?
Hell yeah. Ban his fucking ass.
It's a 160 roll.
No, I just DC'd him.
Yeah, he's not banned because his post is still there in the chat. Yeah.
No, like banned from a room, which is slightly different. Not the server.
Dude, it's at some point we've seen the same episode over and over and over again. His whole NPC script can be run out in just a few phrases. Flat Earthers are dumb, they don't know anything. As a Flat Earther explaining in real time a topic that he doesn't know anything about.
Well,
and he ends up saying the 1 in 60 rule or something along those lines, which he's never tested or anything. And then he thinks he won the internet for a day. I just gave him his prize early. Well, he got now he's got time to go trick or treat.
The only flat earther I know of that can match Yakubian on Celestial Navigation is Jedi. So I don't know which other one you're talking about, because Jedi's not even talking to him right now.
Yeah, Alpha can do this. Indio can do this. It's not hard. I mean, I'll be honest with you guys, right? Ever since Yakubianites come along, we've all kind of dug into celestial navigation behind the scenes and come out with 3 or 4 tricks that are used within celestial navigation. Understanding the celestial sphere, understanding how accurate these devices are in the first place when we're talking about nautical miles, when we're talking about refraction values within the almanac, and whatever discrepancy there is. Earth curve. It's not that simple, dude. These things aren't like 100% accuracy. You use a sextant to get an elevation angle, and you'll draw your circles of equal altitude around it, and you will get an estimate of where you will be about. You could be anywhere from 5 to 50 to 100 miles off. That's why you keep doing these things over and over and over again. These things aren't super accurate. So when he comes up and says, hey, look, it's not accurate, only works on the ball. That's not the fucking case, mate. They're just not accurate.
I think the accuracy depends on the tools that you're using to measure them.
Yeah. So the tools are a sextant, timekeeping device, a compass, something to make sure you know how fast you're going, which is all of these things have got errors within them, especially when we're talking about distance travelled over the ocean. That's kind of hard to estimate.
I was looking at these theodolites and I saw that some of them have a margin of error of 1 arc second. That means a theodolite can tell if a target at 2 kilometers far away is shifted sideways about 1 centimeter. So when you double the distance, this grows exponentially, and that would be from 10 millimeters at 2 kilometers. At 4 kilometers, it will be 1 meter. No, 100, 1 meter. And at 8 kilometers, it would be 100 times 100. It's gonna be 100 meter. Only 8 kilometers.
What angle did you say? 4 arc seconds?
No, at 1 arc second.
No, 1 arc second is 39 millimeters at 8 kilometers.
No.
Just get a calculator. 39 millimeters at 8 kilometers is 1 arc second. This is simple math, guys.
Korea should take in 5 million African guest workers.
Do you have a calculator with the tangent function? Get bet.
Japan should take in 12 million African guest workers.
You're funny, bro.
No, it's true. Their demography and their foreign exchange will continue to.
You have the wrong room, sir. You're in the wrong room.
Just like a Cubanite. The wrong room.
You gave him a 2-day vacation, eh?
No, it's just disconnected. It like times him out of the room for like 40 minutes or something, or 30 minutes. I'm not even sure what the exact effect is. So it's another command that they have available. So there's like, the mute, ban, and then disconnect. Because like clockwork, he'll come right back. It's like it's breathtaking.
Like a moth to a flame.
Yeah, it's like you don't even have to like just. Here you go. Like, try another room. Let's see if you can something get your attention long enough to get you engaged in some other activity than spurging out over flat Earth. Is it possible? Like, could you possibly engage in some other conversation and then forget about flat Earth for the rest of the evening? You can't. Wow, dude, that's amazing because you can't even tell me what flat Earth is after all this time.
I don't think two flat earthers can agree on what flat Earth is.
Yeah, kind of like the globe in that manner.
Andy, do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
You have any evidence for that, Andy?
Not that I have available to give you, no.
Can you give anyone?
It's a belief system.
Can you give anybody any evidence?
Well, I can give you anecdotal evidence, and I believe the things that I have seen that show that the Earth is a globe.
Does anyone have absolute evidence of the globe?
Well, I mean,
I believe that absolute evidence exists, just because discounting it, like saying that it's not real or it's CGI or that it's a composite image, doesn't mean it's not real.
Does anyone have absolute evidence of flat Earth?
Whoa, when did this channel come back?
Fucking Brit. Angels Playground, what's up,
That
man?
wasn't Brit, that was someone else.
That was Brit.
I thought that this channel got fucking banned.
So Miggy,
fucking banned. Shut the fuck up.
Hey Miggy. So evidence of Oz. Huh? No evidence of Oz doesn't mean Oz doesn't exist, is what he just said.
Who, Andy? Yeah, I'm not even worried about him. Angels Playground, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
That wasn't it.
Have you ever shot at a target long range?
Is your name Angels Playground?
Yeah, that's him.
It is indeed.
All right. Do you have any evidence for the Earth?
Have you ever shot at a long range target?
Yeah.
How far?
Fuck, dude. It's been a while. But what's that got to do with all the tea in China?
So, flat objects most usually don't have a lot of mass, right?
Brandon, I can't hear Angels.
Sorry.
Flat objects are typically X amount of mass squished down to the same amount of mass over a longer surface area, right?
Oh, brother.
Right.
What does that even mean?
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
So flat objects are typically an object of X mass.
Dude, are you snorting? Are you smoking something? What the fuck, dude? Can you speak like clearly? What are you talking about?
A flat plane. I'll get there.